Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Upgrade. Level 3 Card Draw Prize Pool. 006. 45 minutes after the war ended, Lin Qun was on his way back. He received 2 settlement reward reminders. He was in the process of transforming into Superman to end his confused energy recovery period. Seeing these 3 reminders, he was stunned for a moment. Yesterday's ranking has been locked. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked first in the regional ranking Modu Warzone DC District Warzone Human ranking, and you are awarded with 30 civilization contribution points. Congratulations, Yang. You are ranked 43rd in the regional ranking Modu Warzone overall ranking, and you are awarded with 20 civilization contribution points. Wow. 2 rankings, 50 contribution points. Lin Qun blinked. Lin Qun returned to the DC area, and his regional ranking was naturally settled according to the DC area. However, with Lin Qun's current contribution point value, his human ranking in any district is undoubtedly the first. With Lin Qun's current total contribution points, he can certainly make it into the overall ranking of the Magic City. However, what surprised Lin Qun was that he only got 43 after slaughtering the strong men of the Bakatan civilization here. It can be seen how many humans those Bakatan people, whether strong or weak, have slaughtered. These 50 contribution points were definitely a big number for Lin Qun before, especially when the civilization battlefield was just opened. But now, looking at these 50 contribution points, Lin Qun glanced at his current total contribution points 5585. These 50 contribution points are just a little splash. In this battle, Lin Qun didn't get many contribution points for killing Bakalai. With the reward of the title of Human Star, he only got 101 contribution points. But later, he swept the Bakatan forward base in the central city and won a lot of contribution points. There are many Bakatan people there. The density is much greater than when the survivors of the 6th prison attacked and defended, and many of them are in the buildings, so they can't run away, even if they want to. Lin Qun swept across a large area and directly won a huge amount of contribution points. This means that at that time, Lin Qun killed nearly 200 Bakatans every second on average. If it weren't for the fact that the Bakatan army was fighting in several urban areas, the number of Bakatans that Lin Qun could kill might have doubled. Such a record is absolutely terrifying. In the past, only Bakatans could do this by slaughtering humans. But now, it's the other way around. I've done it too. Lin Qun lowered his eyes. His total contribution points on the ranking list are now close to 8,000. However, with this number, his ranking is only 81st in the global human ranking. As for the global battlefield civilization ranking, Lin Qun has not yet made it into the top 100. Of course, even if he makes it into the top 100, it doesn't really mean much. Because in the global battlefield ranking, except for the top 10, there are no contribution point rewards for other rankings. Because the rewards given by the global battlefield ranking are extremely generous, so those who rank low do not deserve contribution point rewards. Only the top strong men in the entire battlefield are eligible to receive high contribution point bonuses. Lin Qun has made plans for these more than 5,000 contribution points. Upgrade skills, upgrade the card pool, and then draw cards like crazy. He is no longer planning to draw cards in the 2nd level card pool. After all, he now has the Fairy's Gaze card. With the Fairy's good luck, he can guarantee that he will get a good card. In this case, the higher the level of the card pool, the more favorable it is to draw cards. Because the higher the level, the better the card drawn with extreme luck will definitely be. It will be a high level good card. For example, when the talent level is only level 1, Lin Qun cannot draw a giant skill card or a Superman transformation card. And the 3rd level card pool, with extreme luck, can undoubtedly draw more powerful cards. Directly spend 2,000 contribution points to upgrade to the 3rd level card pool. 2,000 contribution points deducted. There are 3,585 points left. Contribution points, rich as hell. Lin Qun took a breath. Looking at the third level card pool, how many contribution points are needed to draw a card once? In the third level card pool, it takes 500 contribution points to draw a card once. However, this is actually normal. The high level card pool means infinite possibilities. Compared with low level cards, the improvement in card strength is not a little bit. The contribution points required to draw cards will naturally increase linearly. When Lin Qun first obtained the talent, the cards in the card pool were mainly F level and E level, with rare D level and C level cards. The second level card pool was mainly D level and E level, with rare C level cards. The third level card pool was mainly C level and D level, and should contain rare B level cards. This means that Lin Qun's talent has reached the middle level, and this number is also very normal. Drawing high level cards requires more contribution points. Not only that, Lin Qun has fully seen the power of C level cards. If there are enough C level cards, accumulating 500 contribution points is not more difficult than 50 contribution points. In essence, the difficulty of drawing once for the first level talent is 10 contribution points and once for the second level talent is 50 contribution points. For Lin Qun, it is the same, because his strength has changed, and his ability to obtain contribution points has increased. Moreover, outside the magic city, there are many alien races, and contribution points are everywhere. After all, there are few masters, and it is not difficult to harvest 500 contribution points. Apart from other things, Lin Qun's current combat power can walk sideways among ordinary bastion people. As long as he can find prey, hunting 500 contribution points is just a matter of time, and it will not be much more difficult than Lin Qun's previous card drawing. Lin Qun is no longer the same as before. His upgrade speed is already very terrifying. How long has the global battlefield been opened? Not only is his current level exaggerated, but his innate ability has reached level 3. This is definitely an exaggerated progress speed. I'm afraid that few humans in the world can make such progress as him. Other survivors are still struggling for a few contribution points. Here in Lin Qun, the accumulation of contribution points is not even what those people can imagine. Lin Qun only understood it vaguely at this time. On the battlefield of civilization, the differentiation between the strong and the weak is extremely serious. The weak are nothing to the strong. For real masters, killing thousands of ordinary alien civilizations is nothing. The weak are just a base number. The battlefield of civilizations even intends to widen this gap. Strong people have more opportunities to become stronger, while weak people struggle and remain weak forever. Who is leading the battlefield of civilizations, and who has such great power? What is the purpose of letting civilizations fight each other? Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered. Because he noticed that the upgrade of the next level of card pool, the upgrade of level 3 talent to level 4 talent, requires a full 20,000 contribution points. This means that the contribution points required to draw cards from the level 4 card pool may be even more terrifying. This sounds a bit exaggerated, but Lin Qun thinks clearly. Level 4 talent means that the card pool is mainly B level and C level cards, which are all high level cards. With the gaze of the fairy, you can even draw A level cards from this card pool. What effect does the A level card have? Just look at the gaze of the fairy and you will know. And Lin Qun speculated that the real superhuman ability card should be A level. If you can get a complete superhuman ability card, even if you spend 10,000 contribution points, it will be a blood profit. By then, 10,000 contribution points should not be a difficult task. A level 3 card pool worth 500 contribution points. Lin Qun was looking forward to it. I wonder what cards will be in this card pool. However, Lin Qun was not in a hurry to draw cards now, because he was on his way back, and his energy had not recovered. After the second Superman transformation, his condition was much better than the first time. He did not faint, and his body's mobility was also restored a lot at this time, but he was still a little dizzy. It's not too late to draw cards when he is in a good state. After all, there is still a sense of ritual for such things that make people blush and black. The war has just ended, and Lin Qun doesn't have to rush to draw cards. He doesn't need to take action for the time being. Even if the Bakatens have a follow-up reaction, it will take time. He sat in a shaking military vehicle, Several doctors brought by Xiao Yi wanted to treat his condition, but Lin Qun refused. He knew his condition. He didn't have any injuries in the conventional sense. What he needed was not the treatment of a doctor, but his own silent recovery. Therefore, in the car, where Lin Qun was now, there was only him sitting in the back seat to rest, and a little soldier driving in front. However, in order to pick up the humans who escaped from the central city and were kept by the Bastions, they wasted some time. More than 40 minutes had passed since the end of the war, but they were still on the way back to the survivor base of the 6th prison. The young soldier was very nervous and excited to drive for the legendary figure Lin Qun, and drove very carefully. However, the road in the city of Magic City was already a mess and was still a little shaky. He looked at Lin Qun carefully through the rearview mirror, fearing that he would neglect the legendary Mr. Lin behind him. Lin Qun noticed it and smiled and said, "I won't eat people, so there's no need to be so careful." The young soldier nodded like crazy, not knowing what to say. This Lin Qun is a legendary figure, a top master known to everyone in Magic City. As a soldier, he naturally admired him from the bottom of his heart, but the more so, the more he didn't know how to get along with Lin Qun. Lin Qun looked at this scene and just felt funny. He could probably guess what the young soldier was thinking, because he was also such an unknown little person and could understand this feeling. Outside Lin Qun's convoy, many survivors or military convoys were pouring in from all directions, joining Lin Qun's convoy, guarding Lin Qun, and looking at Lin Qun's car with awe and curiosity. This convoy is becoming larger and larger, as if it is gathering all the survivors and warriors in the entire Magic City. It is said that Lin Qun is in this convoy, and many people even take the initiative to approach and gather here, just to be able to run parallel with these legendary figures, who are famous in the Magic City, or even to be able to see them from a distance. Before Lin Qun himself realized it, he was already the focus of everyone's attention in the Magic City. Lin Qun was also watching this scene. After a moment, he slowly retracted his gaze, simply fell silent, and continued to study his gains. There is no rush to draw the lottery for the time being, but he can upgrade. On his personal attribute panel, the experience value is about to break through the sky. A full 400,000. The 5,000 Bastions he killed alone, even if each one was only worth 50 experience points at the least, that was a full 400,000. At that time, among the Bastions killed by Lin Qun on the battlefield, there were many powerful masters. Although each kill only gave one contribution point, the experience points were different. Moreover, just one Bastion brought Lin Qun a full 150,000 experience points. The higher the level, the more experience points can be obtained by killing. Unfortunately, those so-called Bastion masters were nothing in front of Superman's body. Like those ordinary Bastions, they were directly killed by Lin Qun casually. When Lin Qun killed them, he didn't know which one was a master. This, coupled with the high experience points that Bastion contributed to Lin Qun, directly made Lin Qun's total contribution points break through the sky. With 400,000 experience points, Lin Qun didn't know how many levels he could upgrade. Conservatively speaking, it would be at least level 5. This time, Lin Qun knew why the attributes of those high-level Bastions were so terrifying, especially Bastion. Although Lin Qun didn't know its specific attributes, he speculated based on the situation at the time that it should not be much worse than Superman. In battle, attributes are only one aspect, and all-round abilities are equally important. The battlefield of civilization is an opportunity for the strong among the participants of civilization to leap forward. Even if the higher the level, the more contribution points are required to upgrade, but as long as enough kills are made, upgrading is not a matter of minutes. As you upgrade all the way, the attributes will naturally rise, and those weak creatures will be increasingly suppressed. In the snowball, even creatures with no ability may gain terrifying attributes. Looking at the high experience, Lin Qun was a little excited, and he clicked the upgrade button fiercely, and upgraded like crazy. After upgrading one level, he continued to upgrade, and kept clicking, and kept upgrading. Looking at the experience value, there was still a lot of inventory, and he could continue to upgrade. Level 16. Level 17. Level 20. It can still be upgraded. This feeling is so cool. Keep upgrading and keep on enjoying it. In the end, Lin Qun directly reached the 21st level. Successfully crossed the level 20 barrier. Name, Lin Qun level 21, 91,650/95,000, strength 31 agility, 29 constitution, 48 stamina, 3/56, dark energy, 22/22, talent, card draw bonus. Looking at this data, Lin Qun himself was shocked. Agility is close to 30, strength is directly above 30, and dark energy is directly from 15 to 22. He has upgraded 6 levels in a row. Constitution is close to 50, and without any bonus, he can headshot an opponent with 100 points of constitution. The stamina has also reached 56 points. Lin Qun silently calculated in his mind, compared with the attributes before the upgrade, and calculated the points added after the upgrade to level 20. It should be that from level 20 to level 20, each level adds one attribute, and after reaching level 20, each attribute type increases by 2 points at each level. Only the stamina has not changed, and it still increases by 1 point after level 20. If so, the attribute added by leveling up one level after level 20 is equivalent to the attribute added by leveling up 2 levels before level 20. Then, what about level 30? How many attributes will be added by leveling up one level? However, only the increase in energy has not changed. Why is this? Lin Qun was a little confused, but no one could answer this question for him. Looking at his skyrocketing data, at this moment, in terms of level alone, he has surpassed everyone in the Magic City. Chapter 152 Who Will Kill Me? 53 minutes after the destruction of the forward base in the central city of Bastion and the end of the war, the long convoy was attacked. A V-shaped fighter flew over their heads. A high explosive missile was dropped from the air and smashed into the human convoy under their feet, which had no scruples, and instantly set off a bloody storm. The military's warning was too late. The bullets fired by the machine gun shot into the sky and bent into a water snake under the pull of gravity, but could not catch up with the whistling Bastion V-shaped fighter. The convoy began to slow down. Someone shouted from the back, "It's the Bastion people. It's the Bastion people. They're back." When Lin Qun stuck his head out of the car, he saw a huge sailing ship. It was probably still 7 or 8 kilometers away, but it still couldn't hide its huge size. That's the vehicle of General Chisa, the 6th ranked general of the Bastion Magic City. It was a 300-meter class sailing ship. Of course, at this distance, it still looked small in the eyes of Lin Qun and the people around him. Behind it, there are the Bastion ground forces that are invisible from this position. Xiao Yi ran over from the front and told Lin Qun the latest situation. Just over 10 minutes ago, the Bastion army that had previously shrunk suddenly began to gather and densely move towards the east area. Chisa's sailing ships and the Bastion troops that appeared behind them at this time are only the latest batch, and there are more approaching this side. Only Chisa and its troops are the closest, so they can appear in the field of vision here first. It's just that, for some reason, whether it's poor information transmission or some other unknown reason, the actions of the Bastion troops this time seem very uncoordinated, forming a very obvious stratification. Xiao Yi looked puzzled. Their behavior is also very abnormal. Logically speaking, they have no leader and have chosen to retreat. Why are they back again? But we are already within the range of their firepower. No one had expected that the Bastions would make a comeback in such a short time. At this time, the convoys of human survivors and military had reached an unprecedented scale. The main roads in the East District stretched for several kilometers. If it were not for the dilapidated and burning cities around, it would even remind people of the bustling scene before the global war. But at this moment, they are living targets on the battlefield. Most of the people here are civilian survivors, crowded together. Once the Bastions open fire, it will be a devastating disaster. Did they react too quickly? No, Lin Qun felt that this might not be the case. The mobilization of the army is not like fighting a single soldier. It is more complicated, especially for an army that has just developed fear and spontaneously chose to retreat. It is not easy for them to rebuild their morale and make a comeback in a short period of time. But there is a very simple way. Lin Qun thought of what Fu Kai said to him after the last battle at the survivor base of the 6th prison in the East District. He knew that this time, his actions to kill Bakali and destroy the Bakatan forward base in the central city of Bakatan would inevitably affect Bakatan's overall decision making on the battlefield of the Demon City and even adopt the final plan. If so, the Bakatans who appeared behind them now seemed more like they were here to die. Moreover, Chisa had not opened fire until now. From just now until now, only one V-shaped fighter had opened fire through the air. At this time, the convoy had begun to slow down. Panic was spreading. Ordinary survivors were ordinary survivors. They would become a little confused at the slightest disturbance. But in this chaos, people's eyes were looking here. Looking at Lin Qun. Lin Qun was the reliance and hope in the hearts of all of them. They did not flee in panic immediately, and a large part of the reason was Lin Qun was here. The strongest human in the battlefield of the Demon City was here. What could they run for? But there was also uneasiness echoing. What they didn't know was that Lin Qun had no fighting power at this time. Although he had risen 7 levels in a row, it was useless. His energy had not recovered, and the sequelae of the Superman transformation were still there. Now, let alone transforming into Superman again, it was impossible for him to even transform into a giant. He didn't look injured on the outside, but he knew that, if a war really broke out, he would have to run away. Otherwise, he, the strongest man in the Magic City, would probably be killed by Kisa like this, or simply die in the chaos. But, he didn't have to run away immediately. Lin Qun raised his head, and he had an idea in his mind. On the buses behind, the captive human men and women who had just been liberated, were in tattered clothes. Seeing the approaching Bakatan army, the deepest fear emerged in their eyes. Their experiences made them feel terrified of the Bakatan people from the bottom of their hearts. As the convoy stopped, the Bakatan army behind them was pressing forward step by step, approaching little by little. The huge sailing ship was in the front, casting a huge shadow. Behind it, a line of light attack ships flew in an orderly and powerful manner. In the previous battle at the border between the North District and the East District, Chisa's sailing ship formation had not been put into battle, so it was still fully staffed. The commotion stopped at this time, because the convoy was separating from the center. The convoy on the road slowly moved to both sides, and the faces in the military vehicles or private cars leaned forward, watching the convoy passing through their center. In the captive bus, a child holding a broken toy stuffed bear was also looking outside. Her body and face were dirty, but her eyes were wide open, clear and pure, watching the military vehicle passing in front of them. It drove out of the survivors' convoy array and finally stopped in the center of the two armies. In the 300-meter class sailing ship, Chisa slowly raised his hand. The sailing ship began to slow down and stopped 300 meters away from the forest group, which was almost a whole street away. It stood on the bridge and looked at the humans under its feet. Of course, the glass of the sailing ship is specially treated. They can see outside in the bridge, but people outside cannot see inside. But Lin Qun looked up and knew that Kisa was behind the sailing ship. His car slowly stopped. There were only him and the little soldier in the car. The little soldier was sweating on his forehead and was a little nervous. He kept looking at Lin Qun behind him through the rearview mirror, but he was very restrained and did not ask questions. At this time, Lin Qun opened the car door, jumped onto the roof, and looked up at the vast Bakatan army in front of him. The sailing ship pressed forward, and behind it was a neat and uniform formation of Bakatan light attack ships. The strong wind shook, and Lin Qun's clothes fluttered wildly, but his body remained motionless. In the bridge, the staff officer whispered, "Lord Kisa, his data has returned to normal, and he is even weaker than when he first appeared on the battlefield in the northern city. Maybe he is now." Kisa did not answer. He just stared at the human in front of him and remained silent. He doesn't have that combat power now, but who knows if he will choose to show that combat power. As time went by, more Bakatan troops appeared at the end of the street, but they also instinctively stopped when they saw the man in the middle of the street clearly. Watching from a distance, Lin Qun was like a dividing line. In front of him, he faced countless Bakatan people and the vast Bakatan army, and behind him, countless humans. They all focused their eyes on this person at this moment. The entire battlefield fell silent at this moment. There were 3 or 4,000 humans and bastion people present, but at this moment it was extremely quiet, almost silent, with only faint whispers. And at this moment, Lin Qun spoke. Lin Qun took the simultaneous interpretation device handed over from the military, stood among the thousands of troops, and said word by word, "I'm Lin Qun, I'm here, who will kill me?" His voice was loud, upright and powerful, shaking the whole audience. At that moment, the whispers disappeared. The battlefield was completely silent. Lin Qun waited for 3 seconds, and said in a louder voice, "Who will kill me?" His eyes swept across the battlefield. On the front battlefield, no one dared to look at him. The bastions lowered their heads one after another. At a distance of hundreds of meters, Lin Qun's eyes were like blades in scorching sun, making them dare not touch or look directly at him. 3 seconds later, on the sailing ship, Caesar took a deep look at the human under his feet, and gave an order, "Retreat." Its staff whispered, "My lord, but the parliament used our families as a threat. Caesar's eyes flickered and said, "The troops in other areas have not arrived yet. We just didn't act rashly. What can they say? They just want us to delay time. They still need us, and won't do anything to us. I will answer the parliament." "And don't you want to go back?" Its eyes swept across the scene. The bastions in the bridge lowered their heads one after another. The bastion army began to retreat. Lin Qun retracted his gaze, boarded the military vehicle again, and whizzed away. The long convoy slowly started and drove into the distance, while the bastion army did not fire a single shot. In the bus, the girl holding a tattered doll turned her head and asked the people behind her, "He is the one who saved us. Is he the hero of our human race?" My mother said that someone will definitely stand up to save us. History always has such people. When a disaster is coming, someone will always stand up. As long as we wait patiently and live hard, we can wait for that day. The woman behind her was not her family. She was slightly startled when she heard the words. Looking at the girl's ignorant eyes, she couldn't help asking, "Where is your mother?" A hint of gloom flashed in the girl's eyes. "She is dead." The woman was silent for a long time, stretched out her hand to hold the girl in her arms, raised her head, looked at Lin Qun's military vehicle which was gradually submerged by the convoy again, and remained silent. In the back, the bastion sailing ship had retreated 1 kilometer, and Caesar stared into the distance. In fact, it also felt that the human should be at the end of his strength, otherwise, why didn't he take action just now? But it didn't dare to take risks. Even if they were sent to die, who wouldn't want to be the last one to survive? Chapter 153 The Final Plan. It was half an hour later when we returned to the survivor base of the 6th prison. The convoy was large and slow, and the bastions were moving frequently, which took a lot of time. Although Caesar retreated, bastions appeared in other places. They made a comeback, and a large number of bastion troops were active around the East District, closing in with the survivors from the whole city, who were gathering in the East District. As Lin Qun expected, he successfully communicated with Fukai in the car. He learned the latest actions of the bastions from Fukai. The bastions are now divided into 2 groups. One group is in the rear, and seems to be retreating back to their planet. The rest, such as Caesar and others you have seen, have changed their previous state of contraction and instead took the initiative to attack and restart the attack. The purpose should be to cover the group of people who retreated and leave smoothly. Fukai said, this time, it can be accurately judged that the bastions also have factional disputes. The 2 groups of people, the retreating group are almost all bastions who were not active in the battlefield of the Magic City before. On the other hand, those bastions who contributed to the Battle of the Magic City are now sent out to the front line. This further shows that their level of civilization is similar to ours. Of course, this is of no help to us. The bastions are a participating civilization and are invincible. They are qualified for factional disputes. Lin Qun thought about it after hearing this, and said, "What is the situation now? Do I need to take action in the battlefield of the Crossfire? I can go to the battlefield again, after about 3 hours of rest." "No need." Fukai said, "The current battle is still under control. These bastions lack unified command, and cannot stop our plan to gather in the East District. It is expected that within 24 hours, all our remaining troops and survivors in the Magic City will focus on the DC District. and with the current state of these bastion stragglers attacking us, they can block us in the DC area, but it will take at least 30 hours to pose a threat and regroup. Your move this time not only destroyed their Magic City command center in one fell swoop, but also broke the morale of the bastions. But these are not the biggest problems. Lin Qun heard this, and his heart sank. He said, since the bastions have organized an evacuation, does this mean, yes, they are likely to give up the plan to occupy the Magic City and then adopt the plan to destroy the Magic City? Fu Kai directly confirmed Lin Qun's guess. This is a situation that Lin Qun, Fu Kai and others don't want to see. The final plan of bastion is to withdraw all bastion people in the Magic City, deploy weapons of mass destruction, and directly turn the Magic City into scorched earth. The most likely use will be thermonuclear weapons. By then, the city of Magic City will be reduced to ruins, and all humans will die. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, they will die under the terrifying radiation in the nuclear explosion area during the next blockade. Maybe the underground facilities of the Ark project can survive and also have radiation protection equipment, but the bastion people cannot fail to think that there may be similar facilities in the Magic City. The nuclear weapons deployed may be able to shake the level of this underground facility. In this way, Lin Qun will hardly be spared. Maybe the Superman body is not afraid of nuclear explosions, but the duration of the Superman body is limited. Once it ends, Lin Qun does not think that his current 48-point physique can withstand at least 10 days of nuclear radiation. Unless, exchange your radiation-proof safe house in the Contribution Point Mall. Lin Qun has seen that the price of a safe house that can accommodate a single person is about 150 contribution points, which is not expensive. But he doesn't want to use that thing. Is there any way we can avoid that possibility? This time, Fu Kai was silent for a long time before he slowly said, yes. When you arrive at the survivor base, come directly to me. The military still has a plan. Bastion is a civilization, and they have their own plan. The humans in the Magic City have also been preparing and thinking about countermeasures. They arrived at the survivor base of the 6th prison without any danger along the way. Lin Qun got off the car and went directly to see Fu Kai without taking a rest. Of course, in this process, he couldn't help but be watched by onlookers. Lin Qun has become a doomsday superstar and the focus of countless people. However, people nowadays can't be as crazy as before the doomsday. Even if they are curious and respectful of Lin Qun, they just stand in the distance and watch silently. There was only one thing that surprised Lin Qun. It was the group of captive humans in bastion who were rescued by him. No one knew who took the lead. They actually knelt down one by one outside the crowd. Because there were too many people, Lin Qun almost didn't pay attention at first. It was only when the crowd was commotion that he noticed the situation here, and he was also shocked. The crowd in front of him dispersed, revealing a dark mass of people behind him. Men and women, all the same. When they looked at Lin Qun, their eyes were filled with gratitude. There were also people whispering on the side. They thought this scene was a bit exaggerated, but people were also retreating, and the discussion was just that. Lin Qun's fighting power had shocked everyone. But only those people understood what they had experienced in the past few days, and they saw with their own eyes what those dead people had experienced. Without Lin Qun, they would not be alive today. And watching this scene, Lin Qun was also greatly shocked. He did not react at first, and only separated the crowd after a moment, and helped them up. Get up. There is no need to do this. There is no need to do this. I just did it casually. I helped you today. You survived because of my help, and tomorrow you will have the opportunity to help others, and those who survived because of your help may also help me who needs help one day. No need to be grateful. No need to kowtow. We are all human beings. We are all of the same race, and no one can fight without civilization. He was telling the truth. Seeing such a situation, as long as they are capable, how could they not lend a hand? Under his call, the embarrassed men and women in front of Lin Qun finally stood up slowly, looking at Lin Qun with a gleam in their eyes. Lin Qun nodded at them and stepped back. He had more important things to deal with. His eyes swept across the crowd. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He vaguely saw a figure that was only half a person's height, wearing a cloak that covered his body, with only a few strands of black hair floating out, also looking at Lin Qun here. But when Lin Qun turned his eyes again, she had disappeared. Is it her? A figure flashed through Lin Qun's mind, but he didn't look for it. On the list, that person's ranking had long fallen from its former height to outside the top 30. If she doesn't want to show up, don't bother her. Lin Qun took a step and went all the way underground under the guidance of Kaozin. In the underground command center, he met an unexpected person. It was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, who looked younger than Fukai, waiting for him in Fukai's office. Fukai saw Lin Qun coming in and took the initiative to stand up and said, "Mr. Lin, this is Li Zeng, the head of the Federal Army stationed in Magic City and the current Supreme Commander of the Magic City battlefield. He came to see you by helicopter. Finally we meet, Lin Qun." Li Zeng stood up from his seat. He looked Lin Qun up and down. Lin Qun was a little surprised. He knew that the man standing in front of him was the real top leader of the federal military and the entire Magic City battlefield. Before the global battlefield was opened, a big man like Li Zeng was a top figure in the Magic City. He said a word casually and there were countless people below who had to do things urgently. Lin Qun didn't even know him, let alone know his name. And now he can alarm such a person and come to see him directly. Lin Qun himself could not have imagined such a pomp. Lin Qun couldn't help but sigh. This is really a big change. Now, his combat power is qualified to be greatly valued by the military and even cooperate with the military. Lin Qun stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Zeng. Li Zeng said seriously, "Thank you for your contribution to the Magic City battlefield. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so many people alive now, whether in the military or the survivors. In fact, there may not be many living people in the entire Magic City now. However, let's stop talking about this kind of nonsense and get back to the point. You say." Lin Qun sat opposite Li Zeng at Fukai's signal. He certainly knew the current situation in the Magic City. Li Zeng's main army had not yet arrived at the survivor base of the 6th prison, but he arrived first. He must not have come to praise him. There must be something important, and it is an important matter related to the war situation in the Magic City and the life and death of mankind. On the way here, Fukai should have revealed to you that the current phenomena show that Bastion should have begun to prepare the final plan, and this final plan is to prepare to implement a mass extinction plan in the Magic City. Use weapons of mass destruction to directly destroy the Magic City and everything in the Magic City. Li Zeng spoke quickly and said, "And based on our current understanding of the technical situation of the Bastion civilization, they have several optional weapons to destroy the Magic City, but the most likely one is nuclear weapons. This technology is for them, like us. It should be the most mature and best means in their hands. And now, we must come up with a set of response plans. We can't just sit back and watch the destruction of the Magic City. You should understand that the Magic City is now blocked, and the Bastion people can go home, but we have no choice. We have nowhere to escape, and nowhere to hide. The underground facilities of the Ark project can theoretically avoid nuclear radiation, but we speculate. The Bastion civilization will not only waste an opportunity to use valuable weapons of mass destruction that are available on the global battlefield, but will never allow any surviving anti-nuclear facilities. They must kill and obtain the contribution points of all the remaining humans in the Magic City. Therefore, the nuclear weapons they deploy will be extremely powerful. The base of the Ark project will probably be directly destroyed. I'm afraid that no one in the Magic City will be spared except you." In response to this, Lin Qun's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. His speculation was confirmed by the military. He looked at Li Zeng and Fukai. "Do you have a plan?" "Yes," Li Zeng said, "they have a final plan, and so do we. Do you remember that you once protected a group of experts who were researching genetic weapons against the Bastion people? Chapter 154 threatens their entire civilization." Lin Qun naturally knew about genetic weapons. That was the last battle before the 6th prison survivor base was surrounded in order to welcome back this group of people. And Lin Qun's understanding of this technology is far more than that. The last time the 6th prison survivor base was attacked and defended, He went out to attract the attention of the Bastion people, and Captain Chu secretly conducted the first phase of testing of this weapon. At that time, Lin Qun knew that this was the ultimate killing weapon that the humans in the Magic City had high hopes for. Hearing Li Zeng say this, Lin Qun's eyes suddenly flashed. Is this technology completely mature? People say that war is an important catalyst for the breakthrough progress of war weapons. Several key breakthroughs in human weapons technology, even the birth of nuclear weapons, came from several important stages of global wars. Now it seems that it is true. But what Lin Qun did not expect was that this technology broke through so quickly. It was still being tested a few days ago, and now it is mature? Li Zeng nodded, then shook his head and said, yes, but no. Thanks to the existence of the contribution point mall, and the fact that there are indeed powerful biological research institutions and experts in the Magic City, our team broke through the key technical bottleneck in the field of biological weapons in the shortest time, and based on the biological tissue samples of the Bastions we obtained, we worked day and night to develop weapons against the Bastions, a genetic virus weapon. Lin Qun probably knew all of this. After all, his identity is no longer the same as it used to be. He knows everything that ordinary people know or don't know. So, but no, what does this mean? Li Zeng took a deep breath and said, I know, Mr. Lin, you cooperated with the last phase of the test. You should know that a few days ago, this technology was just able to work, but its effect was limited. That generation of genetic weapon viruses can only reproduce 15 generations, and the infectiousness has not reached the standard. This generation of viruses can only be infected by direct inhalation, and can only infect 2 Bastions at most. Although the lethal effect has reached the standard, you should understand. Such an effect is meaningless in a large-scale battlefield, and it will not work in the Magic City battlefield. If you want to use this genetic virus weapon to kill all the Bastions in the Magic City, you need to produce countless bombs. However, with the current situation of the humans in the Magic City, it is difficult to produce dozens of them. I know. Lin Qun said, the significance of this type of weapon is that a bomb can release a virus, and the self-reproduction and infection of the virus can destroy the creatures of a city or even a planet. Kill the most enemies at the lowest cost. According to expectations, in the best case, this weapon can be used to kill all the Bastions in the Magic City and end the battle in the Magic City. And because of the biological targeting of this weapon, it will only work on the Bastions, and will neither damage the environment, nor cause harm to humans. This is the best weapon and the ideal. Yes, this is the ideal situation. Our team has been working hard on research and development, but they have encountered a new key technical bottleneck. The current situation shows that, in order to break through this technical bottleneck, either spend tens of millions of contribution points from the contribution point mall to exchange for top biological weapons, to study its core technology, or spend at least 10 years or even hundreds of years. Of course, our experts don't know how many years it will take, because with the technology we have now, we can't even touch the threshold of this new key technical bottleneck. We can only predict it from an optimistic perspective. Li Zeng said, we were too optimistic before. We could destroy a high-level biological intelligent civilization with a single weapon. Even if we use the contribution point mall to cross the threshold that we can't touch, we still can't break through it. And if we want to get such technology from the contribution point mall, it is simply not something we can afford with our existing contribution points. No matter which of these two plans may succeed in the future, it is meaningless now. Our original plan to destroy the Bastions with this weapon is also difficult to achieve. In fact, at present, the latest generation of weapons in our hands has not achieved the expected effect and can only spread to 15 Bastions at most. Although this is already terrible for a civilization, it is actually just a small-scale plague. This is not uncommon even in the history of our human civilization. Commander Li Zeng's words made Lin Qun feel like he was riding a roller coaster. But what surprised him even more was that this technology was worth tens of millions of contribution points in the contribution point mall. If converted according to the algorithm of the civilization battlefield, it would be the lives of tens of millions of contestants. And what this can bring is a breakthrough in the science and technology of civilization, a leap of decades or even hundreds of years. In this way, tens of millions of contribution points are not expensive. Those participating civilizations are flocking to contribution points, obviously, just for all this. It is not necessary to win the war of civilizations. As long as they get enough contribution points, it is a huge gain for them. Those contribution points can help their civilizations achieve a leap in the field of technology, shortening their technological evolution from hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands of years to a few years or even a few months. Which civilization would not be moved by such progress? Some civilizations may even extend the life of civilization because of this. And for the humans in the Magic City at this moment, the plan of genetic virus weapons, which should have brought hope, seems to have been stranded. Hearing this, Lin Qun was silent. This is by no means good news. It is indeed a helpless fact. The progress of civilization and the development of weapons are not achieved overnight. Even if the speed of progress is fast, even if there is a contribution point mall, if your own technology is not strong enough, and you do not have enough contribution points, you may be able to move forward a few steps, but in the end you can only sigh in despair. He had thought before that his unexpected collision with the Bakatans disrupted the military's plan and might cause the genetic weapon research and development team to have insufficient time, but from the current situation, he was overthinking. But after a moment of silence, Lin Qun raised his head and looked at Li Zeng and Fu Kai in front of him, saying, "You still have plans, right?" He knew that these two people called him here, and it was impossible for them to just tell him such a bad news. Sure enough, Li Zeng nodded and said, "Indeed, we still have an extremely risky plan, and we need your cooperation, Mr. Lin." At this point, he paused slightly, and without beating around the bush, he said directly, "Although we know that this genetic virus weapon technology is not feasible, our military department has discussed and believes that we can still use it as a threat to threaten the entire civilization of the Bakatans." What does this mean? Lin Qun frowned. Shouldn't this weapon be ineffective? Yes, but do the Bakatans know that? Li Zeng asked back. Lin Qun reacted, "You mean? Yes, we didn't know where the new key technical bottleneck was before we got to this step." To be self-deprecating, our technical team said that before encountering the bottleneck, they couldn't even imagine that it would become an obstacle, and they were even optimistic that we could produce a finished product. The Bakatans' research in the field of brain is far ahead of ours, but their research in biotechnology and genetic engineering is very backward. They prefer simple and crude cyber transformation in their bodies. Therefore, they are even less likely to know the problem here. Li Zeng leaned forward, and a bold and excited light began to emerge in his eyes. His speech speed gradually became faster. "So, we don't really need that kind of top-level weapon. We just need to show them our existing 100 generations of genetic virus weapons, and tell them that we have weapons that can destroy their entire civilization with just one weapon. That's enough. They don't know whether we have it or not. Whether they believe it or not, as long as they don't confirm it, do they dare to use their own civilization to try it? Then why don't we use this weapon, if we have it? Won't the Bakatans doubt it? Moreover, we are in the Magic City. How can we threaten their entire civilization?" Lin Qun actually had some guesses about these questions in his heart, but at this time he asked them directly and waited for Li Zeng to answer. "That's exactly what we need you to do, Mr. Lin." Li Zeng said, "We are in the Magic City. Of course we can't threaten their entire civilization. For a civilization, the soldiers they put in the Magic City are important, but if they all die, it doesn't matter. It's only meaningful to threaten their entire civilization and make their entire civilization under the threat of extinction. That's our goal. And if we want to go to their civilization, it's also very simple. That is, to use the Bakatan people's own space channel. We have purchased information. This space channel is controlled by a device. In the world of the Bakatan civilization, they can come from there and go here. No matter what kind of creature it is, it can be used. For example, now, they are using this to weigh nature, to withdraw the troops of the Magic City. And with the scale of the space channel in the Magic City, it takes at least 10 minutes to close it. In 10 minutes, with your combat power, you can directly pass through it before it closes, and directly threaten the Bakatan people's homeland. As for whether the Bakatan people will doubt it, why don't we use it directly? It's very simple. The purpose of our threat to them is to prevent them from deploying weapons of mass destruction in the Magic City and ending the blockade in advance. As long as they don't move, we won't move either. Of course, despite this, the probability of the Bakatans seeing through us is still high. They are a civilization and are not stupid. Therefore, this is the first plan. We also have a second alternative plan, which is more feasible, but the effect is uncertain. This plan is, even if they have enough knowledge and insight, and do not believe that our technology can destroy their entire civilization, and do not think that we can develop such advanced weapons, but that is not so important. We just need to make them believe that our weapons can kill thousands of their people. Therefore, if the first plan fails, we will use nuclear weapons to threaten them. The space cracks are complicated, and we can't throw them back at our weapons of mass destruction, but we can carry our own nuclear weapons and kill thousands of them. They are also a civilization. It is impossible for them to choose to exchange the lives of millions or even tens of millions of people with our human lives. A civilization can afford to lose hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people in one go, but when this number is huge, no civilization is willing to pay such a high price. What's more, they are contestants, and are already invincible, so it is even more impossible for them to accept such a result. Who in a position of advantage would be willing to exchange their life for someone else's? Besides, they have already gained a lot of contribution points in the Magic City. If you bring weapons of mass destruction to their world and start killing people, they will definitely be afraid. They want to live, and so do we. There is no better answer than this. Compared to exchanging lives for lives and killing the opponent to the death, isn't it more important to stay alive yourself? This is our plan. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. We exchange our lives for theirs and threaten their lives. Chapter 155. Give it a try. In Fu Kei's office, Li Zeng finished speaking. The eyes of the highest commander of the Chinese army stationed in the Magic City were shining brightly. His entire plan made Lin Qun shudder. It was crazy. This was an empty city plan. The ultimate weapon used by humans to threaten the Bakatan civilization was not in the hands of humans at all. Not only the genetic virus weapon was not there, but even the nuclear weapon was not there. The army rushed into the Magic City in such a short time. It was impossible to transfer the nuclear weapons into the blockade area, and it was even more impossible to hide a nuclear weapon in the urban area of the Magic City. The contribution points required for nuclear weapons with a large enough equivalent to threaten the Bakatan civilization were also very large, and it was not affordable. In the contribution point mall, the price of weapons of mass destruction was far more expensive than it actually was, because the civilization battlefield had restrictions on this weapon, and the number of times the participating civilizations could use weapons of mass destruction in a civilization war was limited. So, it was all an empty city plan. I know this plan is a bit crazy. Both plans have loopholes. The first plan, if it can successfully threaten the Bakatans, will be enough to make the Bakatans compromise, but the probability of being discovered is extremely high. The second plan is also a threat, but it cannot threaten their entire civilization. It can only threaten a part of the Bakatans. We are not Bakatans. From our perspective, we should compromise, but we cannot predict the behavior of the Bakatans. However, from our current understanding of the Bakatans, the second plan also has the probability of threatening successfully. But we have no other choice. If we advance, we will die. If we retreat, we will die. Since it has come to this, why don't we give it a try? If we fail, the outcome will not change. If we succeed, everyone can survive. Li Zeng sat back in his chair, his expression and tone gradually calmed down, and said, "Of course, Mr. Lin, you are a key link in this plan. In the entire Demon City, no one except you can pass through the Bakatan army and cross the passage to the other side within 10 minutes. Therefore, this threat can only be established if you are present. But all the core weapons we use to threaten them are fake. In fact, this situation will never happen. If the threat is successful, there is no need to travel through the space channel. If the threat fails, it is even more unnecessary. But what I want to say is that you can also refuse. This is your power. You have done enough. No one has the power to ask you to do anything." Li Zeng is right. After the battle just now, the Bastion army in the Magic City began to shrink, but their main force is still there. The human military cannot break through with the existing strength. In the case that almost all the Air Force fighters have been destroyed, without the support of Lin Qun, this threat plan itself is a fantasy. Even if humans really have this terrifying genetic virus weapon or large yield nuclear weapon, if they cannot be sent to the Magic City, they will not pose any threat. But Lin Qun was silent for a while and said, "Why should I refuse? I don't need to pay anything for it. I just need to be deterred. Moreover, if the crisis in the Magic City is resolved, I will also be a beneficiary. However, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Even if we don't have any of these two top weapons, I'm a mobile nuclear weapon. I can go over and kill all their top leaders. This can also be used as an important part of the threat. But, are you sure you want the Bastions to lift the blockade of the Magic City in advance? Can they do it? It's more dangerous outside." Lin Qun heard it clearly. He seemed to be a key link, but in fact he didn't have to do anything. All he needed to do was to show that humans have the ability to complete the plan, and defending the Magic City would only benefit Lin Qun. He only had one chance left out of his 3 Superman transformation cards. That was the last transformation, and it was also the opportunity for Lin Qun to best display his Superman combat power. But it can't be used carelessly. That is Lin Qun's biggest trump card. As long as there is this Superman transformation opportunity, no matter how big the killing array is, he can break through the siege. But Lin Qun is not a real Superman. Without the blessing of the Superman transformation state, Lin Qun's combat power is still not enough for one person to sweep across a civilization. Therefore, his cooperation with the military is undoubtedly the best choice, and he can borrow the power of the military to strengthen himself. Although the Bastions in the Magic City are avoiding him now, in the future, when he leaves the Magic City and fights other civilizations, with the support of the military, Lin Qun can fight into the chaos of other civilizations, fight against the most alien civilizations on the front battlefield, and get the most contribution points, which is much better than him working alone, and he doesn't have to worry about being hunted down by other alien civilizations. In the past, he didn't reveal his identity because he was not strong enough, and acting with the military was not called cooperation. Now it's different. Lin Qun has been valued by Li Zeng and others, and can really let the military cooperate with him, and help him grab contribution points. I understand. This is also why we think Plan 2 is feasible. We can threaten to massacre their high-level officials. The Bastion civilization is just like ours. The social level is not developed enough. Power is in the hands of a few people. Although threatening the lives of their high-level officials and a large number of Bastion people is not as good as threatening to kill all of their civilization, it is also an option, and has a success rate. Li Zeng nodded and said, "The party that purchased the blockade has the power to lift the blockade in advance. As for the outside being more dangerous, our threat is an empty city plan. The longer the time, the greater the variables, and no one can guarantee whether the Bastion people will come up with any countermeasures. Compared with the complete destruction of the Demon City, no matter how great the danger outside is, it is not unacceptable." Li Zeng said objective reality. Lin Qun had to admit that he had indeed considered all aspects. This is the only feasible and best plan at present. Next, Li Zeng briefly chatted with Lin Qun for a few more words, then stood up from his seat. He shook hands with Lin Qun and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Lin. The Bastions have begun to prepare the final plan. We don't have much time left. We will also start preparing the plan immediately. We may need your help at any time. During this period, I hope you can be ready at any time. Of course, you can also ask us any requests at any time. The Magic City military will try its best to meet all your requirements." To this, Lin Qun also nodded. He actually has many questions, but those may not be clear to Li Zeng, and he did not ask further. Although the Magic City is now bathed in the joy of victory, many people think that the Bastions have been defeated and the Magic City is safe, but they all know that the Bastions have a more terrifying and crazy extermination plan, and know the importance of time. They will not waste time communicating here. Soon, Lin Qun left Li Zeng and went to his lounge. His room has not changed. It is still the same as before. It was the staff dormitory of the former 6th prison, a very luxurious single room in the doomsday. However, this quiet single room now seems to have a different meaning. Because when Lin Qun came out from underground, he was surprised to see that the survivor base of the 6th prison was once again overcrowded. This time was more terrifying than when Lin Qun first came. Not only was there a lot of people in the survivor base, but looking out from the window, outside the high walls of the survivor base prison, there were dense convoys and heads stretching out. There was no end in sight. Lin Qun couldn't help but look at Kaozin beside him. Kaozin smiled and said, "These are all survivors gathered from various areas. Now the survivors and soldiers of the entire Magic City are gathering in our East District. The military hospital survivor base and the 6th prison survivor base are already the two largest gathering centers of the Magic City, and this will become the new command center of the Magic City Group Army headquarters. The Bakatan civilization is shrinking its strength, and so are the humans of the Magic City. The final moment of the battle of the Magic City is about to come, and who will live, and who will die, will soon be revealed." But what Kaozin didn't know was that Lin Qun didn't want to ask this at this time. It was that he didn't expect that there were still so many people in the Magic City. So many humans are still alive. Of course, if there weren't so many people, the Bakatans wouldn't have needed to deploy any weapons of mass destruction later. On the other hand, if Lin Qun hadn't destroyed the Bakatan forward base, the military wouldn't dare to let so many people gather together, otherwise they would be sitting ducks. He looked at the huge crowd of people under his feet, and suddenly an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. However, with so many people, how much food would they eat in a day? But he didn't continue to ask, but smiled slightly, and walked back to his room. This time, Kaozin and the others were more experienced. He separated the crowd for Lin Qun, and he went forward under the gaze of countless people, and returned to his room. Lin Qun was also somewhat accustomed to this. Next to him, Li Ji and Li Xing hadn't returned yet. They should have rushed to the front battlefield again, putting out fires on all sides. Such a peaceful scene at the foot of the survivors' base was not for nothing. The Bakatan troops were regrouping in the outer circle of the East District, and the human military was exchanging fire with them on the periphery. Now both sides were in the stage of friction and trial, and it is precisely because of this that the survivors here can be crowded here so safely. If it had been a day ago, they would have been attacked by the Bakatans. Not to mention the crowds of people on the ground, they would have been scattered by now. I don't know what they have fled like. There are always people fighting in invisible places. But what surprised Lin Qun was that not long after he came back, an unexpected person came to visit. It was Chu Yaoi. I don't know how this girl got in. She was dressed neatly, as if she could go out to fight at any time. She squinted her eyes and looked at Lin Qun. "It seems that I can't be the first in the East District. When I leave the East District, you will be the first." Lin Qun smiled. He was a little curious. Why did Chu Yaoi come to him? Moreover, she did not work for the military, and the military did not provide her with a place to live. Logically, this was not a place she could enter. Did this girl come to see him on purpose? However, it was also because Lin Qun was here now, and the battle on the front line was still tight, so there were not many people on this floor. Maybe, the Magic City will no longer exist by then. Chu Yaoi looked at Lin Qun, and did not let Lin Qun guess any further. Instead, she stated her purpose directly. "I want to know what the military has planned." She glanced outside and said, "Don't tell me that the overall situation has been decided, and the Bakatans have begun to retreat. They spent 5 million contribution points to blockade the Magic City, and now they have paid such a high price. There are at least 3 or 4 million or even more humans left in the Magic City. How could they give up? And they obviously still have so many troops. Retreating directly is the most unusual." Lin Qun listened and reacted. This girl was not here to see him. It is possible that others came to see Lin Qun, the strongest human in the Magic City, and worship him, but Chu Yaoi was obviously not one of them. She was very smart, and had already smelled the smell of danger. But this question made Lin Qun a little embarrassed. The military's plan was bold and dangerous, and it was an empty city plan. The fewer people knew about it, the better. However, although he and Chu Yaoi had little contact, their relationship was very delicate. He didn't want to make up a random reason to lie to her. Of course, even if he made up a random reason, he might not be able to deceive someone like Chu Yaowei. Lin Qun was silent for a moment and then simply said, "The military has its own plan, but I can't tell you." Chu Yaowei glanced at Lin Qun and seemed to be reluctantly satisfied with this answer. She took a half step back and said, "Okay, thank you. It seems that improving your own strength is the most important thing. You should recover well, and I'm leaving." Her thoughts have always been clear. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Being strong is the hard truth. After saying that, she really didn't say another word, turned around and left. Very cool. Lin Qun looked at her back and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, retracted his gaze, and returned to his room. If someone else said this, he might not believe it, but Chu Yaowei, Lin Qun believed that she would definitely be able to become strong. But Lin Qun also had his own things to do. Now he finally calmed down for a while, and he could draw cards. After all, he still had more than 3,000 contribution points. Lin Qun planned to allocate these 3,000 contribution points reasonably, some for drawing cards, and some for upgrading skills and raising skill levels. Moreover, he still had one chance to draw a lottery for his surviving gift card, but when he used this card, it was a second level card pool, so the remaining chance to draw a lottery could only be drawn from the second level card pool. The cooling time of the fairy gaze card had already ended, and Lin Qun was ready to go, set up the formation, and began to pray to the fairy. Good luck. But to his surprise, this fairy today seemed to be a little wrong, because the result of the blessing was not quite right. The blessing was successful, and the unknown fairy cast an impatient look at you. She looked at you with a wrong look in her eyes, and she casually gave you a blessing and a head crash. You have obtained extreme bad luck. Duration, 2 minutes. Looking at these 2 lines of text, Lin Qun was dumbfounded. Wait, there is also a head crash? Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Mark 46. As soon as Lin Qun came to his senses, he felt a pain in his head. It was as if someone had hit him lightly, and he instantly fell backwards. A tactical backwards. He fell on his back on the bed. Just now, when he activated the fairy gaze card arrangement, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His room used to be a dormitory for prison staff, with bunk beds. Although Lin Qun was the only one living here now, it had not been renovated. After all, it was just a place to live. Who could put any effort into such a thing at this time? It was basically the same as the dormitory. At this moment, Lin Qun himself was stunned. Due to the instinct he had developed during this period, he wanted to sit up again at the first time, but in the process of sitting up, he unexpectedly slipped on the bed. With a plop, he fell directly from the bed to the ground. Lin Qun was a little dumbfounded this time. What a joke. He had nearly 50 points of physical fitness and 29 agility. How could he fall off the bed? But he realized that this was obviously the result of extreme bad luck. He took a deep breath and prepared to stand up before thinking too much. Standing up after falling down is the instinct of humans who walk upright. But he grabbed the iron bar of the bed opposite and was about to stand up. Unexpectedly, before he could exert any strength, the bed opposite collapsed directly. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" It was the guard who heard the noise and came to inquire about the situation. After all, Lin Qun was a key focus now, so he had to pay some attention to what happened in the room. After a moment, Lin Qun's voice came from inside. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." At this moment, he was lying on the ground, motionless. The collapse just now might have caused some harm to ordinary people, but it was nothing to Lin Qun. After all, his strength and physical attributes were all there. But this incident made him realize something. He'd better not move. Extreme bad luck. I'm afraid even drinking cold water would get stuck in my teeth. Then, the best solution to deal with this negative buff is to lie on the ground and not move for the time being. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. The building can't collapse, right? Thinking of this, Lin Qun was inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Lin Qun's extreme bad luck did not seem to be transferred to the entire survivor base, so the building would not collapse. In the process, he also reviewed it. This time, he drew the extreme bad luck from the fairy's gaze card. This is the first time. And the fairy's look this time was impatient. Lin Qun imagined it himself. In fact, from the description of the last 2 times the fairy's gaze card was used, the fairy's eyes were actually a little wrong, but because there was too little information, Lin Qun could only guess. And this time, he was only concerned about drawing cards for good luck, but he didn't take into account. This fairy is also a person, and it is obviously a big boss level figure, maybe even that one. For such a person, he bothers her once every 12 hours, and asks her for good luck and blessings. 1 or 2 times is nothing, but it has been so long. How can she not be annoyed? How can they be happy if you treat them as tools? They can only treat you as a joke. Thinking of this, Lin Qun himself was ashamed. He couldn't help but sigh. This fairy must be a peerless figure. This can make my head explode. 48 points of physical fitness are useless. A head exploded. After counting the 2 minutes, Lin Qun stood up carefully. After confirming that the effect was over, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is not on the battlefield. If it was on the battlefield, wouldn't the opponent be beaten to death in a muddle? My own bad luck is equivalent to the opponent's great luck? He held the fairy's gaze card in his hand, with a complicated expression. He was busy using the card effect, but now he realized that this fairy's gaze card is not a simple card. It is clearly a card of human relations. It seems that I have to slow down. The next time I pray, I have to pay attention to the way and method. How about paying tribute? But, how to pay tribute? Just a token? Lin Qun pondered. However, these are all things for the future. He thought to himself that it would be better not to use it in the short term and let the fairy take a rest. Otherwise, it might not be good luck every time in the future, but bad luck every time. Anyway, this card is now cooled down again. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The fairy went on strike, and Lin Qun was a little sad, but he still had to draw cards. Especially now, it seems that the fairy's gaze card is a bit useless in the short term. There is no time to wait, so he will draw it first. Lin Qun now has more than 3000 contribution points. If he draws cards in the 3rd level card pool, he can draw 3 times directly. With the effect of the gift of survival, he can draw all the cards, a total of 6 times. But he didn't plan to use them all, but kept 2. He still has illusions about the fairy. Now it takes 500 contribution points to draw a card once. Who doesn't want to get a good card every time? Lin Qun adjusted his mentality, cleaned up the room, and started to draw the first card first. Use the card drawing opportunity of the gift of survival. This round of card draws is still from the 2nd level pool. This is because when the chain of survival gift cards was activated, Lin Qun's card pool had not been upgraded, but the number of card draws was fixed. Now the card pool has been upgraded, but this time the card draw opportunity still belongs to the 2nd level card pool. As Lin Qun used up this card draw opportunity, a familiar animation slowly emerged. A card emerged. This is an ordinary D-level card. Name, Kyankan Bag. Type, item card grade, D-level. Description, use this item card to obtain a D-level Kyankan bag, which contains 5 cubic meters of space. It can be opened or closed by mental power to store and retrieve items. Do you want to materialize it? This is an advanced version of Kyankan bag. 5 cubic meters of space. 1 is 5. Not bad. With the 2 that Lin Qun had before, if the big Kyankan bag is placed inside the small Kyankan bag, his portable storage space can reach 7 cubic meters. This 5 cubic meter space can also hold a lot of things that the small Kyankan bag can't hold, and can even directly fit a motorcycle. In this way, almost all of Lin Qun's things can fit in. There is no need to worry about the space and the problem of carrying things for the time being. This card is neither good nor bad. It can only be said to be average. It is a very regular 2nd level card pool card. Lin Qun materialized it, rummaged around in his empty small room, and settled his items again, and then started a new card drawing process. I don't know when the fairy will give face, but the card still needs to be drawn. Lin Qun is going to draw 2 first. Consume 1000 contribution points to consecutive draws. Lin Qun is looking forward to this. What can be drawn in the first draw of the 3rd level card pool? It's a pity that there is no extreme luck bonus this time. The fairy was not happy. Lin Qun took a deep breath, straightened his demeanor, and had the proper sense of ritual. He stared at what was in front of him and activated his innate ability. Possessed by the Emperor of Europe, my turn. Draw a card. Soon, a light flashed, and a card from the 3rd level card pool emerged. This is. Lin Qun's eyes flashed, and the moment he saw it clearly, his expression changed. Because on the card face, there was a legendary figure from the Marvel world. That was Iron Man wearing the Mark 46 armor. Sure enough, this card was the Iron Man suit. Name, Mark 46 suit. Type, item card grade, C. Description, use this item card to obtain a set of Marvel Iron Man Mark 46 nano suit. This suit can be automatically equipped after activation. This suit is made of vibranium components, titanium alloy and other materials. The head armor can be retracted. It has status system, flight system, Friday navigation system, combat analysis system, anti-ice system, flight stability system, etc. The weapon system is equipped with arc pulse cannon, palm, cluster cannon, chest, macro, air-to-air surface-to-air missiles, electromagnetic pulse, laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, etc. The full power limit flight speed can reach 5 times the speed of sound. Special note, hey, why is Friday gone? Maybe it's another card. This is the Iron Man suit. It's the Civil War suit from Captain America 3. However, it doesn't have the artificial system Friday. From the description, there is only a simple auxiliary system inside, and a powerful artificial intelligence like Friday is obviously the content of another card. But looking at this card, Lin Qun was still a little excited. The Iron Man suit is an absolute panacea. It has excellent performance and can help Lin Qun adapt to most scenarios. It not only has strong combat capabilities, but also excels in traveling and defense. With this Mark 46, Lin Qun's combat capability will undoubtedly be improved in all aspects. Moreover, its head can be automatically retracted, which will not affect Lin Qun's cooperation with the headshot girl's skills to kill. Such a set of armor is definitely expensive in the contribution point mall. It may be okay to have fewer functions, but the Iron Man suit with such rich functions cannot be bought back with 500 contribution points. Then, the second card appeared, a giant card. The Jaw Titan. Name, Jaw Titan card. Type, skill card. Inherent. Description, use this skill card to transform into a colossal titan with sufficient physical strength. The crouching height is 7 meters and the crawling height is 5 meters. It needs to crawl to walk. It has huge upper and lower jaws, and amazing bite force. The agility attribute is increased to 3 times the original attribute, the strength attribute is increased to twice the original basic attribute, and the constitution attribute and energy attribute are increased to twice the original basic attribute. The image and some characteristics of the giant after transformation are closely related to the skill releaser. Special note, this card is one of the Attack on Titan decks. If you gather the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Cart Titan cards, you can synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling. This is the Jaw Titan. This giant is quite unique in the anime. It is a rare giant with a fast movement speed. The speed increase given to Lin Qun is also exaggerated, reaching 3 times. It usually crawls. Not only that, its terrifying bite force can even bite the protective crystal of the Warhammer giant. Lin Qun estimated that with this card, he might be able to swallow armored vehicles such as tanks directly, bite them into pieces in his mouth. This is Lin Qun's 3rd giant card. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. He already has 3 giant cards. Is it still far from the rumbling? When in the 2nd level card pool, Lin Qun had to cooperate with the extreme good luck of the Fairy Gaze card to be able to draw C-level cards, such as giant cards. Now, it has reached the 3rd level card pool. He can draw 2 cards at random, and both are 3rd level cards. Moreover, the third level card pool is rich, with many C level cards. This card may not be in the second level card pool. If he draws in the second level card pool, even with extreme good luck, he may not be able to draw this card. After all, there will not be too many good cards in a card pool. It's like scratching a lottery ticket. There is only one grand prize. The prizes of the next level are also few and far between. This is why Lin Qun did not draw cards from the second level card pool this time, but directly upgraded the card pool. He speculated that he should have almost drawn all the good cards and C level cards that can be drawn from the second level card pool by using the Fairy's Gaze card. He was looking forward to it. If he could get the super luck of the Fairy's Gaze card, he might be able to draw a B level card directly from the third level card pool. What powerful effect will the B level have? However, thinking of this, Lin Qun was a little worried. This fairy is unhappy. What should I do? For Lin Qun, this problem is more difficult to solve than fighting the bastions for 800 rounds. Chapter 157 Crazy Upgrade. At this moment, the sky has brightened. The dark clouds in the sky of the magic city have dissipated, and the sun is shining all over the earth. Only the hideous space cracks in the sky are like huge scars carved on the sky above the city, hideous and ugly. Lin Qun stood in front of the window of his single dormitory and could see in the distance that there seemed to be many black spots moving upwards under the cracks. It seemed that the bastions were retreating, but the distance was too far and he couldn't see clearly. At this time, his energy had recovered a little, reaching 10 points again, and his mental state felt much better. In the distance of the East District, there were continuous gunshots and thick smoke. The battle was still going on. Since the early landing, this once prosperous metropolis has become a battlefield, and the smoke has never stopped. And listening to the gunshots at this time, it seems to be getting more and more intense. Although he didn't ask, Lin Qun could understand that these bastions should have received death orders to stop humans and themselves. Compared with the smoke in the distance, it is the booming voices nearby. Less than an hour had passed, and there were more survivors below. The military was organizing people to distribute food. The food that Lin Qun had contributed last time was now made into rice porridge for emergency use. However, at this time, although most of the survivors were hungry and dusty, there was no dispute. Everyone's face was filled with joy and full of yearning for the future. The news that the bastions were defeated and their rear began to retreat had spread throughout the circle of ordinary survivors. They thought that the battle was about to end, the magic city would be safe, and their lives would be better. What would it matter if they ate less or more at this time? Moreover, most of the human beings were short-sighted and did not realize the possible threats. In addition, there were more people around than ever before, and everyone felt more at ease. Even if someone raised doubts, they were drowned in this wave of looking forward to the future. In fact, there was also intentional guidance from the military. Some things do not need to be known to ordinary people. These ordinary survivors, maintaining an optimistic state, can undoubtedly reduce the burden on the military and be more conducive to the military taking other actions. But Lin Qun knew that once the bastions in the magic city had all withdrawn, it would be the time for the bastions to launch weapons of mass destruction. If they could not stop it, the magic city and the people in the magic city would be wiped out in the wave of destruction. Even him. Retracting his gaze, Lin Qun returned to his position. He was still in the recovery period and could not do anything. His current task was to wait for the instructions of the military and cooperate with the military to sing the empty city plan. The news from the military had not come, so he did not need to do anything for the time being. He continued to digest the results of this battle. There were still 2 opportunities to draw cards, but Lin Qun was not ready to use them for the time being. He still had hope for the favor of the fairy, which was a way to maximize the contribution points and the benefits of drawing cards. No one would give up easily, so he stopped drawing cards at this time, but chose to upgrade his skills. Now he still had 85 contribution points to upgrade his skills, which was very sufficient. Even the 300 contribution points for upgrading the skills of the armored titan had become a piece of cake now. Even at this moment, upgrading skills cost less than drawing cards, and could more stably improve one's combat power. There is only one left out of 3 Superman transformation cards. With the first 2 times as a foundation, Lin Qun can at least exert 80% to 90% of the Superman's combat power in the last Superman transformation. And what that means is self-evident. The third use will be Lin Qun's most powerful Superman form, but it will also be the last time. So this time, it must be used with caution. Either at the most critical moment, or when the most contribution points can be harvested. Strive to maximize the benefits of this last Superman transformation opportunity. Therefore, Lin Qun now needs to improve his own combat power. Superman transformation is Superman transformation after all, which is equivalent to borrowed power. Only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong. Lin Qun also looks forward to one day reaching the level of Superman himself. At this moment, Lin Qun calmed down and started to upgrade directly. Thinking of the Armored Titan, he upgraded the Armored Titan skills. The upgrade of the Beast Titan and the Armored Titan both requires 300 contribution points, but Lin Qun thought about it and chose to upgrade the Armored Titan. Because although the Beast Titan has many unique abilities, its shortcomings are also obvious. That is, it is a live target on the battlefield. It can cooperate with the military in combat, but in the chaotic civilized battlefield, the improvement is not very meaningful. This skill is more functional than practical. The Armored Titan ability card is different. Although it does not have the special effect ability of the Beast Titan, it is comprehensive. It has strong adaptability, survivability, and single soldier combat power on the battlefield. With Lin Qun's other basic skills, it can play a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Therefore, in terms of upgrading, Lin Qun gave priority to upgrading the Armored Titan card. After deducting 300 contribution points, Lin Qun still has 20 to 85 contribution points left, and this skill was quickly upgraded. Skills: Armored Titan transformation, skill level 2. Use the skill, and when you are full of physical strength, you can transform into an Armored Titan, 20 meters tall, with agility attributes increased to twice the original attributes, strength attributes increased to 4 times the original attributes, and physical attributes and energy attributes increased to 2.5 times the original attributes. The whole body is covered with bone metal armor. After the transformation, the images and characteristics of the giant are closely related to the skill releaser. Tip: load this skill card to get a 3-point permanent physique bonus. Upgraded successfully. Lin Qun's eyes flickered. After the second level Armored Titan transformed, his height alone reached 20 meters, which was already higher than the height of the Beast Titan. This height was terrifying on the blue planet, and it also had a fatal pressure on the already tall Bakatan people. Not only that, the attribute increase was also improved. The permanent physique bonus increased from the original 2 points to 3 points. At this moment, Lin Qun's physique has reached 49 points. With the transformation of the Armored Titan, the physique doubled. 2.5 times higher than the original double. After the transformation, it can directly reach 122.5. With the Headshot Girl skill, you can kill an opponent with 245 points of physique in seconds. This has not yet calculated the bonus of auxiliary skills such as Mario's carelessness. In that case, it will go straight to 300 physique. With such a terrifying headshot method, if Bakatan is still alive now, Lin Qun doesn't even need to transform into Superman. He can stare it to death with one glance. With the addition of various attributes, the horror of Lin Qun's skill of Headshot Girl is gradually revealed. The skill with 200% attribute addition is extremely terrifying, and its hand-raising action is extremely concealed. With the attribute improvement, its skill can be strong and powerful. What Lin Qun is a little concerned about is that after the upgrade of the Armored Titan, its iconic armor has also changed. In this second level skill, it is specially marked with Metal Edition. This undoubtedly directly improves the Armored Titan's ability to withstand beatings on the battlefield, but the specific situation may only be known after it is transformed and applied in actual combat. Now the second level Armored Titan skill can allow Lin Qun to directly transform into a battering ram and sweep across the battlefield. It can fight and withstand beatings. The second upgraded skill is the ability of the Shining Fruit. It can be upgraded once with 50 contribution points. It is very cost effective. Name: Shining Fruit ability, skill level, level 2. Consume 1 point of dark energy to activate this ability, and generate a 25 cubic centimeter hard diamond armor on the outer layer of the skin, which can be used to resist attacks or impact. Duration: 45 seconds. Only one diamond armor can exist at the same time at the current level. 25 cubic centimeters, an increase of 10 cubic centimeters from level 1, but the dark energy consumption has not changed. This skill seems to be of little use now, and it feels a bit dwarfed compared to Lin Qun's other skills and cards, but it has strong growth potential. If he can really cover his whole body with diamonds in the future, it will be much more resistant than the armored titan and mark battlesuit, and he can stack multiple sets of defense, truly armed to the teeth. Deducting these 50 contribution points, Lin Qun has 2235 contribution points left at this moment. These two skills have been upgraded. Lin Qun's eyes moved, and also moved his sight to his most basic and most powerful skills. Headshot Girl skill. This is Lin Qun's first skill, and it is also the most practical one so far. It is also the only skill that Lin Qun has upgraded twice, and now it has reached level 3. Now, it takes a full 400 contribution points to upgrade the Headshot Girl skill from level 3 to level 4. Skills: Bang skill level 4. Within a radius of 200 meters with itself as the center, look at the target and use this skill to destroy any part of the carbon-based life form. This skill has reached level 2, and the derivative function, it can carry out targeted blasting of objects with a volume of 25 cubic centimeters, the current upper limit of the target's physical fitness, that can be directly blasted. 100. When using this skill on an enemy with a physical fitness exceeding this value, the effect will decrease. Note, this skill will provide you with 4 points of physical fitness bonus and 6 points of energy bonus. With this round of upgrades, the physical fitness bonus, provided by the Headshot Girl skill, has directly reached 4 points. If it is increased by 1 more point, Lin Qun's basic physical fitness attribute will directly reach 50 points. Moreover, the increase in the headshot radius this time is not as large as the last time, but the derivative function, the ability to blast any object, has increased by 10 cubic centimeters. 25 cubic centimeters is not small. This will directly make Lin Qun's function more practical on the battlefield, rather than just for show. However, after these skills were upgraded, Lin Qun had nothing to try for the time being. His energy was still recovering, so he couldn't spend energy testing the Headshot Girl's skills. So he simply closed his eyes and rested while silently practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Chapter 158, The Tycoon of Demon City. Practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique with the concentration technique gave him a wonderful feeling. Lin Qun could feel that he could concentrate more, but he was obviously not the legendary martial arts genius. His progress in the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was slow, and he had not even reached the basic standard for upgrading with contribution points. Of course, strictly speaking, Lin Qun had not practiced for a long time, so it was normal that there was no effect. However, his energy recovered very quickly. The concentration technique did not change, but the speed of energy recovery changed. He was now more and more convinced that the increase in the upper limit of energy would also enhance the recovery of energy, but the effect was not very obvious, and it could only be felt vaguely when the energy reached a certain level. Lin Qun guessed that, if he wanted to improve clearly, his energy would have to be at least over 100. With continuous upgrades and improvements, Lin Qun felt more and more that everyone's 4 attribute panels were not that simple. Each of the 4 items was the sum of a related attribute. They represented the sum of the 4 categories of a creature, and therefore, the simple attribute improvement, the quantitative change, could achieve a qualitative change, but it would not turn the attribute into a skill. For example, as far as Lin Qun knows, the experts in the Magic City have been discussing and researching whether the strong Bakutens can fly by telekinesis or powerful attributes. Although there is still no clear conclusion, the only thing that can be confirmed at present is that the flight of low-level Bakuten telekineticists depends entirely on telekinesis. They use telekinesis to lift themselves up, thus overcoming gravity. However, the terrifying speed shown by Bakazin and Bakali made those experts puzzled, because it seemed that it was not something that could be achieved by pure telekinesis, but that involved high-level Bakatins and telekinesis abilities, which might not be the same. This may be related to their high attributes. And experts also speculated that the gravity of the Bakatin world should be greater than that of the blue planet, which may be some reason. Unfortunately, this kind of information cannot be purchased, and some of the information that can be purchased is not affordable for the people of the Magic City, and it is no longer in the priority sequence. Experts cannot catch the strong people of Bakazin's level for research, and the relevant research is basically stagnant and speculative. And Lin Qun can't do anything about it. Some people say that experts and scholars are useless in the end of the world, but this is not true. In the face of an instantaneous extinction disaster, as long as human society can survive, the knowledge these people have mastered can help human society quickly re-understand the world. Only by successfully understanding the world can progress be achieved, which is meaningful to everyone. Of course, that's all later. Lin Qun estimated that his random thoughts during the practice were also the reason for his slow progress. There was no way. As a modern person, it was difficult to really sit cross-legged and meditate without slacking off. Falling asleep directly might prevent slacking off. He groped forward, practicing from early morning to noon, and only stood up when it was time to eat. He was not hungry, nor was he going to share food with the survivors, but Kaozin came to the door. He brought news. Mr. Lin, the Bakatins are moving very fast. Their intention is very clear now. They are going to use weapons of mass destruction to completely destroy the Magic City. Within 48 hours at the latest, their most core group of personnel and equipment will be evacuated. The above means that we will take action within 24 hours. Are we ready? What does the military need me to do? Lin Qun nodded. The Bakatins' goals have always been clear, and they have just suffered a big loss, so it is reasonable for them to react quickly. I don't know how prepared they are, but not taking action now should be the answer. Kaozin handed Lin Qun a tablet and said, Mr. Lin, what you have to do is very simple. Just wait. I'm sorry, you can't go out to hunt Bakatins in the next 24 hours. This is the list of the action team. The personnel are all elites drawn from various troops and survivors. They will cooperate with you. Take a look. If there are any cuts, you can always propose it. No need to apologize. Even if I go out now, there will be no Bakatins to kill. Don't you see? They are all running away from me. This is Lin Qun's half-joking remark, but it is also a certain fact. Becoming a master who is too big is not a good thing. Unless he can always maintain the superhuman state, all the Bakatins in the city cannot outrun him, but that is obviously impossible, and his Superman transformation card only has one last chance to transform. But looking at the list, Lin Qun pondered for a moment and said, is the gene virus weapon I'm going to bring over very big? Not big, not small, about 2 conventional airborne missiles. We will use a missile launcher to load it, but considering that the threat of the Bakatins is that you take it to their world, it will be very convenient to disassemble it. Of course, if the Bakatins don't believe in our gene virus weapon plan, you can immediately change your words and say that it contains high-yield nuclear weapons. In theory, we can produce high-yield nuclear weapons, and the Bakatins don't know whether there are any in the Magic City, so they will definitely believe in this option. The only variable is whether they will choose to exchange their lives. Kaozin was a little confused. She didn't know while Lin Qun asked this, because those of them who knew the whole process of the plan knew very well that the genetic virus weapon would not achieve any effect at all. If it really exploded, the plan would fail. Lin Qun shook his head when he heard this. In that case, why do we need so many people to go with me? There are almost 200 people here, right? We don't need so many people. Why do so many people follow me? To give me courage? Lin Qun scratched the list and said, the driver stays, the operator stays, and the negotiation expert stays as well. In addition, please ask Chu Yaohui for me. If she is willing to come, she can come too. If she doesn't want to come, don't force her. Tell her that I invited her. Hearing Lin Qun's words, Kaozin blinked, a little confused. Although Chu Yaoi is also a master, she did not join the military, and in fact rarely cooperated with the military. She was usually elusive, so she was not on the list. Unexpectedly, in Lin Qun's heart, this Chu Yaoi was better than so many survivors and military soldiers sent to him by the military. Some of them, such as Jiang Qi, were the first in several areas. However, although they were included in the list, they themselves did not know it yet, and did not know what the plan was. Even if they participated, they could not know that the genetic virus weapons brought by Lin Qun were fake. And Lin Qun did not mean to look down on these people. These people together, without turning on the Superman transformation, would be enough for him to drink a pot. He felt that it was unnecessary. If something went wrong, these people might die on the spot. A few people are enough. As for Chu Yaoi, Lin Qun felt that she had unique abilities and might be able to play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Lin Qun paused and added, besides, I'm already so powerful compared to the Bakatan civilization. Bringing a weapon that can destroy half of their civilization with so many people will only make me look weak, isn't it? However, Kaozin did not ask any more questions about Lin Qun's request. Instead, he quietly put away the tablet and said, I understand, Mr. Lin, I will give you feedback immediately. He just took a deep look at Lin Qun. He still remembered the first time he met Lin Qun. He only felt that he was a reserved master, but he was no different from other powerful but low-key survived masters he had seen. But in these few short days, the man in front of him seemed to be rapidly transforming, and now his words and deeds are really like a top powerhouse who is truly far superior to everyone else. Such as Bakayun and Bakalai. But he is the Bakayun of the humans in Magic City. Kaozin didn't say much, but quickly stepped back, left Lin Qun's room, and quickly disappeared from Lin Qun's sight. At this time, Lin Qun came out and met the first group of soldiers withdrawing. Li Ji, Li Xing and others all came back. And Ni Wensheng. He didn't lie here and came to find Lin Qun specifically. He was very enthusiastic and excited. Brother Lin, you are so awesome. How did you do it? You didn't even have a ranking, and you came out all of a sudden. You don't know, we almost thought you were going to die at the time. Ni Wensheng's talent is giantization, and his strength seems to have improved recently. His height is almost 3 meters, like a little giant. He stood in front of Lin Qun with shining eyes, and was extremely excited. Li Ji on the side joked, Brother Lin, even though you haven't paid much attention to him, old Ni is sincere. You don't know that when you were suspected of being killed by Bakali, his eyes were red, and he was about to cry. These days, Lin Qun's schedule was almost out of sync with his, and they had hardly met each other. Instead, they had been acting and fighting together, and gradually became familiar with each other. They were no longer surprised by Lin Qun's combat power, and they were not particularly surprised to see that Lin Qun had refreshed his combat power again this time. Instead, they were very curious about Lin Qun's brief disappearance from the rankings and his suspected resurrection. In fact, Lin Qun himself didn't know. The period between death and resurrection was a blank for him. After resurrection, everything returned to normal. He couldn't explain it, and only smiled and said, I used a palm technique that fell from the sky at that time, and maybe I missed it, and hid in the second dimension. Ni Wensheng was very curious about Lin Qun's current level and combat power. He dreamed of becoming a top master, which was why he admired Lin Qun and yearned for the world of high levels and strong people. During the chat, Lin Qun also heard a piece of news that surprised him. Li Ji said, Brother, you don't know? Fan Wenshun, the head of Fan Building, is now on the rise. He is working with Huang Dafa to sell supplies everywhere, and he is now a big businessman in the circle of ordinary survivors in Shanghai. He is the most popular. As far as I know, when we were fighting in the front, they were always looking for food and purchasing goods in the back. Lin Qun blinked his eyes. He has been clamoring to be a doomsday businessman. This time he really got it done. And with Huang Dafa, he was a little emotional. In the doomsday, everyone has their own way of living and efforts. They are fighting on their battlefields, and some are trying to survive in their own way. This is the doomsday. No matter if they are the backbone or the unknown weaklings, they are actually doing meaningful things in order to live and survive. Chapter 159, Card Drawing. Mixed Sword Techniques. Lin Qun actually hadn't chatted with a group of friends like this for a long time. In the past few days, he had been working hard, trying to survive, trying to improve, and trying to fight. He was under great pressure. At this time, chatting with Li Ji and others, he felt a lot more relaxed. Especially the changes in Fan Wenchun. Lin Qun was quite moved by what he heard from Li Ji and others. But Lin Qun knew what he should do, and didn't chat with them for too long. He was about to set off, to have a Huishan sword contest with the Bastion people. At this time, although it didn't make much sense, he would try to improve as much as possible. He returned to his room, and continued to sit cross-legged, trying to practice his dragon elephant prajna kung, striving to reach the first level as soon as possible. He guessed that the power of the 10 dragons and 10 elephants in the original setting should be a direct bonus of strength or physique in reality. When practicing to the first level, you can get the bonus of the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. And now for Lin Qun, whether it is added to strength or physique, it is a good choice. Time passed little by little. The sound of gunfire in the far end of the city has not stopped. The shadow of the sailing ship is looming. However, the crowded survivors outside the survivor base have been dispersed. After all, many sailing ships of the Bastions have already arrived at the border of the East District and are exchanging fierce fire with humans. The large number of humans gathered here may become live targets. As one of the most prosperous metropolises in the Federation Huaxia region, the characteristics of this city are that it has a large population and is large enough. Now more than 60% of the people in the Demon City have died. Although there are millions of survivors who have fled to the East District and gathered in the East District in a short period of time, they have been reasonably evacuated and have disappeared like a mud cow entering the sea. At least at dusk, Lin Qun stood at the window and looked down again, and he could hardly see anything. It seemed to have returned to normal. However, at this moment, the 6th prison survivor base has also restored its previous grand scene, with people everywhere. Now everyone knows that the strongest man in the Magic City, Lin Qun, is here. There are so many places to hide in the East District, but everyone is scrambling to come to Lin Qun, and they feel safe to stay with this strongest man in the human world who shocked the battlefield of the Magic City. However, the 6th prison survivor base has experienced a series of wars. The building on Lin Qun's side is fine, but the other buildings are more or less damaged. The capacity is not as strong as before. Despite this, there are still a large number of survivors who are unwilling to leave, even in the open air. Lin Qun has been practicing without sun and moon. He has gradually seen some progress in the dragon elephant prajna gong. According to the current progress, as long as he practices for another day or two, he may be able to break through. His progress is actually very fast, and he can also cheat with contribution points. He can reach the first level of dragon elephant prajna gong in a few days. If King Jinlin knew about this, he would jump out and worship him as his master. Of course, this is because of cheating. However, the situation on the battlefield of the Magic City was tense, and there were new changes every few hours. This little bit of time was also very long for Lin Qun. The sky was gradually getting darker, from day to night, and when the night was filled, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Kaozin came to Lin Qun's room and asked him to get ready. They would set off in 15 minutes. Mr. Lin, the command center has approved your plan. We will only send a small number of people, but on the way forward, there will be troops to escort you. In addition, we found Chu Yaowei, who agreed to cooperate with you, but she said that she had a request. Lin Qun was a little surprised. What request? She didn't say that. She said she would tell you in person. Lin Qun was stunned for a moment and smiled. There are still 15 minutes to set off. She told me in person that if I refused her request, wouldn't the team be disbanded? No, that's not right. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. She is ready to set off with me. Kaozin said, Miss Chu, although I don't know her very well, but this time I met her, I think she is a person with very clear ideas. Lin Qun also nodded. He had just realized what Chu Yaowei really meant. I have a request, but whether you agree to it or not, I will go with you. Be open and above board, and all things are on the table. If they are clearly stated, it will be difficult for anything to go wrong. And Lin Qun was not too worried about Chu Yaowei's request. Although he had not had much contact with her, he felt that he had understood this girl. She was a very measured and independent person. When she made a request, she must have thought it through. It would be useful to herself and would not embarrass others. Thinking of this, Lin Qun smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll go see what she wants." 15 minutes was long and short. Lin Qun had nothing to prepare. He could have followed Kaozin immediately, but he let Kaozin leave first and stayed in his room. He wanted to make one last draw. At this moment, he had 1,835 contribution points left. He could also make 3 consecutive draws from the 3rd level card pool. This time, Lin Qun actually understood that even Li Zeng and the others were not sure. They were thinking from a rational human perspective, and because of the contact with the Bastion civilization during this period, they felt that their intelligence level and biological level were similar to those of humans. But the two sides were two civilizations after all. What if the Bastion civilization was not afraid of threats? Before, he didn't draw it, because it was unnecessary. Lin Qun stayed here to practice. What if he drew it? But now it's different. He will go to war, and this action is related to the life and death of the entire human race in the Magic City. He must master all the chips before that. Although Lin Qun felt that, even if he drew it, he might not be able to draw anything that could change the macro situation. But he had to give it a try. Lin Qun thought about it and set up the current formation again. At this time, it had been more than 12 hours since he was hit on the head by the fairy bullet last time. The cooling time of the fairy's gaze card had long ended, but Lin Qun thought about bothering the impatient fairy less. But now, he had to give it a try. This time, when setting up the formation, Lin Qun did not say anything in a mysterious way, but just said, "The human beings in the demon city are at the moment of life and death. I know that it may be useless for me to draw 2 cards at this time, but it is better to prepare something than nothing. I hope you can help me. After this time, I will not bother you for 3 days." Last time, he was hit on the head, and he suddenly realized that the fairy he was facing was also a living person. His mysterious words would not work, but would only make people hate him. And below kowtowed to him. It was fun once or twice, but too many times would only make people bored, and even think that the other party was greedy. Therefore, this time, Lin Qun was very sincere. He told the whole story to the existence that he could not see at all, just like chatting with people. He actually didn't know whether the other party could hear or listen. But after a moment, words appeared in front of his eyes. "What do I have to do with your life or death? This is very exaggerated." This time, there is not even any content about blessing success. It is just a sentence, as if that extraordinary existence, across time and space, influenced his talent, and was talking to him. But this sentence made Lin Qun's heart sink suddenly. Could it be? But the result that emerged in the next second surprised him. "You have obtained the ultimate good luck. Duration, 2 minutes. Lin Qun's expression was a little complicated. Although he said so, and this time, Lin Qun did not immediately draw the lottery without stopping after obtaining the ultimate good luck, but stood up in his room and bowed to the empty void from a distance. He didn't know whether the other party was still there after the fairy's gaze card was activated. But he already understood. The real use of this card is to exchange hearts with hearts. Besides, the other party's words are enough for Lin Qun to thank him. Modern people's thanks may be useless, and bowing with hands folded is the best way Lin Qun can think of. Then, he came back to his senses. After deducting 1,500 contribution points, Lin Qun still has 335 contribution points left. Start drawing cards. With the bonus of extreme luck, let's see what can be drawn. The first card. It's another magic secret card. Name, Sword Control. Type, Secret card grade, B level. Description, use this secret card to load the secret book of sword control in the brain. This sword control is a hybrid version of Kinggyuan sword art and Shushan sword control. Through practice, the sword control level can be gradually improved. With this sword control, you can fly the sword in the air and kill people thousands of miles away. When you reach the highest level, you can split mountains and collapse planets with one sword. It is said that after practicing sword energy, you can also turn sword energy into horses. Special note 1. Where is my flying sword? Where is my flying sword? Where is my flying sword? Special note 2. The level of this sword control has been updated and simplified according to the global battlefield data. Sword control. Moreover, it is a fusion version of Shushan sword control and Kingyo sword art. Shushan sword control, of course, does not need much. Kingyo sword art is a Zhuangjian sect's unique martial art in the Mortal Cultivation biography. The combination of the two is even stronger. Lin Qun's eyes lit up instantly. B-level card. As expected, it takes extreme luck to get a good card directly. This secret book is definitely a powerful card. This is a direct way to become a sword cultivator. How terrifying it is when a cultivator grows up. Is there any need to say? A Yuan cultivator may be able to sweep all the alien civilizations on the battlefield of Blue Star. Although this card is not as simple and crude as the Superman transformation card, it has infinite possibilities. If it really grows up, what is Superman? Exclamation mark. If it were not for the need to practice step by step, it would never stop at B level. A sword splits a mountain and collapses a planet. If there is such a fighting power, what is a Bakatan civilization? A sword energy is crisscrossed, directly shattering the planet, and all the Bakatans on the planet will die. One shot is a catastrophe of extinction. Superman can kill it with one sword. The chance to draw a lottery once for 500 contribution points. The card pool is indeed extraordinary. However, Lin Qun was not in a hurry to materialize. From the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, he understood that this secret manual was probably also a step-by-step process. He couldn't reach this level now, and he didn't have time to practice now. He could only give up and see what he could draw from the next card. Lin Qun took a deep breath. Another 500 contribution points were deducted. Lin Qun looked forward, hoping that this card would be useful in the negotiations with the Bakatans this time. However, Lin Qun was a little disappointed. There was no such a coincidence. With the Pharaoh's extreme luck to add, the second card drawn was also an extremely good card, but it was not of much use to Lin Qun's negotiations this time. And this second card was surprisingly. Chapter 160, The Shining Trap is Ohadron. Name, Peerless Zhao Yun. Type, Skill Card. Description, use this card to obtain the skills of Zhao Yun, the peerless general in the world of Dynasty Warriors. Special notes, a bright silver spear. Wait, where is my bright silver spear? Where is my bright silver spear? The description of this card is very rare. However, this special note is similar to the sword controlling technique just now. Lin Qun wanted to complain. Yes, there are only skills, but no flying sword and spear. How can these two cards be used? But there is nothing to do about it. One is a secret card, and the other is a skill card. If it can bring flying swords and spears, which are obviously item cards, it would be incredible. If it is really drawn like this, Lin Qun probably has to wonder if his innate skills are broken. Lin Qun complained, but he knew in his heart that these two things were not difficult to find. He had a spear in his hand. Vibranium spears can also be used as spears, right? This can also be regarded as an incredible combination of the Marvel world and the Eastern world. Holding a vibranium spear in his hand, he activated the Three Kingdoms Warriors skill. Just thinking about that scene, Lin Qun felt very magical. However, to really use this skill, he might not really need a spear. It should be enough to have a weapon. As for the flying sword, he is now the number one in the Magic City. Li Zeng, Fu Kai and even the entire military are willing to cooperate with him. Isn't it easy to find a good sword? Therefore, Lin Qun is not worried about this. But as Lin Qun used this card and loaded the skill, he was terrified. Skill, Peerless Zhao Yun, skill level, level 1. Description, activate this skill to obtain the Peerless General state that lasts for current remaining dark energy * 0.5 minutes. In this state, you will gain abilities. Effect 1. Basic skills, defense breaking stab, ground impact, sweep, 3 hit hovering, riding skills. Effect 2. Washang State. You will get continuous bonus. Your weapon will be covered with a layer of ki, and during the Washang state, all attributes will increase by 0.3 points per minute. Energy is the numerical increase. You will gain a large degree of self-healing ability, and most of the injuries you get will not affect your actions, nor will they cause severe pain, except for broken limbs, headshots, etc. Effect 3. Washang Rage. In the Washang state, you can get a point of rage for each enemy you kill. When the rage reaches 20 points, you can release a Washang skill, and the strength is based on the duration of the Washang state and the user's attribute bonus. Release the Washang skill, and you will perform a Washang dance with extraordinary power and range. Lin Qun couldn't help blinking his eyes as he watched all the way. This Washang Zhao Yun has a lot of skill effects. Three Kingdoms Warriors. Lin Qun has not played much, but he has heard of it. It is a mowing game, and the main feature is mowing. The only thing he remembered about this game was the pure and lovely Sun Shangxiang in the game, with a sweet voice and a well-proportioned figure. He only loved this one. He rubbed his chin and pondered, it would be nice if I could draw a summon Sun Shangxiang. The setting in the game seems to be that she hasn't married Liu Bei yet, right? However, if you want to draw a skill card, Washang Zhao Yun is better. It's more practical. The effect of this skill is also in line with the setting of Washang. Just keep slashing and keep having fun. The game of Washang is more fierce as the battle goes on, and it encourages mowing the grass, especially Washang Luan Wu, which must be killed randomly before it can be used. It's the same here. It's just that the setting is more realistic. Lin Qun's current dark energy limit is 22, which means that when he turns on the Washang state, it can last for a maximum of 11 minutes. This time is not long, but not short. With Lin Qun's current combat power, who in the Magic City can stop him for 11 minutes? Effect 3 is the one that needs practice to know the real effect. Judging from Lin Qun's memory, the Washang Chaos is a big move, which should not be underestimated. As for effect 2, this effect is the most complicated, but it is the most powerful bonus of the entire Washang state. Ignoring pain, strong recovery, and can also bless the weapon with Ganki. Oh my god, that is the Vibranium Spear adding Ganki? There is also a continuous attribute bonus. Lin Qun can now last for 11 minutes, and all attributes increase by 0.3 points per minute. For 11 minutes, it is a full 3.3 attributes. This 0.3 attribute bonus may not seem much now, but this kind of unlimited improvement is the most terrifying. As long as the Washang state can be maintained continuously, 0.3 plus 0.3 plus 0.3 can be added infinitely, because the duration is calculated according to the remaining dark energy attribute. In other words, although Lin Qun's dark energy limit is only 22 points, he can take drugs. 1 unit's contribution points can be exchanged for a bottle of golden dark energy recovery potion. A bottle of dark energy recovery potion can directly restore 2 points of dark energy, which means that the time can be directly extended by 1 minute. And for every minute extended, you can get an additional 0.3 points of attribute. If Lin Qun spends 100 contribution points to exchange for dark energy recovery potions for 50 minutes, his attribute bonus in the invincible state can reach 15 points. He turns on Mario's carelessness, which is 15 points of attribute. So, what if the time is longer? Infinite growth. Relying on this skill, it is not impossible to make the attribute rush to hundreds. It was impossible for Lin Qun to extend the time with so many contribution points, but now, he still has 948 in his hand, all used to exchange for recovery potions. Combined with the invincible skill, that is 142 additional attribute bonuses. Isn't this terrifying? In theory, this skill can reach the data attributes of Supermen. All 999. This is the horror of this skill. It's fun to keep mowing the grass, and it's getting more and more awesome to keep being invincible. The headshot girl doubles, and the additional attribute bonus alone can headshot an opponent with nearly 300 physical strength. If the basic attribute is added, even if there is not so much time on the battlefield, Lin Qun can completely activate the Washang in advance and wait for the attribute to burst and then kill. Whether it is a master or a weak, all of them will be mowed down by Washang. Moreover, this skill can also grow. After growing and upgrading, this additional attribute bonus will definitely increase. At the second level, it may be 0.4 or even 0.5 or 0.6 per minute. This Washan card and the sword controlling card are both B-level cards with high growth and high potential. Of course, compared with the sword controlling card, this Washan card is still a little worse. However, Lin Qun noticed that it actually takes 1000 contribution points to upgrade this skill. This also reflects the advantage and strength of this skill to some extent. The third level card pool is indeed far superior to the first level and second level card pools. As for the third card, Lin Qun's heart jumped, and he almost couldn't sit still. Because that is name, Shining Trapezohedron, type, item card grade, B level, description. This item is a strange asymmetrical metal box that can be used to summon the faceless god Nyarlathotep. Staring at it will establish a connection with Nyarlathotep, and then putting it into darkness will summon Nyarlathotep. Cooldown time 444 hours. Special note 1. Hey, if you are not pious enough, you may only be able to summon one of his incarnations. Special note 2. He may not only help you destroy your enemies, but also destroy you. Looking at this card, Lin Qun's heart skipped a beat. This is a real evil god. Nyarlathotep, an outer god in the Cthulhu mythology. In the Cthulhu mythology system, the evil god is an existence that mortals cannot match. If he can come. He stared at this card for a long time before realizing that he was distracted and the good luck of the fairy gaze had ended. It is worthy of being a third level card pool. Combined with the fairy gaze card, each card is B level. They are all extremely powerful and terrifying cards. Although the first two cards are useless for Lin Qun to threaten the Bacatans. After all, Lin Qun's ultimate goal is not to fight to the death with the Bacatans. It is meaningless for him to transform into a Superman and use his invincible skills to run to the Bacatans' homeland to kill them, because even if there are more Bacatans in the Bacatan civilization homeland on the other side of the space rift, if they leave the civilized battlefield, the Bacatans killed there will not be counted as contribution points, and it is purely futile. The last card may be useful. However, before he uses this card and lets the Bacatans see its power, how can he let them know that he poses this threat? Based on Lin Qun's understanding of Cthulhu mythos and the very obvious notes on this card, it is best not to activate this card unless it is absolutely necessary. No one knows what the consequences of summoning an outer god will be. It may destroy the enemy, or it may also destroy himself. It is best not to use the last chance of Superman and this evil god summoning card. At this time, Lin Qun sorted out his mood and set off directly. He met Chu Yaowei below the survivor base. The woman changed her clothes today. She wore a neat leather jacket, a hot short shirt inside, and a pair of long legs. She leaned against the military vehicle behind her. There was a hot feeling coming towards her. Combined with her natural, capable and refreshing temperament, she was completely different from those women who deliberately showed off their bodies. It was a bright feeling. But here at this time, either the few operatives or Kaozin and others would come here to chat with Chu Yaowei. Only Lin Qun strode over and said, "No matter what, thank you for your willingness to help. Tell me, what do you want?" "Don't thank me. I said that, if the demon city is finished, I will be finished too. Helping you and everyone is helping myself. And the task I undertake is not complicated. If something goes wrong and the situation is not good, I will roll you up and run, right?" Chu Yaowei smiled. Lin Qun nodded and said, "Yes, this is not the first time we have cooperated. I can't run away for you." He asked Chu Yaowei to come because he saw the uniqueness of Chu Yaowei's ability. Lin Qun is strong, and he doesn't need Chu Yaowei for anything in the battle, but if something goes wrong, who can take him away? Chu Yaowei must be the first choice. As a textbook Voldemort, no matter whether this threat plan can succeed, it is always right to prepare various retreats. Chu Yaowei looked at Lin Qun and said straight to the point, "My request is very simple. If I encounter a situation where I must die in the future, you must save me." Chu Yaowei's request surprised Lin Qun a little, but also felt reasonable. This seems to be a request that Chu Yaowei can make. She is an independent and strong person. Maybe she is not as strong as Lin Qun, but she is far better than most of the survivors Lin Qun has seen. Especially her own thinking has always been clear, very rational. And Lin Qun is strong. It is also normal for her to want Lin Qun to protect her once and for all. Her core idea is actually very similar to Lin Qun. They all pursued their own strength while keeping their lives as the core. Therefore, she didn't want Lin Qun to protect her all the time. She knew that was meaningless. No one could protect anyone. Only when one is strong can one be truly strong. But no one can guarantee that they don't need help. That's why she only wanted Lin Qun's help. However, this request itself seemed a little irrational. Lin Qun thought about it and said, "You are going to die. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word and run away?" Chu Yaoi seemed to have thought about this question, but she just smiled softly when she heard it. Her smile was surprisingly moving. "This is my request. How far I can do it depends on you and me." Lin Qun thought it was a little interesting. He said, "I promise you, it's not difficult. We are also friends. If something really happens, I won't stand by and watch people die. Of course, if I die even if I go, then you can only wish me good luck." Chu Yaoi nodded. "Of course, I just want a positive promise." The two of them talked briefly for a while, and Chu Yaoi stopped talking and stepped into the car. Sitting in the car, he closed his eyes and prepared to set off. Lin Qun was still down there, because Li Zeng and Fu Kai were here. There weren't many people here, but they were all big shots. They all knew how important this operation was. It was about the life and death of the people in the Magic City. It was impossible not to care. Li Zeng looked at Lin Qun and said, "Mr. Lin, you don't have to reach the bottom of the crack in the middle city. You just need to reach the edge of the crack. The nearest one is on the border battlefield of the East District. The soldiers along the way will clear the way for you. We will provide you with information and technical support here." Chapter 161 Exposed. If there is a book, it will be long. If there is no book, it will be short. 15 minutes passed quickly. Before Lin Qun got on the bus, Li Zeng told him that the missile behind the heavy missile launcher he was riding in was neither a genetic virus weapon nor a nuclear weapon, but a large yield vacuum fuel air bomb. That was the most lethal thing that the humans in the Magic City could produce at this stage. Li Zeng finally said, "If it is really impossible, Mr. Lin, you have to kill them in their world. The Bastion civilization is not much stronger than us, and their telekinesis and biotechnology are not enough to support their interstellar development. Therefore, the location where they open the space channel must be on their main planet. And they have landed on the Blue Star in more than one place in the Magic City. If you go there, you may have a chance to kill them back from their other channels connecting to the Blue Star. With your strength, you may be able to do it. If the Magic City is destined to perish, we also hope that you can survive." Li Zeng looked serious and spoke in a serious tone. Lin Qun looked at him deeply and said, "I understand." Immediately, he boarded the tall missile launcher and drove out of the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City. Go to the battlefield. In front of him, outside the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City, military checkpoints were opened layer by layer. The soldiers along the way did not know what mission they were going to perform, but they received orders from above to clear the passage. Mr. Lin was in this car. They strictly cleared the way for Lin Qun. The roadblocks and survivors' vehicles on the road ahead had already been cleared. At this time, the soldiers along the way saluted Lin Qun's car one by one. The survivors stood on both sides of the street, looking around and talking about it. Mr. Lin went to the battle again. What is he going to do this time? Is he going to completely wipe out the Bastion people? I heard that Mr. Lin's abilities are varied, as if he has more than a dozen talents. I don't know how he did it. People were shocked by Lin Qun's combat power, but they also had doubts. For example, everyone has only one talent. Why does Lin Qun have so many abilities, and it doesn't seem like he has only one talent? In fact, the same doubts were in the minds of many people in the military, but no one asked. Even if Lin Qun was asked, he would not say anything. And Lin Qun is now the #1 person that Magic City relies on. Even if Li Zeng wanted to ask, he could not open his mouth to ask. There were only 4 people in Lin Qun's car. An operator, a driver, Chu Yaoi and himself. Both soldiers seemed a little nervous, but they did not dare to disturb the 2 people behind. Chu Yaowei and Lin Qun did not speak. In fact, at this moment, Lin Qun was listening to Gu Pan's report on the situation in front. In the past 10 hours, the military has been preparing for this operation. Select the target crack location and secretly mobilize military forces to gather at that location. At the same time, the military also launched 2 small power genetic virus weapons on the battlefield. Deliberately show the horror of this weapon in front of the Bastion people, kill the Bastion life in a targeted manner, and the military will act quickly after launching the weapon to cut off the spread and give the Bastion people a maze, so that the Bastion people will not know the true reality of this weapon. If you want to use gene virus weapons to deter the Bastion people, you must first let them know that this thing does exist and can be useful. Therefore, when Lin Qun set out the information that humans have some special biological and chemical weapons against the Bastion civilization, has spread within the Bastion civilization. On the battlefield of the Magic City, many commanders, including Chisa, were shocked. In Bastion itself, the parliament was even more shocked. It convened the parliament urgently and prepared to send people to evaluate the development of this gene virus weapon of humans and the threat it could pose to the Bastion civilization. Lin Qun did not set out for a long time, waiting for the incident to ferment. Then, he came here again. The threat has wait. The journey was smooth. The military has paved the way for Lin Qun. They went all the way forward from the back to the front of the battlefield, below the end of a huge space crack. Along the way, there are human occupation areas everywhere. The soldiers in this position also don't know what Lin Qun is doing specifically, but it does not prevent them from resolutely executing the orders of their superiors, paving the way for Lin Qun, and forcing the Bastion people in front to retreat. The Bastions retreated in batches. On the front battlefield, although the battle seemed fierce, there were not many Bastions left. The remaining Bastions were also shaken. If the Bastion Council had not threatened their families in Bastion, they might have run away long ago. Although not many ordinary people knew about the news that Bastion was about to release weapons of mass destruction, it had spread throughout the Bastion civilization. They all knew that, if they walked slowly, they might be killed by their own people, who still had the will to fight. It was the same at this time. When Lin Qun arrived at the designated location, both sides had been cleared. 2 kilometers in front of him was the Bastion line, and 1 kilometer behind him was the human line. However, the terrain of the city was complex, and Lin Qun could hardly see too many figures on both sides. In fact, the Bastions were not that far away, but they heard that Lin Qun was coming, so they retreated a long distance. It was very exaggerated, but also very realistic. There was a skyscraper here. Chu Yaowei and others stayed below, while Lin Qun went straight to the sky. Looking into the distance, a small Bastion shuttle was flying at high speed. Just when Lin Qun set off, the human side had officially transmitted information to the Bastions. This is a negotiation. Lin Qun squinted his eyes and watched it approach quickly. Standing on a high place, his eyes wandered, and he could see half of the DC area. Most of the high-rise buildings here had already collapsed in the war. The average height of the city in the Magic City has dropped to this level for the first time. The skyscraper where Lin Qun is now standing actually has a large area of detachment and damage, but it can still barely support. And looking up, in the sky, there are spider web-like space cracks. Like a broken mobile phone screen, it is embedded in the sky of the Magic City, spreading all the way from the core position of the central city, with the largest scale in the center, and starting to shrink to the junction area of the other 4 city districts in the east, west, south, and north. At this moment, he is directly below a shrinking space crack. He came with weapons. Standing at the bottom of the space crack, it is to tell the Bastions that I can kill them with weapons at any time. Kill them to your homeland. The shuttle arrived late and hovered in front of Lin Qun, about 30 meters away. There was no Bastion in it, but a drone. After it stopped, the light flashed and projected a vague figure of a Bastion. It looked a little old, but the projection was huge, more than 20 meters high. Projected in the sky, it was like a huge giant rising from the sky, looking down coldly at the humans under its feet. Lin Qun had to look up to see it. He felt a little regretful. Now the Bastions were afraid of him like a tiger.
Wherever he appeared, the Bakatans retreated, and the same was true here. They even sent only a drone. It became difficult for Lin Qun to kill a few Bakatans and get a few contribution points. He suddenly realized a truth on the battlefield of civilization. It's okay to be strong, but it's better not to make it known to everyone. Otherwise, the stronger the strength, the fewer other civilization contestants can kill. Everyone is an intelligent civilization and a higher creature. They all know that you are powerful, so how can you not run? The voice of the Bakatan who arrived pulled Lin Qun back from the disappointment of not being able to take the opportunity to roll up more contribution points. Lin Qun, we finally meet. You are the most powerful human civilization creature we have encountered in this war, but you are definitely not the strongest individual in this civilization war. It used a simultaneous translation device, and the first sentence was recognition of Lin Qun. Looking at the magic city, and even looking at the world, Lin Qun may be the first human to be recognized by an alien civilization. And you have to know that when the Bakatans first landed, they were extremely dismissive of humans, and this was vividly reflected in the very beginning of Bakayan. In their eyes, these native humans are just a group of walking contribution points. Lin Qun raised his head and looked at its blurred face. Who are you? I'm the chairman of the 9th Parliament of the Bakatan civilization. My name is Akka. You are the first human to know my name. Its voice is as grand as the projection size it now shows. Very good. Then you should know why I'm here. Lin Qun knew that the speaker of the parliament was already the most powerful person in the Bakatan civilization. The military's plan was indeed useful, and it had alarmed people of this level to show up. He stood on the roof, facing this top figure in the Bakatan world, without showing any fear. His expression and voice were all light. I don't mean to talk nonsense with you. Under my feet are weapon warheads loaded with genetic viruses. I give you two choices. First, you continue to implement the plan to destroy the demon city, and I will bring it to your world, and we will fight to the death. Second, you retreat, close the space channel, and lift the blockade of the demon city. If you don't move, we won't move, and we will live in peace. Lin Qun's words were as brief as possible. This was also the instruction of the negotiation expert arranged for him by the military behind him. However, Lin Qun's face did not move, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Although the threat was unsuccessful, Li Zeng also pointed out a way out for him, but that was not Lin Qun's best choice. He didn't want to waste his last chance to transform into Superman. What if he went to the homeland of the Bakatan civilization? No matter how many people he killed there, they would be out of the battlefield of civilization, just like being out of the ring. They would have no experience and contribution points, and they could only survive. There was only one last chance for Superman to transform, and he didn't want to waste it in vain. Moreover, he had been in the magic city all the time. He understood the situation here, and knew so many people. He didn't want to jump directly to a place where he might not even know where it was. Besides, who knows if the Bakatan civilization will close other channels to the Blue Star at the same time. Therefore, Lin Qun also hoped that this time would succeed. But it seemed this did not threaten the Bakatan parliament speaker Akka in front of him. It was silent for a moment, and a slightly sarcastic sneer seemed to appear on its blurred face. It said in a loud voice, "Human, to be honest, your biological weapon is indeed powerful. Our current biotechnology is not strong enough, and we can't confirm your strength from a technical level, but we have experienced a civilization war, and we know what kind of strength a civilization that can match this kind of weapon should have. You are far from meeting the standard. So, we believe that you have developed biological weapons against us, but we don't believe that the weapon in your hands now has the ability to destroy our race. If I guess correctly, it can kill dozens or hundreds of Bakatans at most. This threat is meaningless to us." Its voice gradually became cold, and its huge body leaned forward, as if it wanted to completely cover Lin Qun and the entire demon city under its feet in its light and shadow. Lin Qun heard this, and his heart sank suddenly. It was discovered in an instant. Chapter 160 To the Invitation of the Bakatans. The command center of the survivor base of the 6th prison. The content of the conversation between Lin Qun and Akka and the real-time picture are all being transmitted back. When they heard Akka's words, everyone's face changed slightly. The negotiation experts below instinctively looked at Li Zeng. They are experts, but they have never dealt with such a thing, nor have they negotiated with the Bakatan people. In fact, this is the first time for the entire Magic City to have a dialogue with the Bakatan civilization. Before this, both sides were killing and fighting. The Bakatans have all the advantages and came here to kill all the humans in the Magic City. Why talk to a group of contribution points? Now there is this opportunity, but it is also ushered in by Lin Qun's 2 major victories. But this is the first time after all. Li Zeng's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment at this moment. He had 2 thoughts in his mind. One is whether this hacker is deceiving them. The second is that, if he is not deceiving them, should he immediately start the second plan? Genetic virus weapons have a high probability of being discovered, which is not something they have not considered before. However, I didn't expect it to be so fast. After saying 2 sentences, Akka had already revealed the first trump card of mankind. There was no information from the command center behind, so Lin Qun did not speak for a while. He felt a little depressed. This did not seem to be going well. The plan of the Demon City, to fight to the death, was too hasty. This was forced by the situation. The Demon City did not have the time or ability to come up with a better plan. But because of this, I'm afraid that today. But at this moment, Akka suddenly said, "Human, in fact, we understand why you are here. In fact, you don't have to do this. Look at those people under your feet. Those humans are so weak compared to you. You don't have to be with them at all." "What do you mean?" Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. "I want to extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Bakatan Council and the Bakatan civilization." Akka said word by word, "Maybe you can choose another camp. I know that you are a human, but the strong have more opportunities to choose. Cooperate with us. Cooperate with the Bakatan civilization. All the problems you are facing now will be solved. You don't have to worry about not having strong civilization support. Although our Bakatan civilization is not as powerful as other powerful civilizations, it is stronger than the human civilization behind you and has enough experience. After all, the Blue Star battlefield is only a level 3 battlefield. No matter how powerful the participating civilizations are, they will not exceed a limit. The most important thing is that we are contestants and we have a safe homeland. So you don't have to worry about the great destruction we will launch on the Demon City, because you will be taken back to our world by us and enjoy the best treatment here. The same will be true in the future. If you encounter threats or injuries, you can retreat to our homeland under our protection, avoid war, and enjoy medical treatment. We are a contestant civilization. Whether in terms of authority or survival advantages, we are far superior to you human natives. We contestants are naturally invincible. Become one of us, and you can enjoy all this. Isn't this a good choice?" Akka's voice was tempting. Its huge body leaned forward, and its blurred face approached the humans on the top of the skyscraper little by little. At the same time, the shuttle behind it began to release electromagnetic interference. The images and information received by the survivor base of the 6th prison instantly became blurred. Fukai's face changed. "Where is our electronic countermeasure team? What are they doing?" On one side, a military staff officer said, "Could Mr. Lin defect?" As soon as this was said, the faces of the others all changed. Everyone knows what it means. If Lin Qun defected on the battlefield, the humans in the Magic City will lose everything. Not only will they lose their top combat power, but all the cards of the Magic City will be revealed. At this time, the soldiers of the electronic countermeasure team gritted their teeth and said, "This is not right." They are well prepared. The electronic interference technology of their shuttle has exceeded the technological limit of the Bakatans. It is an advanced technology that they spent a lot of money to buy in the contribution point mall. They are well prepared. At this time, Li Zeng finally spoke. He stared at the screen that looked like a PPT, and there was a vague voice in his ears. At this moment, how could he not understand? The Bakatans are well prepared. Fukai turned his head and looked at him. They reacted really quickly. "We dropped the first batch of genetic virus weapons as a test bomb more than 2 hours ago, and only issued a request for negotiation an hour ago, but they have already grasped the key point in such a short time." Li Zeng said, "We have our plan, and the Bakatans also have their own plan. They not only want to incite Lin Qun to rebel, but also want to alienate us from Lin Qun.
Which of these two plans works will be a huge blow to us. Below, the staff officer who just spoke whispered, "Commander, then, do we need to do something now? Do we need to recall Mr. Lin urgently? Although the communication at the scene has been interfered and cut off, the troops behind us can still be contacted. They are less than 1 kilometer away from Lin Qun and will be able to respond soon." "No." Li Zeng raised his head, looked at the frozen picture, and said word by word, "We do nothing. There is only one thing we have to do. Believe in Lin Qun. Believe that he can make the most correct judgment. We are all human beings. We are the civilization behind him. What we have to do is to unconditionally support and trust our people. This is what we should do. This is what we must do." So, the Bakatans. Their plan cannot succeed. At the same time, on top of the building, Lin Qun noticed that the communication had been cut off. Aka made no secret of it. "I have cut off your communication with your civilization. Don't worry, no matter what decision you make, your civilization will not be able to know it immediately. Maybe you are not so clear now, but when you leave the magic city and step into a larger battlefield, you will understand how important it is to you to have a powerful civilization behind you. The war of civilizations. The war of civilizations. The most important thing is civilization. Cooperate with us. This is the best choice for you. Otherwise, staying among humans is the biggest waste of you and your combat power. You don't have to worry about anything. It is not uncommon for a strong civilization to cooperate with another civilization on the battlefield of civilizations. Since it is a battlefield, only what is beneficial to both sides and to ourselves is a tactic. There is no need for alien races to fight to the death. No matter how powerful a person is, he is just a contribution point. We cooperate with you, and you don't have to worry about us attacking you behind your back." Listening to Aka's words, Lin Qun had to admit that every word said by the Speaker of the Bakatan Parliament seemed to make sense. Choosing them, all the current problems can be solved. But, Lin Qun was silent for a moment, then sneered. He said, "I refuse." He raised his head, looked at Aka's blurred face, and asked back word by word, "I'm a human. You are a Bakatan. Why should I believe you? Why should I cooperate with you? I have my own civilization, and alien civilizations. For me, there are only two relationships. Kill me or be killed by me." This is Lin Qun's answer. He did not hesitate, nor did he need to hesitate. Along the way, he saw blood all over the ground, which was the answer. Jiang Bin's last look on the long street. The humans of Blue Star and the aliens are in a life and death struggle. Lin Qun will never forget it. Moreover, Lin Qun is not stupid. How can he join if he is not of my race? This is impossible. This is a civilized battlefield. He is a walking contribution point to the aliens. If they cooperate today, they can suddenly kill him tomorrow. Only a fool would really believe these words. He stepped forward, his clothes fluttering in the strong wind. He stood on the edge of the building, overlooking the devastated land of the demon city under his feet. Aliens are aliens. The current appearance of this city is your answer. It is better not to seek the skin of a tiger than to seek it. I'm not an idiot. Do you think I will believe you? Cooperate with me. Watch me become stronger little by little, and finally kill you all in the end. Or should I wait for you to kill me when I let my guard down? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? This is my answer and my last choice for you. Yes, you guessed it right. We don't have the ability to develop genetic virus weapons that can threaten your entire civilization. The biological weapon we have now is more like a useless poison than a biological weapon. But it actually contains a nuclear bomb. Of course, I also know that, even if a nuclear weapon is detonated, it can't kill many people on a planet. Millions? 10 million? That's too little for a civilization. You may not care. You can even intercept it in advance. But I will come with it. I will make sure it causes the damage it deserves. And I will do my best to destroy and kill on your homeland. You know what I mean. You should also know what I can do with the strength I have shown. Lin Qun spoke in a sonorous voice, without a word of compromise. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he might attack in a rage at any time, and fight to the death. The communication was cut off, and the support of the experts was gone, so Lin Qun did it his own way. He didn't know any negotiation techniques,
but he had lived to this day and had experienced so many battles. He knew how to intimidate his opponents. The momentum he showed at this moment made Aka believe that he could do all this. But who is Aka? He is the chairman of the Bakatan Parliament, the top of power, and he was not scared to stand in this position. Therefore, even though his face was blurred, Aka's eyes instantly turned cold, and he said grimly, "Human, do you really think this can threaten us? You are right, we don't care about the impact of a nuclear weapon here. Our planet is not a civilized battlefield. Unlike you, we are always on the verge of extinction. What kind of people are dead? Compared with the millions of contribution points we can get by killing the remaining humans in the Magic City and the progress these millions of contribution points can bring to our civilization, it is not worth mentioning. Anyway, the lifespan of us Bakatans is only 200 years. They will die sooner or later, but the technology they get in exchange for contribution points can benefit generations. As for you, what kind of threat can you pose? You are very powerful, but you have exposed your true colors by taking action twice. Not only can your power not be maintained for a long time, but it can also not be used many times, right? Otherwise, how can you stand here and talk to me now? Shouldn't you have come here to kill me a long time ago? If I guess correctly, your ability can only be used 2 or 3 times at most, so you are reluctant to use it, because if you use it again, you will never have the opportunity to show such a powerful power again. You have used up all your trump cards before you even left the Magic City. It is unwise for you. And even if you come, don't we have strong people in our homeland? Our Bakatan civilization has strong people like you, and we also have the weapons you have used before. They can kill you and paralyze you. Even if you have the strength to come in your prime and break through our obstruction, it will not bring any destruction in the end. In that case, what threat will you pose to us even if you come? No matter how good you are at killing, you can't kill all the lives of our civilization in a limited time, and with a limited number of times you can use your top power. When your power is exhausted, that will be your death. Our weapons of mass destruction are ready. With just one order from me, they can be deployed to the Magic City and detonated within a minute. You rejected us, and the end result will be your defeat along with the Magic City. As it spoke, the light it projected began to rise, as if it didn't want to talk anymore, and was ready to leave. In fact, at this moment, at the Bakatan Native Parliament, although only Aka projected to the Magic City, all the other parliamentarians were present and heard the entire conversation. They all looked at Aka in surprise. The real situation was not as Aka said. They could not afford such a loss. If Lin Qun really did everything he said, even if the Magic City was destroyed in the end and Lin Qun was killed, but the parliament would pay a heavy price for their choice to ignore the lives of the people. The angry Bakatans would overwhelm the parliament, and the Bakatan civilization would fall into shock again. The war of civilizations. There is no way to fight. However, they did not doubt that humans have a nuclear bomb. The parliamentarians were a little restless. The Magic City is not the only place where the Bakatans landed. The Bakatans fought on multiple fronts on Blue Star. If they lost here, there are other places, and they don't want to suffer heavy losses here. Fighting on multiple fronts and harvesting natives is the way most civilizations will choose. It's just that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops may be deployed in important places, and thousands, hundreds or even dozens of troops may be deployed in unimportant places. Because the purpose of most contestants is not war, they know very well that the Bakatan civilization is not the most powerful civilization in the global battlefield of Blue Star. Their purpose is only to harvest as many contribution points as possible and gain the possibility of progress for their own civilization. Therefore, in the early stage of the global battlefield, all civilizations are active, and in the middle and late stages, many civilizations will lay down their arms, because at that time, it will be more difficult to obtain contribution points. Only extremely powerful civilizations will fight to the end for a larger number of contribution points and the title of winner. The Bakatan people have paid too much in the Magic City. For the remaining millions of people in the Magic City, the loss of their homeland is not worth the loss, and they find it difficult to accept it. It is better to invest troops in other battlefields, and strive to obtain as many contribution points as possible in the early stage. Therefore, at this time, they have some complaints about Aka's toughness.
They hoped to be safe. But Akka just signaled everyone with his eyes not to speak. He was a little unwilling. Bakali died in the battle and the forward base was destroyed. Their losses exceeded expectations. Humans also have limited knowledge of Bakatan civilization. It also wants to take advantage of this. In turn, it suppresses humans and makes them dare not fight to the death. The human in the magic city, only this human can threaten the Bakatan homeland. As long as he dares not fight to the death, the human in the magic city can only wait for death. And this human has finally reached this point. Alka bets that he dare not give up everything easily. This chapter is 4,000 words. Dear readers, I recommend it today. It is the first recommendation after it is put on the shelves. Please support it with a wave of monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Who will give in first? The atmosphere in the command center of the survivor base of the 6th prison was a little tense. People were watching the screen nervously, looking forward to the restoration of the signal, and also looking forward to the final result. Li Zeng and others understood that at this moment, they could no longer control the situation. The life and death of the demon city was in the hands of Lin Qun. At this moment, the supreme commander of the demon city also had his heart in his throat. His heart was pounding. Under the blood-red and gloomy night sky, under the building, Chu Yaowei had already got out of the car and was looking up. The distance was a bit far, and she could only hear some vague sounds. The two soldiers in the car behind had already seen cold sweats, but Chu Yaowei still looked calm, just leaning on the edge of the military vehicle, silently looking up, not knowing what she was thinking. Only she knew that her palms were full of cold sweat. She knew the result this time would determine her life or death. Even she couldn't help being nervous. At this moment, in fact, many people in the demon city didn't know that this negotiation, which was likely to determine the life and death of everyone in the demon city, was entering the final moment. At this moment, on the top of the magic city building, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Akka didn't want to give up the magic city. They paid 5 million contribution points just to block the magic city and invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the magic city battlefield. The appearance of Lin Qun caused heavy losses to the Bakatan civilization, and several high-level strongmen died. Such losses can only be compensated by completely destroying the magic city and taking back the contribution points of all humans in the magic city. So, it also wants to take a gamble. Humans also have limited understanding of the Bakatan civilization. The information gap is the advantage of both it and Lin Qun at this moment. At this moment, it has finished speaking. The members of the parliament on its side also fell into silence for a moment, nervously waiting for the situation to change. Lin Qun was also looking up at Akka. Unlike Akka, at this moment, the civilization behind him has been silent in the interference. He can only rely on himself to make judgments. This seems to confirm Akka's words from a certain angle. Humans are a weak civilization, and it is difficult to provide support for the strong people of their own race. But, for Lin Qun, alien civilizations are not an option. Everyone came for contribution points, but they are not even of the same race. They can cooperate with you today, but they can kill you tomorrow. Whoever cooperates with them is either so powerful that he can ignore their entire civilization, or he is hopelessly stupid. If it is not stupid to seek the skin of a tiger, what is it? If you want to choose this, you might as well give it a try. Lin Qun has so many tricks that he may not survive in the end. At least, bite off a piece of their meat. This is the blood of Lin Qun as a human being. At this moment, he will not give in, and it is impossible to give in. Therefore, after a brief silence, Lin Qun continued to take a step forward. At this time, he has completely stood on the edge of the building, standing tall, and every word is sonorous. You can try. Anyway, the demons don't exist, and I will die anyway. Even if my ability is limited in time and number of times. So what? Even if you have weapons and strong people in your homeland, who can intercept and kill me. So what? As long as you can't stop me and kill me in the first place, you can see that I can use that little bit of time. How many of your Bakatan senior officials, top combat forces, and scientific research experts have been killed? Besides, I won't hide it from you. I have another trump card. If it hurts the enemy by 1,000, I will lose 800 of my own. That's why I have never used it. But it may be able to destroy your civilization. If it really comes to a dead end, I don't care. You can try it. Of course, you don't have to believe what I say. He didn't say much, only this sentence, but it was the clearest expression of his meaning. In the last sentence, his eyes were even colder, as if coming from the underworld. The trump card he mentioned was the shining Tridecahedron. Summoning the evil god would surely lead to a deadly battle. At this moment, Akka was silent. Its projection had risen to a certain height at this time, and it seemed to be leaving. But it was a projection. If it really didn't want to talk, it could turn off the projection in 1 second and the shuttle would leave directly. Its action was not to leave, but to put psychological pressure on Lin Qun, telling him that what it said before was true, so that Lin Qun would believe it. And Lin Qun was the same. It retreated. Lin Qun advanced. It was to tell Akka, if there is no room for negotiation, I will kill you now, and kill you in your world. The demon city will be destroyed. I want to die. Don't even think about having an easy time. But at this moment, Akka's projection stopped moving, and Lin Qun also stopped moving. The atmosphere was so tense that it almost froze. Silence. Silence. A long silence. They were all waiting for who to give in first. Whoever gives in first will lose. Whoever will have to compromise the whole situation. Bakatan Homeland. Parliament Hall. Other councillors can no longer bear it. Several councillors have stood up from their seats, looking at their lordship, the Speaker of the Parliament, with anxious expressions. They are indeed worried that Lin Qun will come to kill them. What Lin Qun said, he may not be able to do completely, but as long as he can do part of it, even 1/3, it will be an unimaginable huge blow to them. It will not only directly affect their civilization's chances of participating in this global battlefield, but also directly affect the progress and development of their entire civilization. Someone whispered, Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, we participate in the war of civilizations for the development of civilization. If we lose more, in order to make up for this loss, it will be a stupid decision for us. Please think twice before acting. We can't judge whether what he said is true or false. The trump card he said may not exist, but what if he really does? This human is incredibly powerful. We don't understand him. The destruction of civilization is not our goal. Akka was silent. He actually understood. He had already failed. The moment Lin Qun made his choice, it was impossible for him to succeed. They could not bear the huge local losses that Lin Qun might bring. Even if Akka said that the local people of Bakatan had enough power to kill Lin Qun in his prime in superhuman form, it would be meaningless. With the combat power shown by Lin Qun, he could even hide and kill those important people. Even if he was killed in the end, he could basically do what he said. A civilization is not composed of only strong people. There are many important but fragile people. They will be the ones who give in the end. On the battlefield of the demon city, on the top of the building, after a long silence, Akka said, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Your choice is not wrong. If you cooperate with us, you will die sooner or later, and you will die unclearly. It is difficult to kill an enemy who is openly against us, but it is too easy to kill a collaborator who is not of my race. You win, human. Its body rose up, almost overlapping with the shuttle behind it. The sound was amplified, and the electronic interference was lifted at this moment. At the command center of the survivor base of the 6th prison, the communication signal was restored almost instantly. Commander, it's restored. The picture and sound are restored. Everyone in the command center was affected. They all stepped forward and looked at the situation in the picture. It was extremely nervous. Even Li Zeng clenched his fists and sweat appeared on his forehead. But he believed Lin Qun could not turn against him. His nervousness was the final result. Although they had formulated a plan to fight to the death, no one wanted to really fight to the death. The death of all the members of the demon city was not a result that anyone wanted to see. And then, what Akka said in public completely announced the final result. Humans of the Demon City, we will begin a full withdrawal at this moment, and after the evacuation is completed, we will close the connection channel between our homeland and the Demon City. We will not attack you, and you, in this process, must not attack us. Otherwise, our weapons of mass destruction have been prepared, and can be deployed at any time. Then, on the 7th day after our retreat, we will lift the blockade of the Magic City, as you requested. This agreement will only last until 7 days later. In this process, if any Bakatan people die in your hands, we will regard it as you tearing up the current agreement, and we will immediately go to war with you. The dignity of our Bakatan civilization cannot be trampled on. However, maybe you can get away from us, but I want to tell you that being blocked in the Magic City by us is your greatest luck. The global battlefield outside is a real hell for you indigenous civilizations. I advise you to remember your own identity. You are just the natives of this civilization war and the base of the contribution point pool in this civilization war. Don't get confused and regard yourselves as contestants. Hehe. You can go and enjoy this war. Human, I hope you can survive to the end. With the last sentence, Aka looked at Lin Qun. Obviously, this was the only sentence it gave to Lin Qun. In its eyes, these people in the Magic City will not survive to the end. Immediately, its light disappeared in an instant. The shuttle then pulled up and disappeared at the far end of the city. Bakatan. In the Parliament Hall, Aka sat back in his seat, his pupils flickering with a coldness. Everyone in the Parliament looked at him. Their expressions were a bit complicated. No one could have thought that they came here with great ambition to harvest contribution points, but the final result of the battle in the Magic City would be like this. They reached a truce agreement with the natives, but this seems to be the best choice at the moment. Humans don't want so many people to die, and neither do the Bakatans. Finally, the Speaker of the Parliament Aka slowly said, "Pass the order. The entire army will evacuate the battlefield of the Magic City, and those troops will be deployed to battlefields in other areas, and then report to His Majesty. Let it announce this situation to the world." Then, it stood up. Its hunched body seemed to have aged a little, and walked into the shadows behind it. This was a setback for the Bakatan civilization. But the wheel of civilization will not stop because of this. The Bakatans will continue to move forward. This is a truth that everyone understands, but at this time, the atmosphere is somewhat weird and solidified. A congressman whispered, "How can the humans in the Demon City have such a strong person? The level of civilization on this planet should not be so high." Unfortunately, it was still greeted with silence. No one could answer this question. In the end, the congressmen looked at each other, slowly stood up, and left one after another. The impact of this incident will surely shake the Bakatan homeland for a long time. However, compared with the price to be paid for a dead end, it is already very good. The battlefield chosen by the Bakatan people to harvest humans is not just the Demon City. Stopping the loss in time and investing more power in other areas can also recover the loss. It's just that in other battlefields, they will compete with other contestants. And they understand that everything that happens here will soon sweep the Bakatan civilization and shock all the Bakatan people. If the Parliament wants to hold its position, it must give its own civilization an acceptable answer. The impact of this retreat will not be very fierce, but it will be far-reaching. They will all remember this city and the humans here. Chapter 164. Shout. On the battlefield, the Bakatans were the fastest to respond. Aka's order was quickly passed down, and the Bakatans on the entire East District front began to retreat. Chisa stood in the bridge of his sailing ship, looking at the East District with smoke rising in the distance, and ordered a retreat. The huge Bakatan army began to retreat. In the central city, below the Bakatan forward base, Bakazan had not yet boarded the ship. He stood on a high place, looking at the retreat order conveyed from the Parliament above, with a half smile on his face. Looking at this land, he wanted to tell Bakalian Bakaging, the one who survives to the end is the winner. And now, he can finally leave this hellhole. Although he did not gain any more benefits, because of his repeated desertions. But isn't it enough to be alive? At this time, watching the Bakatans who had fought with him suddenly retreat across the board, the humans were still a little confused, especially the soldiers and officers on the front line, who were even more at a loss. Liao Zeng even frowned and said, "Why did they retreat suddenly? Should we chase them?" This is probably a trick. But at this moment, a signalman ran over from below, looking excited. Liao Zheng was about to scold them, saying that it was not appropriate to be like this on the battlefield. But the words shouted by the other party stunned Liao Zheng. They retreated. They retreated. The Bakatans have retreated. The latest news from above is that we have reached a truce agreement with the Bakatans, and the Bakatans have returned to their world. We are safe. There is no more war in the Magic City. We drove them back. Liao Zheng couldn't help but be stunned when he heard these words. The other soldiers also looked at each other and instinctively looked back at the Bakatan troops that were gradually disappearing. All of this seemed to have proved something. Then, the thunderous cheers swept across the battlefield like a wave. Soldiers swarmed out of the bunkers and chariots, holding their weapons high and cheering. Is this a victory? We beat the Bakatans back. We succeeded. We defended the Magic City. Fuck the Bakatans. Get out. Get out. Get out of our planet. Great, great. I can give an explanation to my dead comrades. Look, we succeeded. The Bakatans were driven back by us. It is said that it was Mr. Lin who cooperated with the higher-ups to shock the Bakatans and make them withdraw. It's amazing. One person can control the battlefield and reverse the defeat of the Magic City. We humans actually have such a strong man. At this moment, the battlefield was boiling, and this news spread as fast as a wave, sweeping every corner of the battlefield and spreading to countless survivors. Not only the survivors in the East District, but also the survivors in other areas who were still hiding and did not gather in the East District also got this news as time went by. They were hiding in dilapidated buildings or in scrapped vehicles and suddenly heard a certain sound. When he looked up, he saw a military drone flying through the air, broadcasting along the street with a loudspeaker. This is the headquarters of the group army stationed in Modu. Now we are informing all the humans in Modu. The Bakatans have retreated. We have ceased fighting with the Bakatans. All humans, you are safe. You are safe. Those who are able to move independently, please go to the DC shelter as soon as possible. We will provide you with food and accommodation. Those who have lost their ability to move or are injured, please come to us as soon as possible. The military dispatched all drones, moving along every street, broadcasting in every corner of the city. Tell all the humans in this city that they are safe. The battle in Modu is over. When Lin Qun returned from the front, he saw such a scene. The streets were crowded, and the soldiers and survivors cheered together. This is not actually a victory. For the humans in Modu and the Bakatan civilization, it is just a compromise. But for the vast majority of humans in Modu who have lived in despair and panic for a long time, this is a victory. The victory of life over death. They don't have to worry, don't have to be anxious, and don't have to face the possible end of death. Nothing is more important than life. The vehicle drove through the crowd with difficulty. The farther away from the battlefield on the edge of the East District, the closer to the relatively safe DC area, the more people cheered on the street. No one knew who took the lead, but everyone ran out, as if they wanted to take this opportunity to breathe the air of freedom, and as if they wanted to use this method to declare human sovereignty over this place. This is a human city. This is a human planet. They are the masters here. No one knew who recognized Lin Qun's car and shouted in the crowd. It's Mr. Lin. That's Mr. Lin's car. The people around were boiling all of a sudden. The missile launcher that Lin Qun was sitting in was also protected by the military convoy on the way back. Even the windows were peeping proof. From the outside, it was impossible to see whether it was Lin Qun inside, but this did not hinder people's enthusiasm. They had all heard about Mr. Lin. On the one hand, those were facts, but on the other hand, they were deliberately exaggerated and spread by the military. Therefore, at this moment of joy and survival, their excitement at seeing this legendary figure can be imagined. The crowd surged, almost drowning Lin Qun's convoy. The convoy's forward speed slowed down. The young soldier driver in front looked back at Lin Qun nervously. Lin Qun only signaled him to drive slowly. Under the dim sky, in the city, where the fire was still burning, the excited crowd and the slowly moving convoy, the composition of this scene has a strange epic feeling. Lin Qun didn't want to disturb the enthusiasm of these people, because at this moment, he was also indescribably excited for these 7 days of precious peace.
For him not to think about the bloody battle every day, tossing and turning, and not getting a good night's sleep. Who wants to fight and kill all day long? And now, although he can't stand in the crowd of excited people, he is surrounded by countless people and the convoy is moving forward. He seems to have become a part of this carnival, sharing the joy and passing on the joy. He sat in his seat and exhaled slowly. It's time for him to take a rest. Only he knows what happened on the top of the building, where the communication was just interrupted. There was no fighting just now, but it was more exciting than a real fight. When coming down from above, Lin Qun felt like he was exhausted. But the result is good. They succeeded. This is the best answer. Chu Yaowei turned her head to look at Lin Qun, pursed her lips and smiled gently. Her tense nerves seemed to relax, so this smile was natural and pure, and beautiful beyond description. But she didn't say anything, just took the initiative to open the car door for Lin Qun. In fact, she had never said anything to Lin Qun. From the time when Lin Qun finished the negotiations at the top of the building and said he was going back, to the time when he walked all the way here, she only helped Lin Qun and then sat in the car, sitting on both sides of the back seat with Lin Qun, without saying a word. She was very smart. She didn't need anyone to tell her. From the reactions of Lin Qun and the Bakatan people, she made the earliest judgment that they succeeded. Then what else did she need to ask? She just needed to enjoy this moment of peace with Lin Qun. That was enough. On the way back, they walked for a long time. Everyone knew that Mr. Lin was here. More and more people gathered, including survivors and soldiers. Some were known to Lin Qun, and some were not known at all. Lin Qun slowly returned in such a crowd. He drove for nearly 2 hours for a half-hour journey. He arrived at the door of the survivor base of the 6th prison in the East District again. The crowd at the gate had already been separated. Teams of soldiers separated the crowd, and Li Zeng, the highest commander of the group army stationed in Modu, personally led people to greet them. He stood at the gate and waited for more than half an hour, waiting for Lin Qun to come back. Around him were the top leaders of Modu, some from the government and some from the military. Before the disaster on the global battlefield, they were all big shots who could make Modu tremble with a stomp of their feet. But now they all stood behind Li Zeng, looking forward to it, and even seemed a little nervous, waiting for Lin Qun to come back. When Lin Qun's car approached, Li Zeng went straight forward and gave him a bear hug, and then in front of everyone near and far, he grabbed Lin Qun's hand and raised it high, saying, "We have defended Modu. We have defended Modu." At that moment, the tens of thousands of people crowded around the gate of the survivors' base were briefly silent for a moment, and then there was a boiling cheer. Some people shouted excitedly. Some people burst into tears and couldn't help themselves. Lin Qun saw E.G., Li Zeng and the tall Ni Wensheng. They waved to him excitedly in the crowd. He also saw Wang Desheng. He was such a man, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with tears. From a distance, he gave Lin Qun a thumbs up. For these soldiers, the meaning of defending the magic city is not just as simple as surviving, but also that they have completed their duties and missions. They protected the magic city, they protected the remaining survivors, and they explained their missions and their dead comrades. He also saw Wang Han, who just smiled and nodded to him, and said with his mouth, "Now you are a big star." Wang Han's eyes were also a little complicated. When they first met, he only thought that Lin Qun was a strong man and a master, but he never thought that Lin Qun was a super master who could influence the situation of the Magic City battle, or even the final outcome of the Magic City battle. He turned his head and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Who would have thought of this? You can't judge a person by his appearance." Nearby, Captain Chu had not returned yet. Commander Fu patted Lin Qun on the shoulder and said nothing. The high-ranking officials of the surrounding Magic City were eager to move forward, wanting to say a few words to Lin Qun and to get close to him. Most of these people were big shots that Lin Qun could not even meet before the end of the world, and he might not even have heard of their names. But now, they all surrounded him, talking to Lin Qun, wanting to curry favor with him and get close to him. Because they all knew that after these incidents, even if Lin Qun had no military rank and official position, and no real power, his reputation and energy would be unique in Magic City. That was a powerful influence independent of combat strength, which could make countless people crazy for him.
His words, even if not intentional, would move the military and survivors of Magic City. That was a more terrifying authority than real power. Lin Qun's position in Magic City had reached its peak and could not be shaken. How could these former big shots in Magic City not curry favor with him? Whoever curried favor with Lin Qun would have a stable position in Magic City in the future. Looking at these scenes, Lin Qun's mood was actually a bit complicated. He never thought that he would become such a big shot one day, but he understood that it was brought by powerful strength, so he would not be arrogant. Fame is all false, only strength and survival are real. Civilization needs individuals, and individuals also need civilization. If human civilization perishes, Lin Qun will become a lonely ghost on the blue planet, and he will go to war with alien civilizations wherever he goes. The alien life is endless, and he is only one person. Even if he is stronger, if he does not exceed a certain limit, he will eventually die of exhaustion and be exposed in the wilderness without rest and time to improve and reorganize the bloody battles and running for his life, and the same is true for civilization. The strength of individuals can escort civilization and is the greatest wealth of civilization. Lin Qun will not forget this, nor will he deviate. Therefore, when he looked at these people, he understood that now he is fully qualified to let the military cooperate with him unconditionally and help him grab contribution points. Li Zeng took Lin Qun and walked into the survivors' base amid the cheers of the crowd. Lin Qun knew that the battle in the Magic City was over, but for everyone in the Magic City, what they would face next would be an unknown and complex global battlefield. Chapter 165. This will be another kind of invincible fighting force. Li Zeng's office is also deep underground in the survivor base of the 6th prison. It was just cleaned out, so it's still a little messy, but the tables and chairs are still complete. Coming down from outside, it's like entering two different worlds. From the place where the crowds are surging, to the quiet and deserted place. All the people outside are isolated. Only 2 soldiers are left standing guard at the door. Those big shots in the Magic City are no exception. The sound insulation here is very good, and you can't hear the noise from above. When you get here, the excitement that was driven by everyone gradually cools down. Li Zeng personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Qun. Actually, we didn't do much publicity. Look how long it has been. What we want to do is also very limited. We can only say that your 3 actions are too famous. You may not know that your reputation among survivors and the army is unmatched. After joking, Li Zeng pushed the teacup to Lin Qun, straightened his face, and said, "In any case, Mr. Lin, thank you for everything you have done for the Magic City." Lin Qun looked at him and said very honestly, "I'm not selfless. The lips and teeth are cold, and the defeat of the Magic City will not benefit me either." Just as the Bakaton named Akka said, this is a war of civilizations. Without the support of their own civilization, no matter how powerful a person is, he cannot face countless other civilizations. Lin Qun was telling the truth. Unless he has complete superhuman power. But after 2 superhuman transformations, he now has only one chance to use the superhuman transformation card in his hand. This is the last chance for him to release the big move in his hand, but he can't use it easily. Without superhuman power, although he is stronger than most humans in the Magic City, he still has not exceeded a certain limit, and he still needs the support of civilization. Without civilization, he can't face an alien civilization alone. What's more, there is obviously more than one alien civilization outside the Magic City. If all humans died, if he faced an endless round-robin battle with an opposite civilization, even if he was a god, he would be outdone. Not to mention that the firepower of the army of those civilizations can kill him from a super long distance. He died under the opponent's modern weapons before he even touched the enemy. The level of the giant transformation card can only allow him to fight against the army of Bakaton, but 1 or 2 armies do not represent a civilization. Use humans as an example. With Lin Qun's current basic strength, can one person defeat all the federal armies in the world? Not to mention the nuclear reserves of the Federation, even if it is conventional missiles, all the missiles of the Federation combined. Even if Lin Qun is tough, as long as his basic combat power is not at the level of Superman, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Moreover, in the chaos outside, human civilization is gone.
Wherever Lin Qun goes, he can only encounter alien civilization creatures. It can be said that he is an enemy of the whole world, a walking contribution point, and a target for other civilizations to attack. How long can he hold on? Moreover, with the help of civilization, it is also better to grab contribution points. Li Zeng heard the hidden meaning of Lin Qun's words and said, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Qun's face was calm, and he said, "The blockade of the magic city will be lifted in 7 days. At that time, we will face more alien civilizations. I hope that our relationship is a cooperative relationship. I will cooperate with the Magic City military, but I hope that everyone in the Magic City can also cooperate with me. The joy now is only temporary. The reality is that, although the Bakatens have left, Magic City is about to face a truly open global battlefield. After Magic City was blocked, the news inside and outside was different, and humans were indigenous. No one in Magic City knew what the outside world was like now, but what was certain was that there were stronger and more bizarre alien civilizations outside. Therefore, what needs to be considered at this time is what will happen later. Lin Qun now has enough influence, qualifications and strength to negotiate conditions with the military and ask the military to cooperate with me. Lin Qun is not a savior, nor does he want to be a savior. Although he is bathed in cheers from the crowd, he is not confused. He knows that improving his strength is the most important thing. If the military cooperates with him in combat, he can get more contribution points and is relatively safer. The military and Magic City can also get the support of his strength. This is a win-win situation. What Lin Qun wants is such an opportunity for equal cooperation. Li Zeng looked at Lin Qun and was silent for a moment. "I can agree to this condition now. Without you, there would be no survivors in the Magic City. Your strength also qualifies you to discuss cooperation with us, and this is very good. Mr. Lin, if you have any requirements, just raise them, and we can cooperate more closely. Although I don't know what the situation is outside now, the Magic City, which is facing only one contestant civilization, is still like this. The battlefield of the Magic City with multiple civilizations fighting outside is probably even more like a candle in the wind. We must gather the torches together to light up the Changguan. And I not only have to promise you, I make a promise here that the military will form an emergency military mobilization team centered on you. Not only that, but we will fully cooperate with you to harvest contribution points. On the battlefield, our people can help you find and gather alien civilization creatures, greatly saving your time and improving your killing efficiency. If it's your contribution point, I'll give it to you. If it's not your contribution point, I'll also find a way to give it to you. I have 2 ideas. First, I will organize a group of people to serve you. After the blockade of the Magic City is lifted, according to the actual situation, I will help you hunt alien civilization creatures, and you will harvest the contribution points. Secondly, if you need any exchange items from the contribution point mall, you can also come to us, and we can help you exchange them. However, the quantity will not be large, so you have to be mentally prepared. On the one hand, we are short of supplies now, not only food, but also military supplies. There is no replenishment channel at all. To be honest, the reason why we have supported this battle and consumed so much ammunition and have not run out of food and ammunition until now is that many of our weapons and equipment and ammunition are purchased with contribution points. Therefore, our military does not have many contribution points available. On the other hand, you should also know the situation of us humans. Our civilization is just indigenous, and we do not have the authority to centrally circulate contribution points. Contribution points are scattered among individuals, and the vast majority of people, even our soldiers, do not have many contribution points in total. Low-level exchange items can be used, but higher-level ones cannot be exchanged. This is the attitude of the military. Next, we will concentrate resources to make Lin Qun stronger and stronger. Organize personnel to serve Lin Qun specifically to obtain contribution points. On the battlefield against top powerhouses such as Bakali and Bakazan, humans can't help Lin Qun at all. But whether it is humans or alien civilizations, the strong are ultimately a minority, and most of them are weak bases. Humans can help Lin Qun slaughter these bases better and faster, help him snowball, and let him get the most contribution points in the shortest time. This is the help that human civilization can give to Lin Qun. Lin Qun originally thought that such a straightforward approach would make Li Zeng think a little, or there would be some trouble, but now it seems that he seemed to have worried too much. To be able to become the commander of the group army stationed in Modu, Li Zeng is by no means a peer, nor is he the kind of petty-minded person. He knows what is the clearest and most advantageous choice. Of course, the military also has its own frustrations, and Lin Qun can understand that. He pays more attention to the military's help in hunting for him, and the contribution points he gets are the most important, because Lin Qun is not short of any exchange items. At most he needs some recovery potions. What he wants is to have contribution points in his hands, so that he can draw cards. In addition to this, what he wants is Li Zeng's sincerity. He saw the sincerity of the military, and he also gave the military his sincerity. This is the basis for a win-win situation. Lin Qun needs the power of civilization, and the magic city also needs Lin Qun's power. Both sides have their own advantages, and the union is the best result at present. Lin Qun is very satisfied with Li Zeng's answer. If the military fully cooperates, his contribution point acquisition speed will be greatly improved, far exceeding his previous one. If everything goes well, the 500 contribution points required for a card draw from the 3rd level card pool can be gathered in less than half a day. Moreover, with the help of the large military forces, he does not have to use superhuman power, and he is not afraid of the armies of other civilizations. He can fight if he meets them. Lin Qun said, I believe that, if we work together, it will be good for us. Li Zeng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Qun tightly. Maybe, your ability can only be used a few times, but if you add the power of our entire human civilization in the magic city, I think it will be another invincible fighting force. It is the power of our human civilization. Lin Qun looked at Li Zeng's shining eyes and nodded, saying, what will the military do next? Li Zeng said, we must start preparing for the possible situation after the blockade of the magic city is lifted, as soon as possible. 7 days can be long or short, but the problem is that the magic city is blocked. We can't contact the outside world, and don't know what the situation is outside. In fact, part of our group army stationed in the magic city is blocked outside the magic city. I just don't know if they are still there. If they are still there, it would be the best. We can contact them as soon as possible. Maybe we can get a lot of important information and help us establish a global understanding in the shortest time. The military's response was still very fast. The joy of the Bakatan people's retreat did not make Li Zeng and other military people lose their minds. They all knew that the current peace was only temporary and the greater crisis was outside the magic city. The most terrifying thing is that the outside world is unknown to the current magic city. Even if they want to do something, it is difficult. Li Zeng paused and said, we have 2 plans now, and we are ready to make adjustments based on the actual situation at that time. The first plan is to establish a base in the magic city and station there. The second line of defense is to go to Lushan City, which is the closest to the magic city. In short, we have to find a safe place to stay, and then we can either defend it, or go to war with the alien civilization. There are many troops in the Yangtze River Delta region. If we can gather them together, it will be a very powerful force. Before the blockade is lifted, we will first collect the supplies in the magic city and all the survivors. The 2 plans mentioned by Li Zeng were very simple, and he didn't elaborate too much. Obviously, this was just his initial idea, and it would also change according to the specific situation. Lin Qun nodded. Now the world is a battlefield. Where to go is just about where it is safe. The rest is to serve how to get contribution points. Hiding can't solve the problem. This is a civilized battlefield. The alien civilizations that come here are all here to harvest contribution points. If you hide blindly, you can only wait for death. If you want to survive as indigenous humans, you must also find ways to obtain contribution points and improve your strength like the contestants of the alien civilization. Lin Qun said, do you need me to do anything? Recharge your energy, Mr. Lin. Li Zeng said, our military will take care of these preparations. It's time for you to enjoy the fruits of victory. Lin Qun did not say anything about this. The military's next action did not require him to take action. Moving supplies and gathering survivors were completely unnecessary for him. He had the time, so he might as well do something else first. Now that the Bakatans have withdrawn, there are no contribution points to be obtained in the Magic City, but that doesn't matter. In 7 days, Lin Qun can also earn income from the daily settlement rewards. With his existing contribution points, he should be able to draw 1 or 2 cards. In addition, Lin Qun can also have the opportunity to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung and the sword controlling technique. These 2 techniques require time to hone. Lin Qun had no time before. The practice of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung was just a stop and go, and the progress was slow. The sword controlling technique had not even been loaded into the secret book. Now these 7 days are the opportunity for Lin Qun. He can concentrate on practicing. However, thinking of this, Lin Qun's heart moved, and he said, by the way, I have another thing. I'm afraid I need the help of the military. Li Zeng said, what do you think? I want a sword. Li Zeng was a little confused. Sword? He was stunned for a moment and said, if you need weapons, we can provide you with various weapons, howitzers, rocket launchers, etc. He obviously misunderstood something. Lin Qun shook his head and said, I just want a sword. The higher the quality, the better. It would be best if it is the best sword in the Magic City. The art of wielding a sword requires a flying sword. What's the point of practicing flying swords without a sword? Isn't that like eating without food? Swords, as weapons, are actually available in the contribution point mall, but the cheaper ones are of average quality, and the better ones are not worth spending contribution points to buy, because even the swords in the contribution point mall are different from real flying swords, and Lin Qun is not at the level to forge a sword himself. Anyway, the Magic City is so big, even though it is modern, but as far as Lin Qun knows, there are still many related enthusiasts, and finding a good quality sword should not be difficult in the Magic City. Li Zeng looked at Lin Qun with some suspicion, obviously not knowing what Lin Qun needed a sword for with his strength, but now that he had come to this, he would not refuse, and said, I will do my best to send someone to find it. Thank you very much. Lin Qun and Li Zeng talked about some other things, none of which were too important, and then Lin Qun left Li Zeng's place. As the current supreme commander of the Magic City, Li Zeng was busy with many things, and it was impossible for him to talk to Lin Qun for too long. The overall situation in the Magic City has been determined, but the military is still intensively dispatching and keeping a close eye on the movements of the remaining Bakatans. As long as the space cracks above the Magic City are not closed, they cannot let down their guard. Lin Qun took a short rest, and when the military completed a new round of dispatches, based on the latest situation, he set out again from the survivor base of the 6th prison. This time, he was extremely high profile, bringing a nuclear weapon vehicle, and approached the front of the retreating Bakatan army in the central city. Behind him, the mighty human army followed closely, intending to tell the Bakatans, don't play any tricks. Chapter 166, Fire Emblem Sword. In the final stage of the battlefield in the Magic City, both sides were very restrained. Lin Qun led the military soldiers to the front line of the central city district, only 2 kilometers away from the retreating Bakatan troops. Both sides did not interfere with each other and no one opened fire. At present, the Bakatans are no longer in a hurry to deploy weapons of mass destruction. Now that the war has ceased, the retreat is no longer hasty. All personnel and important materials are evacuated. Therefore, it took a long time, and the retreat lasted a whole day and night. Lin Qun stood in front of a human military line and looked down at the largest crack in the central city district. All day long, he could see a unique Bakatan aircraft rising from the ground, turning into a small black dot at the end of the sky, and finally disappearing. Li Ji stood beside Lin Qun, lit a cigarette, handed it to Lin Qun, and said, Brother Lin, what do you think the world over there is like? I don't know, maybe it's similar to our world. Lin Qun took the cigarette and shook his head. He only knew that the atmosphere there was similar to this one, and with the similarities between some of the life forms of the Bakatans and humans, perhaps the difference between the 2 planets was not that big. But who knows? Li Ji took a deep breath. Brother, will we be able to go to other planets one day in the future? If there is that opportunity, do you want to?
Lin Qun asked back. To be honest, I don't know. When the matter in the magic city is over, I want to find an opportunity to go back to my hometown in Anshan. Brother, you don't have to go with me, I can do it by myself. Li Ji spoke. He still couldn't let go of his parents in his hometown. Even though he knew that the result might have been predetermined. Lin Qun glanced at him and patted his shoulder. With books, you can be long. Without books, you can be short. In the past 2 days, Lin Qun has not been idle. Although he has been on the front line, he has been practicing diligently, working hard to practice his dragon elephant prajna kung, striving to achieve the great success of the magic skill as soon as possible. This time, he can finally calm down and practice, which is also a good opportunity for Lin Qun. The humans in the magic city are also being dispatched at a rapid speed. The military is relocating the survivors and making full use of them, sending them out to search for various supplies and resources throughout the city. With the military's overall coordination, the whole city of Mo is not united, but at least those with evil intentions will not be in trouble. Moreover, the military has arrested all the famous doomsday thugs and will execute them soon. This is a kind of deterrence from the military. Now, the chaos does not come from the Bakatans, but from humans themselves. The military is very efficient. Lin Qun was still on the front battlefield, and the military found a treasure sword for him and sent it all the way from the rear. It was escorted by Wang Han himself. Mr. Lin, this is the best sword we have found at this stage. It should be fully customized and has been sharpened. It is made of tempered steel and titanium alloy hilt. It is a rare hard sword. It can cut iron like mud. Military experts have also tested it. If it was placed before the doomsday, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Wang Han presented the long sword in his hands with both hands. The long sword was still in the scabbard. Lin Qun took it. It was not heavy. In addition to fitness, its other structures were made of high quality, but light materials as much as possible. Of course, even if it is heavier, it doesn't matter. First, Lin Qun's current strength attribute is far beyond that of ordinary people, so he is not afraid of things being too heavy. Second, he is going to use the sword control technique, so the weight is not that important. Lin Qun actually doesn't know much about swords, but when he saw this sword, he still felt that it was unusual. Pulling it out from the blade, there is a silver flame-like pattern on the blade, circling along the sword body, looking at a kind of fierce aura. It is unusual at first glance, and swords are not common in modern times. There are many low-end ones, but high-end ones are rare. It is worth more than 100,000, which is already extraordinary. Wang Han introduced. This thing was found by our soldiers in the villa area of Modu. I don't know which local tyrant's family it belongs to. Now, Wang Han is a little star, but he is more emotional at this time. Unlike Lin Qun, he has seen the upper class in front of the global battlefield. Those high-ranking people, but now, most of them have returned to dust. In front of the Bakatans, whether you are rich or poor, you are just contribution points. Without strength and bad luck, there is only one way to die. Does it have a name? Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Sword. Wang Han whispered. Fire Emblem Sword. This is worthy of the Fire Emblem decoration that the sword originally had. Lin Qun shook it in his hand and said, thank you. Wang Han said, this is what we should do. He was very sensible and didn't bother him anymore. He nodded to Lin Qun and left quickly. He just came to give the sword. In the distant sky, the great retreat of the Bakatans was coming to an end, but Lin Qun sat cross-legged in the back, looking up at the sky without paying attention, and started to practice his sword control for the first time. In fact, in the past 10 hours, Lin Qun was not idle. While practicing the dragon elephant prajna, he was also studying his sword control. He has transformed the secret book of sword control and loaded it into his brain. At this moment, the B-level secret card has become a real thing in Lin Qun's mind. He has already understood it clearly without the need for the process of interpretation. This sword control technique is a combination of Kingyo sword technique and Shushan sword control technique, and has been digitally modified according to the global battlefield. The original sword cultivation corresponding levels have been directly redivided into 16 data levels from 1 to 10. Each of these 16 levels corresponds to a realm of cultivators, and every step forward is a huge change. As for King Yuan's sword technique, Lin Qun remembered that in the original work, it seemed that the highest level could reach the realm of transformation, but after the fusion and improvement, it seemed that its upper limit had also been broken. The strength corresponding to its upper limit level exceeded the realm of transformation, and could directly reach the realm of refining emptiness or even higher. Of course, among these 16 levels, the first level is the weakest, corresponding to the early and middle stages of the key refining period. The first level cannot even control the sword in the air, and can only stimulate the sword light, and control the sword to kill the enemy. Like the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, this technique also requires a gradual progress. It is not very powerful at the beginning, but it becomes more and more powerful as time goes by. For example, the ability to split mountains and stars described in the description is indeed there. If you practice to the 10th level or above, you will be a true master swordsman. If you put it on the battlefield of Blue Star, wouldn't you be able to walk sideways? Lin Qun looked at this secret technique and was a little excited. Is he starting to cultivate immortality this time? In addition, this sword controlling technique also comes with a method of refining swords, which can be used to make magic flying swords, and even a method of raising swords. This B-level technique can be said to be an any-level teaching, integrating the strengths of the two families, and it has everything. However, according to the description of this sword controlling technique secret book, if you want to refine a sword yourself, you must at least reach the second level of sword controlling technique. Lin Qun has not even entered the door now, so he is stuck at the intersection, and has to use the ready-made one honestly. However, according to the description of this sword control technique, the flying swords refined according to the method can be large or small, with amazing power. The swords made by the most sophisticated and cutting-edge technology in modern times cannot compare with it. Lin Qun still has some expectations for this. And the use of this skill also consumes dark energy continuously, but according to the information Lin Qun obtained from it, it seems that with the deepening of the realm, he can also increase his dark energy limit by practicing this sword control technique, which is very amazing. The only drawback is that this sword control technique cannot be upgraded quickly. It can only be upgraded relatively quickly with the foundation like the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. That is, Lin Qun must first practice by himself. At least after having some results, he can spend contribution points to quickly achieve the realm. Of course, this is also much faster than Lin Qun practicing step by himself. If he really only cultivates immortals with difficulty as set by the aid, he probably won't be able to leave the mountain after the war of civilization is over. In the world of immortal cultivation, it takes several decades for people to reach a high level of cultivation. If King Jinlin had that much life, he might have reached the 13th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna. Lin Qun set a small goal for himself. Reach the first level first. As long as he can reach the first level, it is equivalent to the early stage of key refining. Even if he can't refine his own flying sword for the time being, it is a good helper for Lin Qun at this stage. In addition, the conventional Shushan swordsmanship that comes with this sword control technique can also bring Lin Qun a boost in all aspects. He can fly the sword in the air when he advances, and he can play a good martial arts sword when he retreats. This sword control technique is worthy of being a B-level card, which is almost comprehensive. According to the description, if he can reach the first level, Lin Qun's dark energy attribute will also be greatly improved. Moreover, the improvement will be the upper limit of the dark energy attribute. Because after this sword control technique is globalized, the so-called spiritual energy and vitality are all classified as dark energy. And how can it be possible to have only 20 points of spiritual energy when reaching the key refining stage? Lin Qun estimated that his dark energy limit could be increased by at least 50 points, or even 100 points. Even if the key refining stage is the lowest level of the cultivator realm, it is the world of immortal cultivation. Here, what a key refining stage cultivator means is self-evident. Others can only improve the attribute of dark energy by upgrading. It is still a pitiful little attribute at a time, but this time Lin Qun can improve it directly by cultivating immortals. No matter how many contestants you kill, it is not as good as my cultivation. If the dark energy limit can be improved, for Lin Qun, other skills related to dark energy are equivalent to a huge increase. Moreover, if you cultivate immortals, won't your physical fitness also improve?
Lin Qun rubbed his chin. Maybe, not only the dark energy attribute will be improved. Lin Qun didn't have a sword before, and he had already started to practice the mind method with the dragon elephant Prajna Kung. Now that he got the fire pattern sword, he couldn't wait to try to see if he could fly the sword to the sky. But unfortunately, his realm was too shallow, and he didn't practice for 2 days, and he didn't practice at all, so the sword naturally couldn't fly. Lin Qun could only accept the reality temporarily and practice honestly. He was ready to make good use of these 7 days, to make breakthroughs in both secret cards. It depends on which one has the most foresight effect. That night, at dusk, Lin Qun stood at the front of the convoy and looked up. He saw the last Bakatan transport plane disappearing into the huge space crack above the magic city. Then, a deafening roar came from the sky. The huge space crack that covered the sky of the magic city like a spider web began to shrink slowly, close, and finally disappeared completely. It was like a scar as hideous as an earthworm, healing faster. Despite this process lasted for a full 10 minutes. It takes time to close such a huge space channel. During this process, Lin Qun and the soldiers below were always nervous, worried that the Bakatans would do something at this time. This was also their last chance. But everything was peaceful. The Bakatans did nothing. So far, there is no Bakatan in the blockade area of the magic city. Standing in front of the military team, watching this scene, Lin Qun was a little absent-minded, and he suddenly felt unreal. Is the battle of the demon city over just like that? But turning his head, and looking at the huge crowd and soldiers behind him, he knew that all this was true. A greater future is ahead. Although the Bakatans have left, the blockade of the demon city has not been lifted. Lin Qun sat in the car and returned quickly. Under the central city, and under several other important space nodes, there are military personnel stationed. Although the space cracks have been closed now, who knows whether the Bakatans will take any follow-up actions. The military will not relax its vigilance. When Lin Qun returned to the survivor base of the 6th prison, the number of survivors here was far less than that. A large number of survivors were dispersed now that the demon city is safe, and there are places to accommodate survivors everywhere in the large city. Chapter 167 Breakthrough. Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. After returning to the survivor base, Lin Qun met 2 familiar faces. They were Kan Yingying and Zhao Wen, whom he had not seen since the end of the attack and defense of the survivor base of the 6th prison. It turned out that the crisis in the magic city was resolved, and the Ark project was ended. All the people inside were released again, and no longer needed to hide. The magic city is now preparing for the lifting of the blockade of the magic city in 6 days. Now is the time to use people. Almost all the people in the Ark project are talented, so naturally they must be allowed to come out. Zhao Wen and Kan Yingying also returned to the survivor base. At this stage, it is not easy for others in the survivor base to see Lin Qun, but they knew Lin Qun before, so it is possible. Seeing these 2 people, Lin Qun was also a little surprised. There have been too many things happening recently, and these 2 people seem to have known each other in their previous life. Later, Li Ji pursed his lips and said, You are out. Kan Yingying nodded, her expression a little complicated. At that time, the survivor base of the 6th prison was surrounded, and Lin Qun's life and death were uncertain. She chose to enter the Ark plan in advance without hesitation. At that time, Li Ji chose to stay, and she chose to live. It is not shameful to survive, and there is nothing wrong with it. But now meeting again, it is somewhat awkward. However, Kan Yingying quickly stepped forward and said, Don't worry, we are not here to hang out with you. We are here to tell you that we are going to help the survivors. If you need us in the future, you can come to us. Zhao Wen behind didn't say anything. She seemed very natural, tilted her head and smiled slightly, still very beautiful. But unfortunately, Lin Qun was not interested in this girl. The only thing he was interested in might be her ability, but with the passage of time, Lin Qun's methods are now far more than before, so Zhao Wen is no longer needed. As for Zhao Wen and Kan Yingying, Lin Qun has done his best, and will not keep them at this time. He really doesn't need or want to take these 2 people with him. They are no longer of any use to him now, and can even be said to be a burden. They also understood this. The last time they left Lin Qun and Li Ji, it was their choice. Now, they have to follow the path they have chosen. Qian Yingying was a little lonely when she left, but Zhao Wen nodded to Lin Qun and walked away with long legs. Lin Qun and Li Ji looked at each other, shook their heads, and returned to their rooms. The battle of the magic city has come to an end, but there are still many things to do. Lin Qun has a special identity and does not need help now. He is the first idle person in the survivor base, but others are not like this. With the complete retreat of the Bakatans, the military has started a new round of plans and established hundreds of survivor teams to search for various usable supplies and survivors who may be scattered in the ruins of the battlefield in the Magic City. At this moment, the once prosperous metropolis of the Huaxia region has changed its appearance, devastated and full of post-war scenes. With the passage of time, people have come back to their senses from the joy of the retreat of the Bakatans and gradually realized that a greater disaster may be behind. Even if the Bakatan civilization is like this, what about the global battlefield, where countless civilizations are fighting outside? At the same time, the military has also found several production lines in the Magic City to produce some military supplies. This is also the advantage of the big city of Magic City. Here, you can find almost anything from the world and do anything. According to the information Lin Qun learned from Captain Chu, the information confirmed on the 4th day after the Bakatan people retreated, the total number of humans still alive in the entire Magic City is nearly 3 million. Many people are not even hiding in the survivors base, but have been hiding from place to place and escaped. They are very scattered, and now they are gathered together. It is surprising to find that there are still so many people in the Magic City. No wonder the Bakatan people finally want to start the final extermination plan. This is also because the Magic City is big enough and these people have a place to hide. The Bakatan people have not been able to completely defeat the human army and have not launched a thorough sweep. Otherwise, the humans in the Magic City would have been killed long ago. This number is definitely not small, but compared with the 20 million people that the Magic City once had, it even seems a bit bleak. The number of humans slaughtered by the Bakatans is countless. At the same time, the military set up a new conscription department to officially recruit soldiers from these survivors and conduct a 5-day training to turn them into warriors. The military suffered heavy losses. Considering the other civilizations that might be faced next, Li Zeng decided to recruit and expand the army to 100,000 people and mobilize all the living forces as much as possible. The future must be the future of war. The military needs manpower. Those who can survive to this day are more or less capable, and it will not be too difficult to recruit and train them. Moreover, the survivors are also responding enthusiastically to the military's conscription. At this point, most people can see that the military is finished, they are finished, and humans are finished. Joining the military is also a protection for themselves. Some of them lost everything in the Battle of the Magic City, and they have long been red-eyed. They joined the military just to fight against alien civilizations. This conscription went very smoothly. It should not be difficult to expand the Magic City army to 100,000 people again. The military's scientific research department also started to operate, studying the Bakatans, telekinesis, innate abilities, and various attributes. Lin Qun also cooperated with them. Unfortunately, scientific research requires time and equipment. In the current Magic City, equipment and time are limited. These scientific research departments have established many projects, but the research speed is slow and only some conclusions have been drawn. For example, the growth of attributes is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The higher the attribute, the difference between the two may be only a few times in value for people with low attributes, but the actual combat power difference may reach dozens of times. The research of the scientific research department also confirmed Lin Qun's previous conjecture. The 4 attributes displayed on the personal panel of the battlefield are not simple. Each attribute points to an entire category. Every improvement in an attribute is an all-round change. Although this information is of no substantial help to Lin Qun now, it has also given him a lot of inspiration. However, it didn't help, because Lin Qun's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. The research results of these scientific research departments were still very helpful for ordinary and slightly talented people. Through the efforts of the scientific research departments, those talented people could understand their abilities from a scientific perspective and apply them better. Even if their levels and attributes were not improved, their combat power could be greatly enhanced from this perspective. Of course, this was not very helpful for Lin Qun, whose abilities all came from drawing cards. In fact, some people were curious about why Lin Qun had so many abilities, but Lin Qun's current status and position, if he didn't say it himself, no one would ask. Even Li Zeng, Fu Kai and other senior military officials were very restrained. Although they talked with Lin Qun many times, they never asked a word. After many days of research, the two plans and programs proposed by Li Zeng had been improved one by the military, but the final choice was still uncertain, and it was probably determined according to the actual situation. But at present, the military seemed to be more inclined to garrison in the Magic City and build a brand new Doomsday City on the ruins of the Magic City. Because according to the current situation, this is the best goal to achieve, and the easiest to achieve. Otherwise, if they really want to go to Lucheng, how will millions of people go? No one knows what will happen on the way, and no one knows what the situation is in Lucheng. Some people in the military even have extremely pessimistic ideas, thinking that perhaps the day when the blockade is lifted will be the moment when their entire demon city will be divided up by countless contestants outside. In addition to this, the most discussed topic is the current ranking of the global battlefield. Because they are now blocked in Demon City. Demon City is their only battlefield now. The ranking that the people of Demon City can see, except for the Demon City part, is only the global ranking. Even the Huaxia region cannot see it. Only when the blockade of Demon City is lifted, will the ranking of their special region change. And now, in the global situation, that I'm Human has made great strides, and entered the top 100 in the world. He is the only human who has entered the top 100 in the world. His total contribution points have reached 70,000. This is indeed very terrifying from the perspective of humans. But apart from that, there is nothing else. The global ranking information is limited, and the other regional rankings, which can be used to obtain information from the outside, have also been blocked with the blockade of Demon City, and there is no way to obtain information. It is worth mentioning that Lin Qun had no alien civilizations to kill in recent days, and he even rose in the global human rankings from 80 to 73. This means that someone has fallen in front of him. The battlefield outside is very tragic. During this period, Lin Qun has also communicated with Li Zeng and other military personnel, trying to get more information from the military's perspective. He learned from Fu Kai that their human civilization, as an indigenous civilization, has different rights and permissions from the contestant alien civilizations that landed on Earth, such as the Bakatan civilization. Fu Kai said, although we are natives, everyone has awakened their talents, but we do not have the various permissions of the contestant civilization. For example, the Bakatans, according to our judgment, seem to have some ability to gather contribution points. The contribution points obtained by individuals can be concentrated on a specific permission holder, so as to realize the dispatch of a large number of contribution point resources, and provide power for the development of their civilization. Even the contribution points of the dead Bakatans can be partially returned. However, this is still our speculation and we have not confirmed it yet. There is also some information that Bakatans can even buy and transfer contribution points from each other, but whether this is true or not, and whether there are any fees for buying and selling, this is even more unknown to us. There is no relevant information available for purchase in the contribution point mall. But what is certain is that the efficiency of the contestant civilization in obtaining and using contribution points is far greater than ours. Those permissions are actually very important. Lin Qun was also a little surprised after listening. He has been dealing with the Bakatans, and in fact, he also has such doubts. There are so many Bakatans, and the contribution points obtained by killing humans are all on everyone. What is the significance of their civilization? Now the accurate answer is here. Humans cannot transfer contribution points because they are natives and the base of the civilization battlefield. They do not have this authority at all, but alien civilizations can. Unfortunately, humans are not contestants. The information about the Magic City was obtained bit by bit after dealing with the Bakatans for such a long time. There is no way to know more detailed information. Although the military can purchase information about hostile civilizations through the contribution point mall, the information is very limited. At most, they know some rankings, such as the information of Bakayan, Bakasan and others, which is provided to Lin Qun in this way. However, apart from these war-related information, it is impossible to purchase information about the civilization war itself. Even as natives, they do not know the specific victory conditions and duration of the civilization war. They are the masters of Blue Star, but at this moment, they are the pathetic semi-outsiders in the Blue Star civilization battlefield, worse than NPCs and wild monsters. But Lin Qun still couldn't help but whispered, if one day, we can also become contestants. He and Fukai looked at each other, and did not continue. They all look forward to the day when humans become contestants, but that is too far away. At least it is unimaginable for them now. And if contribution points can be used in a centralized manner, then even if a human has only 1 or 2 contribution points, which is indeed very few, what if there are 10,000 contribution points in the hands of humans? If the contribution points of 1 million humans are concentrated, that is also a terrifying number. The things that can be exchanged in the contribution point mall are enough to promote the progress of civilization. This is also the reason why other contestant civilizations are flocking to contribution points. They have the authority to concentrate contribution points and exchange for things that are meaningful to the entire civilization, but humans are only indigenous civilizations and cannot achieve this. If they can also become a participating civilization, if they can also concentrate contribution points to exchange technology, in that case, human technology will also leap forward and jump into an unimaginable glorious future. Such a scene, just imagining it makes people's hearts beat. That is the progress of the giant wheel of civilization. Lin Qun understands. For example, the Bakatan civilization participated in this civilization war just to gain contribution points. By gaining contribution points, they promoted the progress of civilization. Even the Bakatan people didn't care so much whether they could win the civilization war. That's why the Bakatan civilization didn't concentrate its forces, but fought on multiple fronts, just to gain more contribution points. A strong civilization is what is truly beneficial to a civilization, not war, and certainly not how many enemies are killed through war. After a while, Fukai said, the situation outside the magic city may be bad, but it may not be that bad. We have a population of 8 billion and a federal army of tens of millions. It is impossible for those participating civilizations not to fight each other. Moreover, in order to harvest more contribution points, they are likely to disperse their troops and fight on multiple fronts around the world like the Bakatan people. If we, the Magic City, go out as one, perhaps, ordinary alien civilizations will not be able to do anything to us. Lin Qun also nodded. He also guessed this. Existing information shows that Blue Star is a 3rd level civilization battlefield. The strength of the civilizations participating in this level is within a range, and this range should be the middle value of the indigenous human civilization of Blue Star. This can maintain the balance of the battlefield, and the civilizations of all parties can fight back and forth. Secondly, it can ensure that the war will not exceed a certain limit. Only the civilization that has gained an advantage in the war can gradually become stronger, and by obtaining more contribution points, kill more other participating civilizations or indigenous civilization creatures, and become an unmatched powerful existence on the battlefield. In addition, most civilizations are fighting for more contribution points. Like the Bakatan civilization, multi-line operations are inevitable, and the division of troops is also inevitable. In this case, if the human power is twisted into a rope, then ordinary civilizations may not be able to shake the millions of people in their magic city. After all, although the Bakatans are also fighting on multiple lines, they can beat the magic city like this, which is well prepared. They have invested a lot of troops and manpower in the magic city. In other places, they may not invest so much. Lin Qun and Fukai discussed a lot about these. He learned that the military had experts who were studying these, but there was no conclusion. Fukai said, we have no idea who opened up the battlefield of civilization, and what their purpose is. The only thing we know is that they are so powerful that we can't imagine them. Instead of thinking about these, we might as well think about how to survive the war of civilization.
Survival is a topic that everyone cannot avoid now. As time goes by, many people gradually think about these things, and the atmosphere in the Magic City begins to solidify again. Although as time goes by, the initial joy gradually disappears, and dullness and panic begin to spread again, the overall situation in the Magic City is still good. For example, as far as Lin Qun knows, the large amount of food found by the military now can almost feed these 3 million people for several months. Moreover, the military experts in the Magic City are studying the beam energy weapon technology obtained from the contribution point mall. At present, the first prototype imitated by humans has been built, and the test results are very gratifying. Humans are also working hard to progress and move forward. Prepare for the crisis that may come when the blockade of the Magic City is lifted. And Lin Qun is no exception. In the past few days, he has been practicing hard, practicing Dragon Elephant Prajna and sword controlling, and has made some progress in both. Lin Qun has not yet officially reached the first level of sword controlling, but he has cultivated something. For example, he can make his fire pattern sword fly. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in his single room, Lin Qun pinched the magic formula with his hands and output his telekinesis. The fire pattern sword placed flat in front of him hummed and vibrated, and was covered with a layer of black light. Then, it flew up, and flew around the room. According to the control of Lin Qun's fingers and thoughts, it flew around the room, and the speed gradually increased, and there was a little sharp whistling sound. This power is enough to kill the target. However, that's all. The fire pattern sword can only reach a distance of 10 meters away from Lin Qun at most, because he has not yet cultivated to the first level of sword controlling, and has even just started. But Lin Qun is very happy about this. He knows about cultivating immortals. It is very good to have an effect in such a short time, and it is impossible to compare with others. He didn't have to rely on his own practice. As long as he practiced to a certain depth, and reached the standard of rapid upgrade with contribution points, it would be enough. At that time, he could directly master the first level of sword control. Therefore, he could fully accept this progress. Because at the current speed, Lin Qun estimated that it would not take long for him to reach the standard of rapid success. As for the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, Lin Qun practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna art for a longer time than the sword control art, and as a unique martial arts, it was naturally not as difficult as the sword control art. Finally, on the 5th day after the Bakatans evacuated, one day before the blockade of the Magic City was lifted, Lin Qun's eyes lit up, and he directly spent 50 contribution points. The skill level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art finally reached the first level. This time was different from the past. When he reached this level, he clearly felt that his body had changed slightly. It seemed that his strength had become stronger. He immediately looked at the skill description. The skill description was very simple. Skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna, skill level. First level, description, you have reached the first level of Dragon Elephant Prajna, strength attribute plus 25 points. Looking at this description, Lin Qun's eyes lit up. His attributes have indeed changed. Name, Lin Qun level. 21, 91,650/95,000, strength. 56 agility. 29 constitution. 50 energy. 58/58, dark energy. 22/22, talent, card drawing bonus ability, strength attribute, directly add 25 points. Lin Qun's strength directly became 56. From 31, it directly broke through the 50 mark, which has exceeded the physique, and is close to the energy attribute. 1 level plus 25. Isn't the second level 50? The 10th level is exactly 250. If you practice to the peak, you will get a full 325 bonus to your strength attribute. Isn't that a direct lift? Lin Qun couldn't help but get excited. 300 attributes. Although it's just strength, not the physique and energy, that are particularly useful to him. This is exaggerated enough. With 300 attributes, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in ordinary places? Apart from anything else, just his current strength attribute, combined with the strength bonus ability of the armored titan, will exceed 100 in a minute. These days of hard work have not been in vain.
Although the Bakatans have left, the ranking of the battlefield in the Magic City is only left to the ranking of humans. Lin Qun can only get 30 contribution points a day, but he has time to fully practice these two skills. And now, the effect of the Dragon Elephant Prajnarat has been seen. According to the description, it only takes 100 contribution points to upgrade from the current level to the next level. Of course, the contribution points are few, but it requires Lin Qun's own practice. He also has to reach a certain level before he can rely on contribution points to directly upgrade his skills. But despite this, his cultivation speed is much faster than others. You know, in the original work, the king of the golden wheel who practiced this skill practiced for a lifetime, but in the end he only reached the 10th level, and that was a lifetime of practice. Lin Qun doesn't need that much time. He has contribution points to upgrade. He believes that it is only a matter of time for him to reach the 13th level. And what Lin Qun is looking forward to more is that this Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is just a martial arts skill, and the bonus is so good. If the sword control technique, that is a combination of Kingyu and Sword Juan Shushan sword control technique, is successfully practiced, Lin Qun suppressed his excitement and continued to practice. After practicing for a long time, he gradually calmed down. And now, the blockade of the Magic City is about to end. Humans don't have much time left, and Lin Qun doesn't have much time left either. He has to make full use of the remaining time and improve as much as possible. When the blockade of the Magic City is lifted, there may be no such opportunity. After the accumulation of his contribution points in the rankings in the past few days, he has exceeded 500 again, and he has a chance to draw a card. But Lin Qun also hesitated to draw cards, because he hadn't used the Fairy's Gaze card these days. He wanted to give the fairy a holiday to change his favorability, so that he could draw luck first, and then draw cards, when the blockade was lifted. While practicing without sun or moon, time passed quietly in the busyness of the Magic City. Soon, there were only a few hours left before the agreed time to lift the blockade with the Bakatan civilization. Chapter 168. The blockade is lifted. The blessing was successful, and the unknown fairy cast a mysterious look at you. She looked at you, and quickly looked away, and blessed you. You have obtained the ultimate luck. Duration, 2 minutes. In the single room of the prison, Lin Qun sat on the bed, looking at the words on the card that appeared in front of him, and was very excited. Sure enough, the blessing was successful directly, and good luck was obtained. Of course, it is possible that Lin Qun's declaration of fighting for mankind last time moved this fairy, because this unknown fairy is suspected to have a great connection with the human race. Of course, that is all later. Lin Qun can now use this ultimate luck to draw cards. In the past 7 days, Lin Qun has been practicing with all his heart. Because the Bakatans have withdrawn, Lin Qun has no alien civilization to kill, so he can only choose to practice by himself. His contribution point increase depends entirely on the gift of ranking. For the same reason, the global battlefield detected that there was only one civilized creature in the Magic City, and the Bakatan civilization seemed to have submitted an application to withdraw from the Magic City battlefield and lift the blockade of the Magic City in advance. The battle in the Magic City was judged to be over, and the overall ranking in the Magic City was gone, leaving only one regional ranking. Although Lin Qun ranked first, the regional ranking, even if it was first, only had 30 contribution points a day. In 7 days, 7 firsts, a total of 210 contribution points were obtained. Combined with what Lin Qun had left before, and minus the contribution points that Lin Qun used to upgrade the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajnarat, he had a total of 545 contribution points left. He couldn't do anything else, so he could use it to draw a card. At this moment, with extreme luck in hand, Lin Qun also immediately spent 500 contribution points and started drawing cards. After deducting 500 contribution points, there were still 45 contribution points left. Extreme luck. The card drawn is the card of the capped level of the card pool. This time, it was no exception. Name: Kirby's Mysterious Magnifying Glass. Type: Item card grade B. Description: use this card to obtain a mysterious magnifying glass from Kirby to find evidence of not being a human.
After confirming and locking onto a not being a human target, you can activate this magnifying glass to shoot out a beam of light, providing a significant lighting effect and giving it a continuous, random negative buff. The duration depends on the energy intensity of the target being illuminated and can affect targets with more than 3 times the energy of the user. Do you want to materialize this? Lin Qun blinked, looking at the things drawn on this card. It was a familiar Kirby emoticon. That was one of the classic emoticons of Kirby in the world that Lin Qun traveled to. That is, Kirby was holding a magnifying glass, and there was a line of text below. I can't find any evidence that you are a human. This is an emoticon that will never appear in this world because there is no Kirby game in this Blue Star world. It's just, can I still draw an emoticon as a skill? Lin Qun's mouth twitched. This card was gradually emerging in his palm. However, the effect of this card still seemed a bit exaggerated. It could directly affect the target and deduct a random negative buff. This random buff was a bit thought-provoking. A flat fall buff was a negative buff, and a 7-step poison was also a negative buff. However, looking at this B-level rating, it is unlikely to be just a flashlight. Perhaps, it can play an unexpected role. It's just that this is not the definition of a human, and it's also very vague. Lin Qun pondered. Alien life, animals and plants should not be, then there are some guys who are defined as not human. When he thought of this, he suddenly realized that maybe he could try it now. Instead of trying it on people, he could try it on objects. Lin Qun immediately materialized this thing. The magnifying glass itself is not big, and the mirror is really similar to that of an old-fashioned handheld flashlight, but it obviously has no light-emitting components, and does not require batteries. From the appearance, it is just an ordinary magnifying glass. Until Lin Qun used it to shine on one side of the table leg. Lin Qun was surprised by the scene that happened. The mirror of the magnifying glass began to glow and flicker, and then, like some kind of electronic detection equipment, a row of words appeared. Tactical scanning, analyzing, confirmed, the target is not a human. Cartoon-like words appeared in rows, and there were 2 large exclamation marks in the style of Kirby after the last sentence. So the next moment, the flashlight suddenly shot out a beam of light, covering the table leg in front. If nothing else, the light was quite sufficient, much brighter than ordinary flashlights. Lin Qun was judging in his mind. Then, another word appeared. Target locked, negative buff confirmed, accelerated corrosion. Under the bright light, the wooden table leg decayed rapidly in less than 2 seconds, and turned directly into a pile of rotten debris, and the table collapsed in half. Smoke and dust surged. Lin Qun took a step back. Sure enough, it can be directly effective if it is not a human target. If this is shot directly at a person, and this buff is randomly received, wouldn't it be possible to turn a living person into dust in a few minutes? Not only that, the rest of the wooden table that was not irradiated also began to rot at this moment. It should be completely destroyed in 1 or 2 minutes. The air began to be filled with a smell of decay. Sure enough, B-level cards are no joke. Moreover, this thing does not even have a cooldown time, and does not require the consumption of dark energy and energy. Lin Qun put it away well. Under special circumstances, this thing may be effective, especially, it is not only effective for living creatures, but also for objects. This not a person is not a person in a broad sense. If facing the giant sailing ship of Bastion, maybe he doesn't need to take any violent means, just take a photo, and it will be. Lin Qun thought of this, and laughed a little. Where are there any Bastion people in the Magic City now? Even if you can meet them, it should be in the future. After all, in the battlefield of civilization, who knows where the remaining Bastion people are? Of course, you don't have to be on the Bastion people's sailing ship. You can also get miraculous effects when you encounter equipment from other civilizations in the future. Lin Qun stood up. He changed his clothes and walked out of his room. After 7 days of rest, Lin Qun recovered very well. All his attributes have been maximumed out. Because of his special identity and strong strength, his breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day are even the standards before the end of the world, and he can also take a hot bath. Even if the Bastion people have left the Magic City now, such treatment is unimaginable for most people in the Magic City. After all, the foundation of the city has been almost destroyed. It is not easy for the military to coordinate and manage these millions of people so that everyone will not starve to death and ensure certain medical care. Of course, Lin Qun has not seen any of the higher level people in the Magic City who want to curry favor with Lin Qun and make connections these days. In fact, in order to speed up his cultivation progress, he has been in seclusion most of the time. Even Li Ji and others find it difficult to see him. But today is different. The blockade of the Magic City is about to be lifted, and it's time for Lin Qun to come out. Sitting and waiting for death is not a solution. No one knows what is outside the Magic City. Therefore, Lin Qun has already agreed with Li Zeng that on the day when the blockade of the Magic City is lifted, he will go to the front line of the edge of the Magic City with the military troops. At this moment, there are still 2 hours before the blockade of the Magic City is lifted. A trace of blood has begun to emerge at the end of the sky. Lin Qun boarded the convoy and moved forward at full speed. Lin Qun's team is the troops of Captain Chu. His troops suffered heavy losses in the previous battle of the Magic City, but after this period of rest and replenishment, a large number of manpower has been added. The military has also achieved a mixed formation of survivors and soldiers, and a group of survivors and soldiers trained during this period were directly input into the army to fill the shortage of manpower. Familiar faces of Lin Qun, such as Ni Wensheng, Liuiui, Li Ji, Li Zeng and others, are among them. Lin Qun sat in the front car, with Captain Chu next to him. Captain Chu pointed to the invisible border of the DC area and said, "We are not the only ones setting out now. We have already deployed half of our troops in the 4 directions of the Magic City. We are ready to block the direction of the East District. This is the limit of what we can do." Lin Qun knew that the military was ready to abandon the other districts of the Magic City outside the East District. First, they were unable to defend, and second, it was meaningless. Most of those districts were in a mess. With the number of humans left in the Magic City, 1 East District was enough. Reducing the defense area was the best choice for the humans in the Magic City now. Therefore, the first thing they had to defend at this moment was the East District front. The city behind them gradually faded away, and in Lin Qun's pupils, a huge light curtain covering the Magic City began to emerge. They went straight under the light curtain. From the light curtain, they still couldn't see the outside scene. This light curtain divided the inside and outside of the Magic City into 2 worlds. Captain Chu jumped out of the car, looked back, and said, "Sometimes, I'm a little dazed. The Bakatan people were really driven out of the Magic City by us." Lin Qun said, "They are also acting for their own interests. With books, it is long. Without books, it is short. They did not wait here for too long, and 2 hours passed in a hurry. Finally, changes began to appear, and the light above their heads began to gradually disappear. The light curtain began to dissipate from the top to the bottom. The blockade of the Magic City has finally begun to be lifted." At this moment, a row of words appeared in front of everyone. "The blockade of your area has been lifted, the current regional ranking has been locked, and the ranking of the new region can be viewed at 0 hours today." Along with this text, everyone found that the last 5 human rankings in the east, west, south, north, and center of the Magic City were gone. They could only view the blue star ranking. In addition, there was a newly appeared Huaxia region ranking and Modu regional ranking, but they were all in a state of being unable to be viewed and needed to be viewed after midnight today. But at this time, everyone's attention was undoubtedly on the matter of the blockade of the Magic City, and they didn't care about rankings or not. Everyone perked up instantly. The military drones took off first, and they wanted to go out from high altitude to see the situation outside. There were only a few drones, which looked a bit shabby, but the air force of the Magic City had almost been lost, which was difficult to replenish in a short time. Outside, was it a mess of hopeless wasteland, or was it the human army waiting and welcoming them? Chapter 169. This is a cage, but also a protection. The light blocking the Magic City dissipated from top to bottom. Lin Qun and his team were at the bottom and needed to wait for a while, but the military drones had already upgraded first and rushed into the vast world outside the Magic City. The Magic City General Command immediately activated the communication device to contact the human forces that might still exist outside to obtain information or to conduct linkage. "We have connected with the outside world. We will establish communication immediately and call our brother troops under the base of the survivors base of the 6th prison. This has been set up as a new command center, and Li Zeng is here at the moment. The command center is full of busy staff. They are nervous and excited, and a little bit uneasy. They don't know what will happen next, and what is waiting for them outside the magic city. And the answer is about to be revealed. The synchronized picture sent back by the drone soon appeared on the central screen. Not only that, Lin Qun was also standing at the scene, and saw the picture of the drone through the simultaneous interpretation device. The drone was the latest model of the military. It not only had reconnaissance capabilities, but also carried 2 missiles. It was one of the few remaining air forces of the human military in the Magic City after the war with the Bacatans. It had excellent performance, and for this reason, it was chosen to be sent out in the first batch. However, when the blockade was lifted, and the light curtain disappeared, the scene outside was different from what everyone imagined. The picture sent back by the drone was dark. It was almost impossible to see anything clearly. The expected ruins or the human federal army to greet them were not there. Is this interference? It just flew over the light curtain? Lin Qun frowned. Captain Chu also looked at the technicians on the side. The technicians looked very solemn and said, "No, this is the scene. This is." Lin Qun felt a little uneasy. He raised his head, walked out from the military's line, and looked up at the sky. The light curtain had dropped enough at this time, almost to the edge of the field of vision, and at this time, there were already bursts of exclamations in the military line. From the descending light curtain, a large area of darkness flowed in. Is that fog? The grey-black fog poured in from the outside like a flood. And looking out from here, outside the blocked area of the demon city, there was a surge of darkness everywhere. The grey-black fog was like a terrifying high wall, rising from the outside of the demon city and piercing the clouds. It was several thousand meters high, and the flow speed at the top was faster, like a bloody mouth, and it was going to be the first to seal and close above the demon city. Lin Qun retreated step by step. The light curtain had completely disappeared, and large areas of fog flowed in from the outside. Their flow speed was not very fast, and humans could avoid them at a normal walking speed. Just retreat. But this scene was still very scary. The light curtain disappeared, like a dam releasing floodwater, and all the wandering fog in the outside world poured in. It was overwhelming, like a wall collapsing, but the speed was slow, allowing people to clearly see every process of its flow. As they retreated, they felt a strange and terrifying breath penetrating from it. No one expected this. The East District troops sent by the Magic City military retreated 500 meters in line, and then they made way for a certain distance. According to the current speed of the fog, it will take at least 20 minutes to reach our current position. But it's not just our position. The entire Magic City area and the surrounding sea areas seem to be shrouded in these grey-black fogs at the moment. They are coming from all directions. The preliminary analysis from the rear shows that it may only take a few days to submerge the Magic City. Captain Chu said. Moreover, our drone just lost contact. It advanced 300 meters in the fog and suddenly lost contact. We don't know what happened yet. The communication from the headquarters was transmitted, but no one responded. We can't judge how large the coverage of this grey-black fog is for the time being. The above speculates that this may be related to the huge shadow that appeared over the Magic City on the day when the global battlefield officially opened. Captain Chu frowned. This situation was somewhat unexpected. The outside of the Magic City was all fog, and it was pitch dark. No one expected this. But so far, the good news is that at least no monsters have rushed out of the fog. This is not the best situation, nor the worst. Lin Qun stood in front of the convoy, frowning, waiting for the analysis results and the next plan from the rear. In fact, the general commander of the demon city was also a little overwhelmed at this time. He couldn't contact the people he wanted to contact, and he couldn't see other civilized creatures. The new ranking that could obtain information was not opened. And with the change of the sky and the flow of fog, the demon city was completely shrouded in darkness early on. The news came back from some unknown channel and spread among the survivors, and there was a faint panic. Commander, the survivors outside are a little panicked. There is even a saying that the blue planet outside the demon city has been destroyed. We are the last humans. Those outside are not fog at all, but a piece of nothingness after destruction. When they devour the demon city, it will be the death of all of us. The unknown brings fear. Listening to this report, Li Zeng raised his head in his position, glanced at the man in front of him, and turned his head to scan the staff in the command center. They were all looking at him. At this time, it was impossible for these people to say that they were not frightened. The blockade of the magic city was lifted, but they still couldn't contact the outside world and didn't know what the specific situation was. In addition, there was a strange fog and terrifying rumors everywhere. Li Zeng was silent for a moment and threw the latest fog analysis report in his hand on the table with a snap, which caused the entire underground base to quiet down. He stood up, looked around, and deliberately said loudly, "Nonsense. These rumors are simply nonsense. Our report shows that this is Blue Star. The magic city is the magic city, and the outside is the suburbs of the magic city. It's just that the fog has a special composition. There is some electromagnetic interference, and the coverage area is relatively large. What's so scary about this? The Bakatens who fought with real swords and guns were driven away by us. Can these fogs trap us? Give an order. Prepare an exploration team immediately to find out the situation in the fog." Li Zeng's words at this time have a power to stabilize people's hearts. The content of the report transmitted from him to the front line of the Magic City border has more information than he said. This is likely that a certain civilization is transforming the ecological environment of Blue Star again. Lin Qun looked up in shock. Yes, this is the result of the analysis above. In order not to cause panic, only a few people know it now. Captain Chu said, because our preliminary detection results show that the gray-black particles in these mists are very small and contain unknown components that are not on the Blue Star, so this is not impossible. The Bakatens can move in the atmospheric environment on the Blue Star, but it does not mean that all civilizations can. In order to adapt to the battlefield of the Blue Star and better exert the combat power of their own civilization, this is very likely. But Lin Qun understands the meaning behind this analysis. If it is really transformed and suitable for other contestant civilizations to breathe and survive, then it is not suitable for humans. Once these mists cover the magic city, it is very likely that they will all die from the change in environment. Lin Qun and Captain Chu looked at each other. Captain Chu said with a complicated expression, "Maybe we haven't even seen the enemy, and we will be forced to choose to leave the magic city plan. Even if this environment has no effect on us humans, we have no means to dispel these mists, and we can only choose to leave in the end." When he said this, he felt helpless and slightly sad. They are the masters of the blue planet, but in this war of civilizations, they are not even contestants, but just natives. They can only watch others change their world and planet, while they are forced to wander. The drone lost contact, and the reconnaissance team arranged by the military set off immediately. At this time, the fog had spread to a distance of 500 meters, and Lin Qun and his team retreated another 500 meters. The first exploration team of the military arrived at this time, carrying a large amount of equipment, and quickly entered the fog. Behind them was the second team of experts. After the first team opened the way, they would also enter immediately to collect samples from the deep fog and study the impact on the ecological environment of the fog-covered area. Lin Qun and other real warriors remained motionless, waiting for the results sent back from the front. Li Ji stood on the side of Lin Qun and said, "Brother Lin, what kind of civilization did this?" Lin Qun just shook his head. They didn't even know if the civilization that created this gray-black fog was living in it at the moment. The first team went smoothly. After entering the fog, they confirmed two good things. First, the air composition in the fog was almost the same as the original air composition of the Blue Star, except that the nitrogen content increased, but it did not affect breathing. There was also a picture of the exploration team taking off their protective equipment and moving forward. The visibility of the fog was fixed, about 1 to 2 meters. Second, they advanced nearly 1 kilometer and had crossed the border of the Magic City without being blocked or encountering danger. So at this time, the second team of experts set off quickly. These fogs will cover the entire Magic City within a few days, but the Magic City has more than 3 million people, plus a large amount of supplies. If you want to evacuate, it will take several days. You can't afford to delay, and you must quickly figure out the truth of the fog. As the team went deeper, the radio was gradually interfered and blurred. It might take several minutes to send back a message, and the pictures sent back were even more unclear. Another half an hour passed, and the fog continued to advance. Lin Qun and his team retreated another 500 meters, but news came from the front. It was still the first team. Zilla. We found the crashed drone. Zilla. It seems to have been torn by something. It was attacked. The voice stopped here. 10 minutes later, the second team also suddenly lost contact. Only a moment later, a person covered in blood stumbled out of the fog. It was a female expert in the field of environment and atmosphere. At this time, she shouted like crazy, "Save me! Save me! They are alive! They are alive! They are all gone! They are all gone!" Then, she fell to the edge of the fog with a plop, and her life or death was unknown. 2 exploration teams, nearly 40 people, disappeared in more than half an hour without even a wave, and only one person came back. And the distance they went deep into the fog was less than 2 kilometers. Everyone was all in doubt, and Captain Chu on one side immediately sent someone to bring the people back. Li Xing on the other side swallowed hard and said, "Perhaps, the blockade of the Bakatan civilization is a cage for the demon city and us, but it is also a protection." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. No matter what the hell you are, I'll give you a buff first. On the ground, the female expert who had just fallen to the ground suddenly began to twitch violently. As soon as the 2 soldiers sent by Captain Chu approached her, the grey-black fog behind her suddenly expanded, as if it had life, like a terrifying abyss that opened its mouth and swallowed up the 2 soldiers and the female expert again in the blink of an eye. 3 living people were silent in the blink of an eye. What's going on? They are at the edge of the fog. If we retreat, we can retreat immediately. Where are the people? Have they disappeared too? There was a faint commotion on the military side. The flow speed of the grey-black fog had always been natural and fixed before, but just now, the entire fog seemed to have suddenly come alive, moving spontaneously and quickly, which scared everyone. There was even a faint fear, and someone even whispered, Is the blue star really destroyed? The outside is not the blue star at all, but a void that eats people. Can we only wait to die?" The commotion expanded at this time. As soldiers, they were not afraid of dying in battle, but how could they not be afraid of such an unclear and cowardly death? But at this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, they are out again." Sure enough, 2 figures staggered out of the fog in front of them, but the strange thing was that they were not the 2 young soldiers and female experts who were suddenly submerged, but 2 soldiers from the first exploration team. 3 They looked unscathed, staggered out from inside, looked at the large military team here, and shouted hoarsely, "Help! Help!" This was a strange scene. The place where they appeared, and even the place where the 3 people just disappeared, their positions and directions completely overlapped, but there was actually no intersection. The people at the edge of the fog disappeared, and the people who had gone deep into the fog appeared. There was a sense of weirdness everywhere, and it was not known whether it was an illusion. The movements of the 2 soldiers seemed particularly stiff, and the sound of their shouting was like the friction of iron sheets. But the distance was too far, and the electronic equipment was interfered by the fog, so it was not observed clearly. Captain Chu was also somewhat doubtful when he saw this scene, but 2 of his soldiers were there, especially since they came back alive, and might have brought back some information, so they couldn't just ignore it. He gritted his teeth and prepared to let Xiao Yi lead a group of people directly over. Xiao Yi called a few people in the team, and the military soldiers were somewhat doubtful and frightened. After hesitating for a while, they moved forward. But when they were less than 50 meters away from the 2, a voice suddenly rang out from the military convoy line behind them. "Don't move, they are dead." Xiao Yi and the other soldiers were startled. When they turned around, they saw a figure suddenly flying out of the convoy behind them. It was as fast as lightning, and jumped directly over their heads, killing the 2 members of the exploration team who had escaped from a narrow escape.
This person was Lin Qun. He also felt something was wrong just now, so he took out Kirby's magnifying glass and looked at the scene. However, the surroundings were all military lights, and the light from his magnifying glass was drowned out and was not conspicuous. The distance was a bit far, and the lens of the magnifying glass was not big. Lin Qun shone for a long time before he succeeded in focusing. The results surprised him, because the two people showed they were not human. The cartoon text presented on the interface of Kirby's magnifying glass formed a sharp contrast with the actual results, giving people a more terrifying contrast. If they are not human, then what are they? But Lin Qun reacted immediately. Xiao Yi and others must not be allowed to get close to the fog. These two people are likely to be some kind of bait, like the female expert covered in blood just now. The military's judgment is wrong. There are creatures in the grey-black fog, but they have not discovered it. Moreover, those creatures must have been grinding their teeth and sucking blood, waiting to harvest human contribution points. Without further ado, Lin Qun did not hesitate at all. Mario jumped and started, and his body rushed out at high speed. Before rushing out, Lin Qun had already activated the skills of Kirby's magnifying glass. No matter what kind of thing you are, I'll buff you first. He jumped out from a safe distance of 500 meters away, and his voice was still echoing, and he had shortened the distance to the headshot girl. At a glance, the two staggering and shouting human warriors had their heads exploded in an instant, and blood plasma splashed. Their bodies fell to the ground with a bang. The people behind them were still confused, and they saw that the bodies of the two human warriors at this moment were like puddles of thick water, dissolving and dizzying. They turned into a terrifying black substance, twisting and winding on the ground, flowing at a very fast speed, not retreating but advancing at high speed, killing Xiao Yi and others who were 50 meters away. Seeing this thing, Xiao Yi and others also changed their faces, but they recognized what it was at the first time. It's those black shadow monsters. Be careful in the Magic City. Many soldiers have seen this kind of creature. There are not many of them. They are active on the edge of the battlefield between the Bakutans and humans, and are free from the battlefield. Therefore, they have never attracted anyone's attention. Later, when the Bakutans withdrew, they almost disappeared in the Magic City. But the Magic City has always judged them as contestants from another civilization, the civilization represented by the huge shadow that appeared over the Magic City when the global battlefield was opened and was blocked outside due to the blockade. Those in the Magic City blockade period should have leaked in during that process. In the previous 7 days, the Magic City general had guessed that there might be these strange creatures outside the Magic City when he was deducing the possible situation outside. But there are too few such creatures in the Magic City, and the military has been exchanging fire with the Bakutans and has not paid special attention to them. As a result, the Magic City has no living creatures of this creature, only some corpse residues, which are almost useless. Their performance in the Magic City several times seems to have nothing to do with the grey-black fog. There is too little information, and the military does not know about this creature. Therefore, even if many people in the military speculate that perhaps these grey-black fogs are related to those strange dark matter creatures that appeared during the Magic City blockade, this is just one of the military's multiple speculations and cannot be confirmed. Until this moment, these things show their true appearance. The answer is revealed at this moment. This creature is significantly different from ordinary things, so those who have seen it can recognize it almost instantly. Captain Chu said immediately, "Quick, report to the headquarters immediately. Their guess and prediction are correct. They are the dark matter creatures that appeared in the battlefield during the blockade of the Magic City." Lin Qun's eyes flashed. He recognized it immediately. However, although the two black matter monsters have terrifying postures, their actions are a bit funny. They rushed forward for a short distance and actually collided with each other. This is a negative buff of Kirby's magnifying glass, which applies a buff called dizziness to these non-human guys. And just this moment is enough for Lin Qun to kill. He was like a flash of lightning, and he threw out 2 fire talismans directly. These days, after the war in the Magic City ended, he was not idle. While practicing the dragon elephant prajna art and the sword controlling technique, he was also stockpiling fire talismans. Excluding the consumption of dark energy from practicing, he could stockpile more than 20 a day.
After 7 days, Lin Qun had more than 100 fire talismans in his hand, and he threw out 2 directly. Seeing the main body of the monster in the grey-black mist clearly, the previous shadows and doubts disappeared at once. It was not the first time that Lin Qun had fought against this kind of dark matter monster. He had never known where their weak points were, and it was useless to shoot them in the head. The fire talisman worked wonders. As expected, after Lin Qun cast 2 fire talismans, the 2 dark matter monsters immediately wailed wildly, twisted and rolled on the ground, and were burned to death in a few seconds. They showed a different reaction from the previous attack on Lin Qun in the blockade area of the magic city. They were bathed in fire, but desperately wanted to escape back to the grey-black mist behind them, as if there was something there that could save their lives. At this time, as if there was really something responding to them, the grey-black mist suddenly accelerated its flow, trying to wrap them up. At this moment, the mist flowed, and the shadows and outlines of dark matter creatures could be vaguely seen, as if one figure after another opened his arms, wanting to welcome the 2 poor companions who were about to be burned to death back into his arms. Seeing this, Lin Qun's eyes sank slightly, and he immediately threw out 5 more fire talismans. 5 fireballs rushed out in a line. Behind him, Captain Chu also ordered intensive fire immediately. The military's firepower had been prepared long ago, and they fired intensively, all firing at the surging fog in front of them. But at this moment, the speed of the grey-black fog suddenly increased faster than before, covering the sky and the earth. In just a few breaths, it advanced hundreds of meters, covering Xiao Yi, Lin Qun in front, and even Captain Chu in the back. And I don't know if it was an illusion. At that moment, Lin Qun suddenly looked up and saw a huge multi-legged black shadow monster with hundreds of meters above his head. It was like an extremely huge giant spider, but it seemed to be crawling at the top of the layers of fog without weight. The foggy fog was like a bridge in the earth under its feet, making a rustling sound during the movement. But that was just a scalded glimpse. The next second, the dark fog surged like a tide and instantly covered Lin Qun. Visibility dropped rapidly. The fog seemed to affect people's perception. Just in front of Lin Qun, 5 fireballs and missiles launched by the military exploded in a line, impacting the fog and becoming bright flames in the grey-black world. Several dark matter creatures struggled and twisted in this sea of fire, screaming horribly, looking as horrible as they could be. But Lin Qun got a reminder that his contribution points had arrived. Whatever these things are, they are also contestants of alien civilizations. Lin Qun's eyes swept. Although his visibility dropped, under the cover of the fire not far away, he could see that the grey-black fog around him was full of surging dark matter creatures. Their shapes were uncertain, and they seemed to be able to attach to objects. This grey-black fog was their biggest cover. If you don't know their characteristics, you won't even be aware of their existence when walking in the fog. You will only think that these things are just ordinary large shadows or light changes in the fog. Now that I think about it, those people and the crashed drones were killed so silently. These contestants were actually in front of all of them from the beginning. In this darkness, Lin Qun directly threw out more fire talismans, which exploded continuously without any cost. In the surrounding darkness, there were pieces of terrifying screams in an instant, and Lin Qun's contribution points, which had not been moved for a long time, began to rise. The explosion and the flames, the impact scattered, layer by layer, swept away the grey-black fog around, and instantly blew off the fog that surged out. After all, this section of fog just surged up suddenly, and there were mostly monsters in it, which blew them away, and the fog dispersed by itself. These things, hiding in the fog, relying on the fog for cover, and their methods seemed to rely on the fog to perform, so they looked weird, coming and going without a trace, but once the fog was blown up, they immediately showed their original form. Around, Xiao Yi and Captain Chu, and others in the back also opened fire crazily. As soon as the fire shook the surroundings, Lin Qun saw Xiao Yi, who was close at hand. Xiao Yi glanced at him. His expression changed slightly, and he pointed at his feet. "Mr. Lin, be careful." Lin Qun also noticed it. Under the light of the fire, his own shadow behind him was strangely elongated at this moment, jumping out from the ground and rushing towards him from behind. Chapter 171. Unless the number 1 in the demon city is here. Lin Qun was shocked. With his current attributes,
He could react to the sudden appearance of this shadow, but the strange thing was that after this thing jumped out, he found that his original shadow was gone. He became a person without a shadow. But in a flash, Lin Qun didn't have time to think too much, and he retreated suddenly while throwing out another fire talisman. He now has too many fire talismans and throws them out without paying. But his shadow seemed very cunning. It seemed to pounce on Lin Qun, but in fact, at the last critical moment, it twisted its body and ran to one side. The fireball thrown by Lin Qun missed. His face froze slightly, and he looked up and saw that on the other side, the shadow of a warrior suddenly came to life like him, jumped up directly, and broke the warrior's throat. This scene was extremely weird and terrifying. What kind of creatures are these dark matter creatures? This civilization is obviously very different from human civilization and Bakatan civilization. Its biological form is not any kind on the blue planet. It cannot be guessed with conventional thinking. Lin Qun did not see what dark matter creature disguised as the shadow of the warrior. It felt like the original shadow of the warrior suddenly came alive and gained life. He turned his head and took a look, and his shadow really disappeared. I don't know if it's because the light around is wrong or for some other reason, but Lin Qun didn't have time to think too much. The military had already begun to retreat, but he rushed out quickly. His eyes swept across, and the headshot girl skill was activated to chase his shadow. Intuition told him that he couldn't let the shadow run away, but the headshot girl skill that was invincible against conventional creatures seemed to have no use for these shadow monsters. Lin Qun's headshot girl ability exploded randomly on the opponent's body. The shadow of Lin Qun exploded into a mass of black plasma, but he was not hurt at all. The body quickly reorganized, and it swept forward at high speed close to the ground, and rushed into the deep grey black fog behind in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun's footsteps paused slightly at this moment. At this time, the black grey mist that suddenly emerged just now had almost been driven away by them using various means. Going forward, it was the grey black mist that enveloped the entire city of Modu. Lin Qun hesitated. There might be countless dark matter monsters hidden in these mists. Xiao Yi behind him also spoke at this time. Mr. Lin, be careful. It was obvious that he wanted Lin Qun to retreat quickly, but at this moment, a row of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Qun. Danger. Catch it and kill it. The unknown fairy cast a fixed gaze at you and issued a wake-up call to you. In the Kyankan bag, the fairy's gaze card was glowing. Is she looking at me? No. Lin Qun took a deep breath and said, I'll go there. The strength of the unknown fairy was far superior to his, and these dark matter creatures were very strange. Although he had encountered them several times before, those dark matter creatures were all alone, and this situation had never occurred. He could say that he had no understanding of these monsters. Since the unknown fairy said it was dangerous, he must not let it go. Although she had hit her head before, judging from the two subsequent prayers, she would not harm herself. Since she saw her own shadow, she must have seen herself in the grey black mist that enveloped the world outside the magic city. In this case, if he chased it, it would definitely be more dangerous to rush into the mist than to let his shadow run away. So Lin Qun made a decisive judgment, chase it and kill it. Because Lin Qun also felt that something was wrong. The shadow was gone. Regardless of science, there was a problem in the ancient Chinese saying. At this time, he even thought of a creepy guess. Perhaps, those ancient horror stories about shadows that circulated in China were related to these strange biological civilizations. Perhaps, they once appeared secretly in the human world. Amid the exclamations behind him, Lin Qun turned into a flash of lightning and pounced directly into the grey black mist in front of him. As he advanced, Lin Qun took out the Mark 46, put on his armor, and transformed himself into Iron Man. His thruster spewed fire, and he rose directly from the ground. At the same time, the light of Kirby's magnifying glass opened the way and illuminated the mist. As long as he found that it was not a person, he would throw out a fire symbol to kill him. Lin Qun's eyes swept. His shadow was in front of him. The reason why he could recognize it was because his shadow had been blown to pieces by him. Although he failed to kill it, it also affected its appearance. It didn't recover so quickly, and it was running away desperately. It was a conspicuous bag. Captain Chu and others behind were stunned. How could they stop Lin Qun? They only saw Lin Qun rushing into the grey black mist like thunder, accompanied by an explosion and faint fire, and the howling of those strange monsters, gradually moving away. The communicator on the side whispered, "This is worthy of Mr. Lin. He should be okay." Xiao Yi couldn't help turning his head to look at Captain Chu. Ni Wensheng on the side didn't think anything of it. He looked at Lin Qun and rushed in with admiration on his face. He said, "Lin Qun is brother Lin. This grey black mist should be full of those monsters. This is the nest they created. Others will die if they go in, but he can kill his way in." Captain Chu said, "Mr. Lin's combat power is unparalleled. He must have his reasons and confidence to chase. We must report the situation here to the headquarters. These grey black mists are full of monsters. When they cover the magic city, millions of people in the magic city will die. We must respond as soon as possible." His eyes were heavy, and he was uneasy. He knew that these things were more disgusting and terrifying than the Bakatons, because the grey black mist spread everywhere, visibility decreased, and it covered a large area. Even if their military had the ability to reach the sky, how could they protect so many survivors in all aspects? And the most important thing is that, although they had encountered some of these creatures during the blockade of the Magic City battlefield before, from the current situation, the limited information they had was useless. What if they guessed it? They knew very little about these dark matter creatures. During the blockade of the Magic City, they encountered several records of dark matter creatures that were alone, which was very different from what they were showing now. At this moment, Lin Qun had already killed his way into the depths of the grey black mist. The visibility in the grey black mist was too low. He deepened his Mark 46 and cooperated with the auxiliary amplification device inside the armor, but he could only see a distance of about 5 meters. It took him a long time to successfully focus Kirby's magnifying glass and add a buff to his own shadow that was desperately fleeing. Extreme fear. In an instant, its body became stiff and began to tremble. The body of the dark matter shook wildly and gradually became unable to move. Fear also has many levels. Ordinary fear can make people run away, but extreme fear is enough to make people pee and poop and be so scared that they can't move. This dark matter creature obviously doesn't have those excretory organs, but it still trembles on the ground, and the matter on its body peels off piece by piece, like melting snowflakes, as if it is going to be scared to death in such fear. The star card is more useful than this card, especially in the battlefield of civilization, facing alien civilization creatures. Just take a random shot and see which one is human. 100% effective. At this time, there were no dark matter creatures around Lin Qun. The grey black mist was mist, and those dark matter creatures only depended on it. They seemed to have no way to do anything to Lin Qun, so they quietly retreated and stayed away from him. This dark grey black mist that was inaccessible to others was not as dangerous as imagined for Lin Qun. Lin Qun's fire talisman seemed to have a great restraint on them. Lin Qun just killed all the way and got nearly 80 contribution points. In this darkness, he couldn't see how many dark matter creatures there were around him, but he killed more than 80 of them. Lin Qun wanted to say, "I haven't used all his strength yet. These things are weird in their means, but they are not strong in frontal strength." Lin Qun was approaching his own shadow at a rapid speed. At this time, the other party looked very strange, crawling on the ground, and the dark body turned into a human figure. You could even vaguely see some of Lin Qun's shadow. But at this moment, he looked particularly strange. He crawled on the ground, his body was falling apart in fear, but he was frantically kowtowing and praying towards a certain position in the sky. He looked crazy, but extremely pious. What was he praying to? Lin Qun instinctively thought of the huge multi-legged strange shadow when the grey black mist was spreading wildly just now. He was shocked and raised his arms without pausing for a moment. He directly fired 2 energy cannons with the Iron Man armor, which blew half of his shadow body to pieces. Then a fire symbol fell, burning it with a blazing flame, burning it completely. Lin Qun immediately turned around to see if his shadow had come back, but the light here was too dim, and he couldn't see it at all. But at this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely terrifying howl from the deeper grey black mist. Lin Qun was in doubt, but at this moment, he saw several figures suddenly rushing out from the side, sneaking and looking at him flying in the air, shouting, "Run, their domain master is about to send someone."
If you don't leave now, it will be too late. If you alarm the domain master, even if you can fly, you will die. No one can survive under it, except the number one in the magic city. Those people looked nervous and ragged, but they all had strong auras. They seemed to be masters, with an average level of at least level 5, which was rare in the civilized battlefield with obvious differentiation between the strong and the weak. But Lin Qun was stunned when he heard it. Domain master? What domain master? And the number one in the magic city? Isn't the number one in the magic city here? Don't they know me? But Lin Qun was slightly stunned and reacted. These people didn't seem to be from the magic city, but people who were isolated outside the magic city. The magic city consists of two parts. One is the blocked magic city, and the second is the surrounding area of the magic city shrouded in fog, where Lin Qun is now. The so-called number one in the magic city should be the number one in the magic city outside the blockade area. Chapter 172. What is his origin? Lin Qun looked strange, but he was always a man who listened to advice. Now the magic city had no idea how wide the grey-black fog covered. Lin Qun was a little confused after killing his way in. Although he knew that these dark matter creatures were the ones he had encountered in the blockade area of the magic city, they were different after all. At that time, they were alone, but now this place was obviously their home ground of civilization. Listen to others' advice and have a full meal. In the darkness behind, there was a terrible whistling sound. It seemed that something really responded to the prayers and calls of Lin Qun's shadow just now. It was approaching rapidly with the whistling sound, getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. Lin Qun hesitated for a moment, then immediately controlled the Mark 46 armor to fall from the sky, landed steadily, and ran away with these people. He didn't know these people, but at this time, those who could run out and call others to run away should not be bad people. As for if they really had any bad intentions, Lin Qun didn't mind killing them quickly. When they got closer, Lin Qun could see clearly that there were 7 people in total, 5 men and 2 women. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they were obviously capable. At this time, they looked at Lin Qun and looked at him. Looking at the cool Iron Man armor on him, they all showed a little surprise. But they didn't say much or ask anything. They nodded to him and ran into the shadows immediately. The visibility in the grey-black fog was very low, and there was serious electronic interference. Even if Lin Qun had the bonus of the Iron Man armor, he could only see the range within 5 meters at most. It was difficult to distinguish the direction here. But these people seemed to be very familiar with the environment here. A woman with antennae on her head led the way in front, and the people behind followed closely. No one fell behind, and Lin Qun would not fall behind either. He followed them all the way, leaving the blockade area of Modu. It was already the suburbs. Outside the highway, there were large areas of wasteland. It was even harder to tell the direction. Although Lin Qun's armor had recording equipment, it was somewhat out of order here, and he couldn't tell the direction clearly, so he followed behind. He had a clear mind. He believed that he could get out sooner or later with his military strength, but these people had obviously been trapped in this grey-black fog for a while. They were the real people from the outside world that the military in the blockade area of the magic city wanted to find. They must know information about this place, which was what Lin Qun needed most now. Therefore, Lin Qun planned to follow for a while and learn from these people what happened outside during the blockade of the magic city and what these dark matter creatures were. This opportunity should not be missed. The sharp roar behind them gradually disappeared. They walked forward for a while, and the grey-black fog in front of them became a little thinner. After walking a little further, they saw a dilapidated house that should be on the outskirts of the magic city. It was dilapidated inside and outside, like a haunted house, but this seemed to be the base of these people. They brought Lin Qun here and finally stopped. A man in front took off his mask, turned his head, and looked at Lin Qun warily, saying, "Brother, where are you from?" He seemed to be asking, but with this sentence, the other people behind him also stood in a row, blocking the door of their shabby hut, covering the door of the shabby hut tightly. The implication was very clear. We helped you, but we didn't want you to follow us. This is to let Lin Qun leave by himself. This group of people is very interesting. They will take the initiative to help and call people to run, which proves that they are not bad at heart.
Now they don't let themselves go in and let them leave, which is an instinctive vigilance in this environment, which proves that their previous help is even more enthusiastic. Of course, it is also possible that they want to rob the house, but looking at the Iron Man suit on Lin Qun, they don't dare to do it. But Lin Qun glanced inside. He thought, this group of people is too miserable, right? Worse than the Magic City. The small shabby house looks dilapidated from the outside, but it is actually obviously cleaned up inside, and there are some bedding, some scattered electronic products and so on, but that's all. There was nothing to eat, and only the bottom of the bottles of mineral water were left. However, as if they noticed Lin Qun's peeping eyes, they also moved forward and covered themselves more tightly. This time, nothing could be seen. Looking at these, Lin Qun had only one feeling. That was that the family was penniless. Isn't this too miserable? These people are not weak. The homeless before the end of the world lived better than these people. They were not as good as the ordinary people in the Magic City after the Bastion people retreated. Although Lin Qun had been blocked in the Magic City before, he had a strong military force and had never been out of food. Later, he received support from the military, and his living standard was even higher. He lived almost the same as before the end of the world. Compared with these people, it was like heaven and earth. But Lin Qun changed his mind. The Magic City was blocked, and the resources in the suburbs of the Magic City were not as abundant as those in the Magic City. In addition, living in this grey-black fog, it was actually very good to be able to live like this. Lin Qun thought about it, and took out a handful of sausages from the gap in the armor like a magic trick. This couldn't really be what he took out of the Mark 46, but what he took out of his Kyankan bag, just a trick he used to use. He said, I have no ill intentions, I just want to talk to you. This is my thank you gift. When others attacked with swords, Lin Qun would fight back. These people were not bad people, so he would not use force. As for whether taking out this bunch of sausages would cause trouble for himself, with his strength, these 7 people together would not be enough for him to blow their heads off. It would only take less than 10 seconds to look at them 7 times. What's so scary? Information is more important. And when they saw the bunch of sausages that Lin Qun took out, their eyes were wide open. The girl with tentacles at the back couldn't help but blurt out, yes, can we all give us these sausages? But when she spoke, the person who was suspected to be the leader among the 7 people stepped forward. He was a tall man. His eyes were fixed on the sausage in Lin Qun's hand. After a moment, he looked away with difficulty and said, brother, my name is Lin. I'm the oldest among us, and the leader of our group. I think your armor should be worth a lot of contribution points. You are a master. We help you with no other intentions. We are just kind, but we are also worried. After all, now, so, what do you want to talk about? We can discuss it. There is no Marvel or Iron Man in the Blue Star world. They can't recognize the real origin of Lin Qun's battlesuit, so they can only take it for granted that it is an exchange item from the contribution point mall. Judging from the appearance of Lin Qun's full coverage battlesuit, it should be worth a lot of money. It is natural for them to be wary of Lin Qun for self-protection. Let's talk about the domain master you mentioned, and the situation here. Lin Qun started. He didn't say anything about his origins. There was no need. Hearing Lin Qun's words, several people looked at each other, and Lin Qun said, let's discuss it. You can rest assured that we are safe here. Wait a moment. As they said that, they left 2 people outside the door to stare at Lin Qun, and the rest of them retreated half a step into the house and whispered. The tentacle girl was the first to speak. Brother Zal, that's ham sausage. I almost forgot what it tasted like. He just asked a few questions. It should be okay. I really don't want to eat grass anymore. On the side, another young man also said, brother, I don't think he is a bad guy. His armor looks majestic. We found him just now. It's because he made a lot of noise. Those monsters of the Shadow Civilization can't do anything to him. If he really wanted to attack us, he would have done it long ago. That's right, I think. Maybe he is a top 50 master in the Magic City. That armor should be worth at least a few hundred contribution points, right? He also has ham sausage. We are still safe here. What else can he look at? Lin Qun's judgment is actually similar to everyone else. They are indeed people outside the blockade area of the Magic City.
and their lives are indeed not good. As Lin Qun judged, the main urban area of the Magic City and even the suburbs with factories have been blocked. How can those places outside have so many supplies? In addition, the grey-black fog covered the area, and the longer they stayed, the less they had to eat. They hadn't seen ham sausage for a long time. Even as the tentacle girl said, they couldn't find food recently, and they had even started to eat grass. That thing was extremely tempting to them. Zhao Lianshan was actually tempted. But he was older after all, and these people lived with him, so he was worried about something going wrong. The global battlefield has been open for so long. What kind of people has he not seen? There are good people and bad people, and some people don't even need any purpose. They just like to kill others. Knowing a person's face, but not his heart, is the most applicable at this time. Zhao Lianshan said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. But the grey-black fog has descended for so many days, and this person is in such a deep place, but he doesn't know the domain master, and he still asks about our situation here, and he can take out so many precious ham sausages in one breath. What is his origin? Yes, this is too generous. What is his origin? Could it be?" The young man who just spoke had a flash of light in his eyes and instinctively pointed in a direction. They all knew that was the direction of the blockade area of the Demon City. This is impossible. The Demon City has been blocked for 30 days. How many days have passed? Zhao Lianshan said, "Forget it. No matter where he came from, we need these sausages." If he really wanted to do something, he would have done it a long time ago. We believe this time. Let's talk to him. Everyone reached a consensus, and Zhao Lianshan was the first to take the lead and invite Lin Qun to sit inside the house. Chapter 173 Shadow Civilization. The house that Zhao Lianshan and others cherished like a treasure was actually a broken house with air leaking on all sides in Lin Qun's eyes. The only good thing was that the grey-black fog was thin and there were no dark matter monsters. But this was meaningless to Lin Qun, and he didn't care at all. He could understand their cautious attitude. After all, the times are different now, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Lin Qun was also keeping them in mind. He didn't tell them his actual situation, but the progress was still very smooth. Lin Qun handed the ham sausage in his hand to them. Zhao Lianshan and others were excited. The woman with tentacles on her head behind was holding a ham sausage, looking forward to it, as if she wanted to eat it immediately, but she looked at Lin Qun and silently pressed the ham sausage in her hand down. But it can be seen that they have a good relationship. There are more than a dozen ham sausages in this handful, but there is no problem with the distribution. Zhao Lianshan gave one to each person, and the rest were collected by himself. Just looking at their excitement, Lin Qun couldn't help thinking, if they knew about the vegetarian and meat combination and nutritionally balanced meals in the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City, what would they be like? In fact, it has not been too long since the global battlefield was opened, less than a month, but the world has changed too much, and too many things have happened. At this time, seeing that Lin Qun had no ill intentions, Zhao Lianshan obviously relaxed a little and said, "You want to know the information of the domain master? I can tell you." "No, let's start with what's going on here. What kind of creatures are these contestants here?" Zhao Lianshan and others looked at each other and obviously felt that something was wrong with Lin Qun, but after all, they took things, and they were not bad people, so they said honestly, they are Shadow Civilization. Shadow Civilization? Lin Qun frowned. Zhao Lianshan then told the story. Most of them are actually not from the Magic City. They either went out before the landing happened, or came here from the surrounding areas of the Magic City. Later, the situation changed, and no one could leave, and they were all trapped here. According to Zhao Lianshan, when the Magic City was first blocked, he was at the edge of the blockade, and saw with his own eyes the terrifying light curtain falling from the sky. From then on, the world inside was separated from the outside. At that time, they felt that they were lucky, at least they avoided the early landing of the Magic City. Everyone knew that this was not a good thing. Afterwards, they were centralized by the military. As Lin Qun learned from Li Zeng, not all of the Magic City's army group entered the Magic City, and a large part of them were outside the city, because the Federation was also in a state of half understanding of the situation on this civilized battlefield at that time, and did not know what to do correctly.
But Zhao Lianshan and his team were too low level, and they did not know the specific situation of the army that was blocked outside the magic city at that time, and only knew the general direction. I only know that during the 2 days of the advance landing, the military outside the magic city had been trying to find ways to get in, but it seemed to be useless. Moreover, at that time, although the network was still connected, there was no good news on the internet. At least a dozen cities around the world, large and small, were blocked, and there was chaos inside and outside the Federation. Later, I don't know what happened. On the second night of the advance landing, the top military seemed to have a disagreement, and some people separated and went to lunching. Some people stayed. That's how we, the survivors, were separated. At that time, no one knew what to do. We all thought that the magic city was an international metropolis after all, and the Federation would not give up anyway. It was safer here. But, who could have thought? On the third day of the advance landing, the global battlefield opened, and a terrifying shadow emerged in the sky. At that time, the blockade light curtain of the magic city disappeared briefly. Unfortunately, the time was too short and the military did not have time to send people in. Then, black rain fell from the sky. At first we thought it was rain, until it fell. We found that it was not rain at all, but something like ash. They did not all fall to the ground, but floated in the sky, fell on the ground, and were everywhere. That was the prototype of the current fog, but there was no such a big fog here at that time. It was those creatures. Those monsters. They will produce more of this substance, making it darker and darker here. And the terrifying shadow that appeared at the beginning also fell down. It was several hundred meters long, but it did not fall to the ground, and could crawl on the grey-black fog. That was the Shadow Civilization and their domain master. Then everything was over. A large number of monsters appeared. They are all life forms of the Shadow Civilization. Those monsters can attach themselves to all dark places, and they just fall down along those black ashes. They don't have vital points in the conventional sense, nor do they have fragile bodies like us. They can be riddled with bullets and still survive. Unless they are burned, they are almost indestructible. And what's even more terrifying is that they can also awaken the "shadows of the living." Where there is grey-black fog, and people who have come into contact with the grey-black fog, their shadows will come alive, and become monsters like those creatures of the Shadow Civilization, but they can also change into human shapes, a group of human-like black shadows. Of course, I only found out about all this later, because at that time, it was very chaotic, and we were all ordinary people. Even if we had some talents and abilities, in fact, my talents and abilities were a little stronger than those of ordinary people. But what kind of consciousness could we ordinary people have at that time? My friend and I ran desperately, but there were only a few people left around us, including the military and our people. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and we wanted to run out, but we couldn't even find the direction, and the compass was broken. We had no idea what was happening, and we knew this place as their world. Most of us are people we met later, and most of our old acquaintances have died in the past few days. There should be few living people in the entire Demon City now. There are at least hundreds of thousands of lives of the Shadow Civilization in this fog. Zhao Lianshan frowned deeply as he spoke, and took out a wrinkled cigarette from his bosom, lit it, took 2 puffs, shook it out, and put it back in his bosom, waiting for the next puff. He seemed to be afraid that Lin Qun would be scared after hearing this, and said, "But don't worry too much. Although these monsters of the Shadow Civilization are weird, they all rely on the grey-black fog to kill people. Without the fog, they are on guard. They are not particularly powerful, and they dare not leave the fog. If we can get out, they may not even chase us." According to Zhao Lianshan and others, they did not actually approach the edge of the blockade of the magic city by themselves, because this place belongs to the depths of the fog, and only fools will come here. Who doesn't know that the deeper you go, the less likely you are to get out? There are tens of thousands of Shadow Civilization lives, and only the biological density of the Shadow Civilization close to the blockade is small. They have no choice but to retreat all the way to the current position, to avoid the Shadow Civilization creatures. There is no chance to explore outside. In fact, they also understand that where there are more creatures of the Shadow Civilization, there may be a way out of the grey-black fog, but they can't do it outside the blockade of the demon city in this foggy world, let alone kill their way out. This is actually the reason why Zhao Lianshan and his team bumped into Lin Qun here. According to them, they and most of the remaining living humans are almost all in the nearby area. From this point of view, it is better to say that they are trapped by the fog, rather than being trapped by the fog, because they can't break through the blockade of the shadow civilization, and can only be oppressed by the living space, and linger under the power of the shadow civilization. Lin Qun frowned deeply after listening to it all the way, but gradually pieced together the outline of everything that happened in the entire Demon City area in the past. Sure enough, these dark matter lives are a civilization. Moreover, it is the civilization that wanted to land in the Demon City at that time. That terrifying shadow. At that time, the early landing was over, and the first phase of the blockade of Bakatan was automatically lifted, and the inside and outside of the Magic City were connected again. Everyone saw that scene, but later the Bakatan civilization immediately paid more contribution points to reblock it, and the lives of this shadow civilization were blocked outside, but they did not go anywhere else, but opened their world outside. They landed outside the blockade area of the Magic City, and the huge monster that Zhao Lianshan mentioned was also seen by Lin Qun. Now he can confirm that the shadow he saw at a glance was not accidental. However, these creatures of the shadow civilization are indeed weird. They can reproduce offspring through human shadows. That's right, it's reproduction, because Lin Qun got a contribution point after killing his own shadow, which proves that his shadow lived and became a creature of the shadow civilization. Only alien civilization creatures with complete body and mind will be counted as contestants, and clones and artificial people are not even counted. Killing that shadow can get contribution points, which proves that it has fully met the standards of a contestant of the shadow civilization. And judging from the Lin Qun shadow itself, it even has clear consciousness and behavioral abilities. This means that it is definitely not as naive as a newborn. This makes people feel even more weird and crazy. What kind of race and civilization can proliferate and reproduce in this way? But Lin Qun can figure out why the closer to the blockade area, the fewer monsters there are in the shadow civilization. On the one hand, it may be intentional to drive humans to one direction. On the other hand, it is obviously because the shadow civilization knows very well that this is another battlefield. The humans and the Bakatans in the Magic City will definitely win or lose, and the blockade of the Magic City will be lifted. Once the blockade is lifted, the so-called border area near the blockade area will immediately become the frontline battlefield, so a buffer zone must be left. It's a pity that Zhao Lianshan is just an ordinary person, and the information he knows and observes is very limited, especially about the military. Lin Qun knows that at this time, even if the military may have been dispersed, or even suffered heavy losses, the military can still provide comprehensive information. But now he has no choice. It's not easy to meet a few people in this grey-black fog. If it is true as Zhao Lianshan said, that almost all the humans outside the blockade of the Magic City have been killed, it would be even more difficult to meet them now. Lin Qun still believed it a little. Because of the unique hunting method of the fog and the creatures of the shadow civilization, it is indeed difficult for humans to survive in this environment. The living conditions here are even worse than those in the blockade of the Magic City. With such low visibility, it is difficult to rescue each other, even if they are 5 or 6 meters apart. The creatures of the shadow civilization seem to be everywhere. This is the world of the creatures of the shadow civilization. Humans are living targets. After more than 20 days, it is normal that the survival rate is not high. Judging from the average strength of Zhao Lianshan and his team, and the fact that they have not encountered anyone coming out of the world in the fog for several hours after the blockade of the Magic City was lifted, the same judgment can be made. At this stage, those who have no strength should have died. Even if these creatures of the shadow civilization in the grey-black fog are nothing out of the fog, the problem is that they are now in the fog, and from the current situation, the coverage of this grey-black fog is not small. There were too few people, so the blockade of the Magic City was lifted, and no one noticed it, and no one walked into the blockade of the main urban area of the Magic City from outside the blockade. If Lin Qun hadn't rushed in, Mark 46 would have attracted a little attention, and if he hadn't been discovered and reminded, Lin Qun might not have met Zhao Lianshan and his men.
Lin Qun thought about it. He had too many questions, so he picked an urgent one first. Then how do we get out of here? How big is the coverage of this grey-black fog? You have been trapped here for more than 20 days. Haven't you tried to get out? We don't know. We lost our way. Zhao Lianshan looked at Lin Qun strangely, and he felt more and more that Lin Qun came from outside. Because the blockade of the Magic City blockade area has not ended yet, he naturally ruled out the possibility that Lin Qun came from the depths of the Magic City. But he did not ask more questions and still answered, besides, this is their world. Except for a few low fog areas, other places are very dangerous. You will be attacked if you go out, and you will die before you can go far. We have been trying to find a route, but the most we can find is the light curtain of the blockade area of the Magic City, but the road outside. Now, this place is like a huge spider web, and we are all trapped in it. The Shadow Civilization set up this fog to prevent us prey from escaping, so when they said this, their expressions were a little gloomy. Behind him, a young man said, "Brother, you are from outside, right? I think your equipment should be valuable, and you have some strength, but it's useless. I advise you not to think about it. Do you know the first in the Magic City? His contribution points are over 1,000, and he has been wandering for a long time, and he has not been able to go out. Moreover, before your shadow died, he called the Domain Master. The Domain Master and his generals may have already targeted you, and you can't leave. You are unlucky to enter here." Lin Qun knew nothing about the Shadow Civilization and the situation here. They had naturally judged Lin Qun as someone from outside. Seeing that the young man had said it, Zhao Lianshan also thought about it, and said with a little hope, "Don't listen to Zhao, he's bluffing. There is hope, as long as you are alive. We can get out sooner or later. Brother, do you remember the direction you came in?" Zhao Lianshan felt that, since Lin Qun came from outside, if he could find the way back, perhaps they could escape from this grey-black foggy world. But what they didn't know was that Lin Qun didn't come from outside, he came from inside. Chapter 174. Wait, the Demon City has changed. In response, Lin Qun just shook his head and asked, "What's going on with this Domain Lord, the General, and those monsters that turned from human shadows? And why is it relatively safe here? Is there anything special here?" Zhao Lianshan and his men have also lived here for a while. They may not know the high level and overall information, but they definitely understand the system and threats of the Shadow Civilization in this grey-black fog. Otherwise they would not have survived until now. And Lin Qun spent money, so naturally he had to ask clearly. Zhao Lianshan looked at Lin Qun and shook his head, obviously a little disappointed. Their hope is to leave this man-eating grey-black fog. The farther away from these monsters of the Shadow Civilization, the better. But unfortunately, Lin Qun's hope seems to have been shattered. But Zhao Lianshan is an honest man. He took Lin Qun's things and told Lin Qun everything he asked. Just mentioning the Domain Lord, Zhao Lianshan and others are obviously a little timid and fearful. Domain Lord. This is what the creatures of the Shadow Civilization call it. It is the most powerful individual of the Shadow Civilization in the Magic City area, and it is also their ruler. It is extremely large, and our conventional firepower has no effect on it. So far, it is the same as other creatures of the Shadow Civilization. It does not have the conventional vital points like us humans, and it is much stronger than those ordinary creatures of the Shadow Civilization. Any creature that wants to challenge it has all died. The last large military force we encountered, a regiment of troops, was easily destroyed by it and its generals. If we hadn't escaped quickly, and it seems to have connections with the creatures of the Shadow Civilization. Whoever kills the creatures of the Shadow Civilization, it will quickly mobilize more monsters. Moreover, the creatures of the Shadow Civilization worship it like a god. They not only worship it, but also sacrifice to it. We have seen with our own eyes that they send the captured people to high places for it to eat. Every time it eats a person, it becomes a little bigger. When it first descended, it was not so huge. Lin Qun frowned. The life forms of the Shadow Civilization are very strange, and their civilization ideology seems to be very different from that of humans and even the Bakatan people that Lin Qun has come into contact with. But in fact, after Lin Qun's contact, those ordinary dark matter lives of the Shadow Civilization are not very powerful. In terms of combat power alone, they are only slightly stronger than humans, and even inferior to ordinary Bakatan warriors. It's just that their unique existence and attack methods make them look very strange, and can have unexpected killing effects. But in fact, as long as you master the method, it is not difficult to kill them. Take Lin Qun's experience just now as an example. He rushed into the grey-black fog and slaughtered a group of shadow civilization lives. They didn't even have any effective counterattacks, not even hot weapons. This is a group of unique contestants. This is a unique civilization. However, Lin Qun dare not be careless. Those who can participate in the war of civilizations must have some means. Especially the shadow civilization creatures also want to land in the main urban area of Modu and compete with the Bakatan civilization. This means that at least they are not afraid of the Bakatan people. Where there are weaknesses, there must be strengths. This domain master may be like this. Zhao Lianshan's voice continued, and those generals are creatures of the shadow civilization that have received its blessing. They are stronger than ordinary shadow civilization creatures and have some special abilities. Ordinary survivors are not their opponents. As for the monsters that those people's shadows turned into, we are not very clear, but as far as I know, it is part of the cannibalism ritual of the weak shadow civilization creatures. Cannibalism ritual? Lin Qun was puzzled. Yes, in fact, this is also what we have observed after being trapped here for so long. Shadow civilization creatures kill people not only for contribution points, but also for eating. Domain masters eat people, and monsters eat people too. They don't eat the whole person. For the human body, what they really swallow is at most some brain matter, eyes and other things. They don't seem to care about other things at all, and what they really eat seems to be the vitality of the person. Those new lives of the shadow civilization that are hatched from the shadows of living people grow very fast because they are the shadows of those people. Even if they are separated, they still have some kind of connection with those people that we can't understand. Through this connection, they can always extract the vitality of the original owner, and they just need to hide, and those people will eventually be sucked to death. When he said this, the expression on Zhao Lianshan's kind face changed slightly, and his muscles twitched slightly. The woman with tentacles on her head whispered, "That's how Brother Zhao's wife died." Yes, I was too stupid. I watched her shadow run away at that time, and I didn't dare to chase her, because I was timid. At that time, I didn't know they had such ability. When I knew it, it was too late. The fog was so thick, how could I find her shadow? I could only watch her being sucked to death. Zhao Lianshan showed a resentful and self-blaming expression. Lin Qun had seen too many such expressions in the blockade area of the magic city. Even on Xia King's face, he saw the exact same expression. They wanted to pull out the tendons and bones of the alien civilization and exterminate the race, but they were so weak that they could not take revenge at all. They could only live in disgrace and live in hatred and self-blame all day long. When Lin Qun listened to these descriptions, he was also a little frightened. According to Zhao Lianshan and his description, these shadow civilizations are like hatching chicks, and humans are their eggshells. They hatch from the shadows of humans and gain life. In turn, they grow by devouring the eggshells of humans. When they grow up and develop almost completely, the eggshells have been eaten up. The most terrifying thing is that this invisible connection is almost impossible to cut off. Even Lin Qun could not think of any way to cut off this connection with his means. When he heard it, at this time, he understood why the unknown fairy reminded him urgently. This method is almost difficult to guard against if you don't understand it. Thinking of this, he also deliberately glanced at his feet. In the house, Zhao Lianshan and others lit candles, and in the flickering light, Lin Qun could see his own shadow. This thing that he rarely paid attention to was now safe here, which made Lin Qun feel at ease. He said, "My shadow just hatched a creature of the shadow civilization, but I killed it. Will my shadow hatch again?" Zhao Lianshan shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but a person who has hatched once will not hatch again in the shadow. Look at us, we can live until now, but we have killed our own shadows, and our shadows have never come back to life. In fact, as long as we don't come into contact with them, or the grey-black mist they secrete, the shadows will not mutate. We think that the grey-black mist is like the pollenospores they use to reproduce. We can't help
but breathe it in. This may sound disgusting. Zhao Lianshan's description is indeed uncomfortable, but Lin Qun can accept it. After a bloody battle all the way, this matter is nothing. Hearing this, he has a general understanding of this shadow civilization. The strength of this shadow civilization is obviously not in the individual, but in the grey-black fog venue they created, the large number of individuals gathered in groups, and their weird methods. Otherwise, if they had real swords and guns, they would have jumped out and killed like the Bakatans, because their methods tend to be obscure and weird. This will make their opponents feel like hitting cotton when fighting them, because the shadow civilization does not confront you head on. Just now, the shadow spread rapidly, but after encountering a strong counterattack from humans, it was the first to retreat quickly. However, this may be a better solution. Lin Qun guessed that with his own strength, he could probably walk sideways here. He has nothing to be afraid of. The only problem is how to clear the fog. This problem is not only in front of him, but also in front of the entire magic city. With the means of the shadow civilization, it is very simple to resist them. Otherwise, when the fog comes, no matter what means they have, it will be useless. But if the fog comes, the military and the survivors will be in big trouble. Just such visibility and electromagnetic interference are enough to make humans suffer. The first plan that Lin Qun thought of was the vacuum fuel air bomb. The devil does not have nuclear weapons, but it has vacuum fuel air bombs, and more than one, which may be of great use. At this time, Zhao Lianshan had already answered Lin Qun's last question. Brother, you asked why we are safe here. In fact, we are not very clear. In this grey-black fog, there are places where the fog is thin, and no creatures from the shadow civilization come. At this time, it was the tentacle girl in the corner who said, "We speculate that this fog is not actually fog. It just looks like fog from our human perspective." But in fact, perhaps for the domain master and the shadow civilization creatures here, they and the particles that make up this fog have formed a neural network or spider web-like structure. But it is precisely this structure that has gaps and nerve endings, and those places are places they cannot observe, so it is difficult for them to find here, which is our current safe zone. Of course, this is just speculation, and we have no theoretical basis. The words of this tentacle girl also moved Lin Qun's heart. He felt that what this girl said made sense. From the perspective of humans, this grey-black fog is always preconceived as fog, but this is something from another civilization, another world, and another species. Maybe it is not actually fog at all. Thinking from another angle, many misunderstandings and confusions caused by thinking bias can be explained almost instantly. It's like a puppy eating shit. The more the owner beats it, the more it eats. The owner beats it in this way to tell the dog not to eat it, but in the dog's mind, this may be the owner's disgust with its shit. In order to please the owner, it will not only not eat it next time, but will eat it faster, and even eat it quickly, while the owner is not paying attention. This is the cognitive bias between different creatures. But just as Lin Qun was thinking, the young man on the other side, who had just spoken and was silent, suddenly screamed, "Wait, look, how did the number 1 in our magic city area change? This number 1, Ying, who is he? How come he has nearly 8,000 contribution points?" Exclamation mark. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 175. I come from the demon city. The young man's words attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Lianshan and Tentacle Girl were both surprised and quickly opened their ranking systems to check. Soon, they all gasped. Because indeed, the ranking list of the Magic City region that they were familiar with suddenly had a big earthquake. The survivor named I Want to Kill through the Shadow Civilization, who had been ranked first in the Magic City for many days, ranked first in the Magic City with more than 1,000 contribution points, but now, he was directly squeezed to the 3rd or 4th place. A bunch of names were on the list, which made the top 100 list of the Magic City a big change. On the other side, Lin Qun didn't say anything, because in front of him was a prompt from the civilization battlefield. Your regional position has changed, your battlefield ranking has been updated, you have been included in the new battlefield ranking, yesterday's ranking has been locked, congratulations, Ying. You are ranked first in the regional ranking Huaxia Warzone Modu Warzone Human ranking, and are awarded 30 civilization contribution points. Congratulations, Ying. You are ranked 50th in the regional ranking, Huaxia Warzone, Demon City Warzone total ranking, and you will be awarded 10 civilization contribution points. This is the first settlement after the Demon City blockade was lifted, and it is also the beginning of the official inclusion of the creatures in the Demon City into the Demon City regional ranking after the Demon City blockade was lifted. Therefore, all humans in the Demon City blockade area are included in the regional ranking. Lin Qun found that he could now see 5 rankings. Civilization ranking, civilized human ranking, needless to say. In addition, there is the Huaxia Warzone total ranking, Demon City Warzone total ranking, and Demon City Warzone human ranking. This is the same as when the Demon City was blocked. There is no separate ranking for humans in the Huaxia Warzone, and Lin Qun is not even in the top 100. It's just that with the lifting of the Demon City blockade, the division of regions has become larger, just like the original state of fighting. Now the ring is gone, and it is naturally a global ranking. However, with the release of the Demon City human ranking, the original human ranking in the area outside the Demon City blockade area suddenly changed. At this moment, the survivors hiding in the depths of the grey-black fog, trying to survive in their own way, were surprised to see that the ranking had changed dramatically. Many people on the top were waiting for the contribution points to be settled today with joy, hoping to use them to buy some items in the contribution point mall, but when the settlement came, they were surprised to see that their ranking had plummeted. For example, the number 1 called I Want to Kill Through the Shadow Civilization was fine, because he had a lot of contribution points, and could barely maintain it, but some of the people behind who had few contribution points naturally fell in the ranking, and had no rewards to take. This was also because there were not as many people outside the Magic City as inside the Magic City, and with the grey-black fog covering most people, most of them had been killed. In fact, the number of survivors outside was far less than the millions left in the Magic City. Many of them could squeeze into the list with only a dozen contribution points. In this case, the impact of ranking people on both sides together was huge, and the people inside rushed to the list. Many of the top 100 parallel imports outside the blockade area of the Magic City were directly squeezed out without a trace. Lin Qun was very calm. With nearly 8,000 contribution points, it was normal for him to be the first in the human ranking, but he was a little surprised that he was ranked 50th in the overall ranking of the Magic City. However, after thinking about it, Lin Qun also understood that outside the blockade area of the Magic City, where are there so many humans for them to kill? Even if the Shadow Civilization used strange means to kill only 1 in 10 humans outside the blockade area of the Magic City, the total number could not be too large. This shows the difference between spending money and not spending money. Even if the Bakatans who spend money had no choice but to retreat in the end, they still ate meat, while the Shadow Civilization outside could only drink soup, picking up leeks, and killing almost all humans. There are not many contribution points, and what he paid more attention to was the overall ranking of the new Magic City area. This is the most intuitive channel to obtain information and understand the details and strength of the Shadow Civilization. The current overall ranking of the Magic City region is no longer limited to the Magic City blockade area, but is shared by both the Magic City blockade area and the outside of the blockade area. Of course, the Bakatans have long since retreated, and now there is only the Shadow Civilization in this area, with only a few creatures from other civilizations occasionally mixed in. Although the unique foggy world of the Shadow Civilization is not as good as the Bakatan civilization directly spending contribution points to blockade, it can also achieve almost the same effect to a certain extent, which makes some civilization contestants discouraged. But Lin Qun looked at it and found that he didn't know most of those names. After the battlefield system translated them from a human perspective, he didn't understand their meaning. For example, the Shadow Civilization creature ranked first in the Magic City area is named Carrion over Zalima, but its total contribution points are as high as 250,000. It is the domain master of the Shadow Civilization here, and below it, the second ranked Shadow Civilization creature has only more than 20,000 contribution points. After that, their total contribution points are very close, and the number is not high. This is also the reason why Lin Qun can rank 50, judging from the Bakatans that Lin Qun has met. The number of contribution points of this shadow civilization seems a bit bleak. Looking at this ranking, he felt more confident. Judging from the number of contribution points in this grey-black fog world, except for the domain master, other shadow civilizations are not to be feared. The only trouble is the domain master and the grey-black fog itself. But Lin Qun was calm. At this time, the people outside the blockade area were stunned. Zhao Lianshan and others were all at a loss. What's going on? How come there are so many IDs all of a sudden? This number one called Ying has 8,000 contribution points. What kind of existence is this that can kill 8,000 alien civilization creatures? Did you see it? There are a large number of military IDs in these newly appeared unknown rankings. Could it be that the outside military has come? No, didn't you notice? There are prefixes in the names of these military IDs. They are the troops of the Magic City Group Army. Could it be? Brother, could it be that you are? Zhao Lianshan suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Qun, his body trembling slightly with excitement. How many fools can survive in this era? At this moment, looking at the Lin Qun who was obviously an outsider in front of them, combined with the large amount of information obtained from the ranking changes, how could they not think that the Lin Qun in front of them might not come from outside the Demon City area, but from inside the Demon City? This can also explain. People outside knew that there was a grey-black fog here, so why would they foolishly run in? Because Lin Qun did not come from outside at all, but from inside the Demon City, because the Demon City blockade area had long been surrounded by grey-black fog, and there was no choice but to enter the grey-black fog. However, Zhao Lianshan still had doubts in his heart. The announcement of the Bakatan civilization to blockade the main urban area of the Demon City for 30 days was rolled out globally, but now, before the 30 days have arrived, how did the people of the Demon City come out? Moreover, there are still so many living people in the blockade area of the main urban area of the Demon City, trapped for so many days, watching the number of humans around them decrease, but unable to get out of this fog. It is impossible for them to say that they are not desperate, but now, they suddenly find that there are so many people around them, even military personnel. How can they not be excited? That was the excitement and joy of realizing that he was not alone, and that there were people like him around him. Therefore, at this moment, not only Zhao Lianshan, but also his companions behind him, all looked at Lin Qun excitedly. At this time, facing the fiery gazes of Zhao Lianshan and others, Lin Qun said directly, "You guessed right. The blockade of the Magic City has been lifted in advance, and I'm from the main city of the Magic City." After just this period of contact, Lin Qun was able to judge that Zhao Lianshan and others were not bad people, so there was nothing to worry about. Oh my god, what's going on? I used to be ranked in the top 30, but now I've dropped to outside the top 100. How many masters are there in the blockade area of the Magic City? The main city area of the Magic City has been unblocked ahead of schedule. There are so many masters in the Magic City. Everyone has so many contribution points. What is the main city area of the Magic City like now? Is there a lot of food? How many people are still alive? Brother Lin, you should be a master too, right? What's your ranking? And there is that master with nearly 8,000 contribution points. 8,000 contribution points. The Magic City is worthy of being the most prosperous city in the Huaxia region, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. We used to think that 1,000 contribution points was amazing. How did this person do it? Brother, have you seen him? Did he really kill 8,000 alien civilizations? In the corner, the young man took a step forward, his face flushed, and he was obviously excited. The antenna girl said, "Maybe, we are saved." There were so many questions that Lin Qun couldn't answer. Moreover, he had spent enough time here, and he had already obtained the information he wanted, so he simply extended an invitation, saying, "To make a long story short, I want to return to the main city of the Magic City now. Are you willing to come with me?" As soon as this was said, everyone immediately quieted down. They all looked at Lin Qun. Zhao Lianshan said, "Can you find the way back?" Lin Qun shook his head, then nodded, and said, "I don't know, but the distance I came in should not be long. We don't know how far the fog covers the area, so we can't go out blindly, but I think it shouldn't be a problem to go back." Zhao Lianshan also said, yes, the light curtain of the Magic City blockade area is the only location we can find, and now the blockade of the Magic City blockade area has been lifted, the flow of fog has accelerated, and we will be able to go back along the direction of the fog flow and the route we have explored. Zhao Lianshan and his team's wandering in the fog during this period of time was not a waste of time. Lin Qun was also happy. If this can be done, it will also save his time and energy. What he is thinking now is, go back as soon as possible, and work with the military to work out a way to kill through the fog. At this time, the tentacle girl suddenly said, but your shadow has informed their domain master of your affairs. Once you leave the safe area with thin fog here, they will definitely sense it, and groups of shadow civilization creatures will come to kill you. In response to this, the other few people showed worry, and even the light in Zhao Lianshan's eyes dimmed a lot. Countless shadow civilization creatures, domain masters and their generals are irresistible existences for them. If there were no these monsters, even if there was fog, they would have walked out after being trapped for so many days. But they didn't think of abandoning Lin Qun and walking on their own. Seeing this, Lin Qun shook his head murderously and confidently said, what's the matter? Just follow me. Whoever comes to stop me, I want to see who can kill whom. Knowing the details of the shadow civilization, Lin Qun felt relieved. The means are just a little weird, which does not affect his blasting all the way. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.